shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows are tethers. Spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can't you hear them? The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the The wind is calling my name, a whisper of the souls who never leave me.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025 and back to the LCK Roadshow in Suwon. You thought maybe yesterday was going to be the only roadshow we had. No, it absolutely is not. The KT homecoming is upon us. Can T1 get revenge in the telecom war in a roadshow? Because KT were able to take them down on their home turf in Goyang earlier on, and so now it is obviously T1's chance to do so as well.
I feel like as well, that was more of an upset than I feel like even today would be. You know, if KT was to beat T1 today, based on the standings, yes, that would be an upset, but based on recent performance,
yeah,
I don't know.
Let's have a look at those standings, shall we? As T1 did move to 5 and 4, putting themselves at 4th place, unable to catch up to Nongshim, who have played an extra game, as we can see there, wanting to equalize with their scoreline, and this time if they win, they do move to 3rd place. KT, on the other hand, desperately trying to move towards the Legend group, and right now not looking like they stand much of a chance of doing so.
Yeah, you could say they're trying to rise in the standings.
To the occasion.
Yeah,
Suwon,
yeah.
Which is what they're doing, as they are, of course, hosting T1 today in the KT homecoming. And this is actually going to be really important for both of these teams, but I think for KT especially, to put their best foot forward here in round 2 and actually find some success and some consistency, which they have been searching for. We know they've been searching for it, and they've never been able to find it in the entire time that this organization has existed.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not. But I feel like, you know, with regards to how the season's been going so far, obviously it's a really long season, but we are looking towards the MSI qualifier and also making it to the Legend of Rise group. This series could be a big turning point for these teams. You know, KT having some better performances recently, and T1 really falling off the horse a bit in recent matches. So both teams hoping to come out of here with a win and hopefully set a positive trajectory going forwards.
Yep, and there are some milestones to check out here as well, as of course B2D only needs 2 kills to get himself to 2.5k. And Owner and Gumayushi currently sitting at 398 games played each, and so they could both reach the 8th and 9th in jungle and AD carry position to reach 400 games, which is kind of massive. And the fact that these players, in my mind especially, still seem like the new blood in the LCK. It's 400 games. They are like, there's only been 38 other players that have been able to make that. As here it is, May 4th. We have one day before it's Children's Day here in Korea, and apparently these kids will grow up to become pro players for KT. And now we have to guess which one is which. Orcs, over to you. From top to support.
Oh.
And so we need to guess casting first. Who is casting? This is so hard,
This
man.
is extremely difficult.
Hang on. Okay, there he is. Okay, so we found casting. Difficult one.
Did we? No, I don't think we did. I think we were told who casting was.
I know now because there's a name underneath.
Cuz
Let's find Cuz. Surely Cuz. Bottom left in my... No, top right.
Top right?
Top right?
Oh,
top left, yes!
Okay,
that was the last one that I said, okay? Right, so I got one right, sort
You're
of.
doing great at this. Two out of 2 so far, right, Max?
Oh man, yeah, this is hard. Okay, let's go B2D. B2D, there he is, in the middle. We're out of sync. We're off time.
We knew it. We were just slow.
All right, Doc, bottom left.
Sure. There we go.
Yeah, okay.
Can you get the last one? Who?
I think Peter might be top right.
that is Peter. Okay, yeah.
We should have honestly, Peter was the easiest one. It would be really good to have had that one first. It's okay. Here is T1. Okay, top side of the map, Doran. Which one is he? I find the
bottom. I know who top right is.
Okay, well that's good. That doesn't help.
Bottom left. Okay.
Oh, absolutely nailed it. Okay, Owner, who are you?
I think top left.
Top left is Owner. See whether we can. No, it's not.
Okay.
Who is Faker? Because I kind of thought
middle top. Or do you think top left?
Yeah.
Okay, got that.
There we go.
Top left is Guma, and top right is Carrier. Carrier is the easiest.
Yeah, Carrier still looks the same, which is kind of crazy. Otherwise,
okay, that was pretty close.
I actually find it's so difficult. And I was actually, because we were asked to bring in some photos of ourselves, it's a bit of a spoiler for the future. But if you showed me a picture of me as a child and like asked me to guess whether that was me, I'd say no. So it's a difficult one. I know that you guys at home probably did way better than we did, but let us know in Twitch
I
chat
nailed
how
the
terrible
T1
we are.
players. I was pretty close.
Yeah. Let's welcome T1 though to the roadshow here in Suwon. KT's homecoming. These guys will be the challengers on KT's turf, I guess you could say. And we'll see whether they can return the favor KT were able to do in Goyang a little while back. And I imagine there's probably a fair few T1 fans in the audience here today, despite the fact that this is theoretically something that's put on by KT. I don't think the fandom advantage is quite going to be there.
And to be fair, you know, does fandom advantage always help, as we saw in the last roadshow when there was about 1 billion T1 fans?
That is a good point. That is a good point. As now, KT going to make their way out. I love this pan, actually, as Casting going to be leading the charge here. Oh, look at that. A bit of pizzazz for the young man.
I'll also say the jerseys, this year's jerseys for KT look so sick.
Yep. I love focusing on the things that are cool about KT that has nothing to do with whether or not they're going to win or lose. It really does help.
Yeah, it's the best angle.
Yep. We got cheerleaders as well. Man, it's like going to a baseball game.
They're going all out. They're going all out. And I feel like as well, you know, obviously for the more experienced players, they might be more used to situations like this, but you can see Casting having a great time.
Yeah. Cuz now going to make his way out. Definitely has changed from when he was a small boy. Has grown into the fine young man that he is today. We'll see whether he is going to have a more consistent performance here this time around. I think there has been a little bit of valid criticism for this man. But the Chinese letters that you can see on the front of this jersey, we just got word, is actually Suwon in Chinese characters, which is kind of awesome. So these are like the jerseys for this particular event, which is dope. I feel like so much hinges on how well Cuz is going to play today.
Oh yeah.
Of course,
I mean, I
lost
think
his spot on T1 to Owner as well back in the day.
Yeah, I think for me, you know, at the start of the year, when I looked at this roster, I'm like, it's Cuz and BDD. These are the driving forces of this team.
And now you're like, it's BDD.
Well, I think
And Peter.
when they've still had good performances, these two have really shined, but it hasn't been as consistent as maybe we'd hoped.
Yeah.
But BDD really still trying his best, you know, putting a lion's share of the effort last year to try to get up in the world. Unfortunately, lost to T1 in that game 5, and T1 went on to win the whole thing. Obviously, we talk about revenge for the last roadshow. I think that one is going to sit on BDD's mind for a while, so looking for revenge for that.
There's a lot sitting on BDD's mind, I'm not going to lie to you. There's quite a few of these moments where he's made it just so far, but not quite far enough. 2021 World Semifinals obviously sticking pretty starkly in a lot of our minds. I think that was BDD's peak as far as his performance was concerned, and unfortunately didn't quite have the team around him. Speaking of his team, Dr. going to be making his way out next. Bit of a grin on his face, and there has been a lot of criticism towards this player. And let's see whether he can indeed silence the doubters here today. Because when he made his way back into the roster after spending some time in Challenger, even earlier on, he did look reinvigorated. He did look a little bit better. And then quickly, that newfound form kind of fell away.
Yeah. Difficult task as well today, you know, going up against a pretty strong bot lane. I think everyone would agree.
Oh, yeah.
And particularly at the moment, I feel like bot lane has had such an important role in the meta. A lot of playing around priority and being able to move. And obviously, T1 bot lane, no strangers to leaning into that. But Peter, I think it's really been a shining light for the KT roster in recent matches. Had some great performances on things like the Nico. You know, obviously, you've seen him before on Nongshim.
Oh!
Always with the hype energy.
Oh, man. I swear, like, KT needed this man. And that's no shade against Wei. They just needed someone to pump them up, to hype them up, to make the plays. And that is absolutely what Peter does. My God, is he living this energy right now in this crowd.
Let's be real, when he was on Nongshim, was the team a top team? No. But did they have impeccable vibes? Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And that is what he's bringing to the table, and some great engaged play as well. But yeah, the vibes were needed, and Peter is absolutely bringing that to the
Could you
table.
not feel him, like, absorbing the energy of the arena as he was walking in as well. I can feel it now. It's emanating from... We're not even in Suwon, and I can feel it from here.
Yep, 100%.
My God. Okay, see whether the power of Peter can actually get KT over the line here today against T1. A T1 that has been flailing, that has been struggling, but maybe today is going to find some redemption in the telecom war. It's normally a time where we see change. It's normally a time where we see the great sort of difference maker in the season. It's interesting because it can happen both ways, right? It can be the downfall or it can be the uprising of one of these teams. And sometimes T1 uses this as a springboard to get back into form, and other times the struggles continue, and KT kind of springboards off them. It is like a leapfrogging type matchup between these two squads.
And I think obviously, you know, for the longest time we've hyped up this as an important matchup because it has been an important matchup, but you always wonder how much is get to the players, and I think it does rest on the mind a decent amount, especially when it's at a roadshow in an environment like this. There is that added pressure. Yep. And I think both teams have had their issues and will likely want to be able to come out of this feeling refreshed, have a clean slate going forward in the LCK.
I would agree. Suwon Convention Center definitely very full up right now, but I'm just looking forward to getting into these games, Orcs, because I just have so many questions. There's so many questions that I need answered by both of these squads. What is the Jace look going to be today? You know, Doran was on the list of Jace unsuccessful players. I was going to say a different word, just didn't feel right at the time.
Yeah.
And there's sort of a lot of questions that need answering. I don't know whether casting is necessarily the guy that's going to be able to put him down. And I think that if Doran finds himself in an okay matchup, he can run away with games. It's just that he is often seen as a weak point here to T1. This guy in the mid lane, not so much of that weak point. But I like the fact that you've got Dr. on the other side with a grin on his face, and see whether the woes of Gumayusi and Keria are going to continue or not. Because these are two players that have been known as our best bottom duo, but have been dying a lot.
Yeah.
In 2v2s.
Yeah. I mean, again, you know, when you play against the top teams, when you play against the Gen Gs and the HLEs of the league, definitely it can be rough. You know, you can get beaten around a little bit, but I think the reason we've been so concerned about T1 is, you know, some of the lower ranking teams really taking some big opportunities to punish them, getting some kills in lane, really making them suffer. So hoping for a rebound. I think the person that everyone can agree has been in the best form for T1 has been Oner.
Oh yeah.
Not even a question. But he is really being the driving force for this team, and I think Cuz needs to step up if he's going to be able to match up into him. I think that's pretty fair to say. If Oner is able to run the Rift, that is where T1 is going to find victory. Yep,
I would agree. And it's kind of interesting, right? Because you think about the list of the best performing players, like the top 3 in the LCK right now, that is Chovy, Zeus, and Oner by a country mile. Like, it is massive, like how much these players all impact their teams. As now it is time to get into the draft here for game number 1. Time to figure it out. See which of these telecom teams is going to come out on top. As the Varus is going to be banned away first, the Yone to be taken off the board here. Yone kind of a quizzical ban for the red side. Maybe T1 with some tricks up their sleeve.
Interesting to think about. But yeah, Taliyah coming through, not too uncommon. I think the priority for Taliyah has risen a decent amount. You know, there was picks like Ahri, Azir, definitely high priority. But this potentially makes me think KT might go for that Azir first pick in this situation. So we'll see T1 end up banning it third. Right now, the Klister's still up and available. But also, I was going to say no top lane is banned. When now gone, Jace still available. So T1, do you ban Jace, do you ban Azir? Do you leave them both open? Do you ban Klister and look to trade? We'll see what they opt for in this situation. They ban Klister.
Oh, but now, so this is really interesting, right? Because I feel like KT very happy to pick something like an Azir, but the Xin Zhao is also up. So Oner can get arguably his best champion, but Rumble is also there. Huge scream from the crowd here as BDD is going to lock in his signature champion, which is also Faker's signature champion, along with a lot of other champions that I think he's allowed to have a lot of signatures given the fact that he is the GOAT by a decent margin.
I think, do you just go, I was going to say, Jace Xin Zhao in this situation, but instead of opting for Rumble Xin Zhao, so KT will presumably take the Jace side off the matchup and maybe look to secure their jungler as well. With Xin Zhao gone, we've seen often the tank. You could pick a tank jungle into it, you could pick Neferi, but instead going for the Jhin, denying that away from Guma, and then going for the Galio into the Rumble instead of the Jace. But obviously we've seen this matchup quite a few times, pretty solid into it, and also just for skirmishing power, very effective.
This opens the door for a Cuz Viego angle as well. It's what it kind of feels like to me.
I mean, you could. I'm not so convinced it's the right call, but you could go the Viego.
He was very good on the champion.
He was.
I agree with you. The Paperman situation is still definitely a thing.
Ari comes in for Fake It in this situation.
Fake It signature champion. There we go.
Oh, their signature, yeah. T1 pretty happy with the top side in this situation. And now KT have the opportunity to ban away AD carries if they want to, having secured the roam, but looking instead at the support role. They've taken away Rakan with a Poppy ban. I think it was, potentially freeing up carry to take that. I think an Alistar ban final would be pretty good for KT.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. I think T1 probably wanting to pick support last, so getting rid of the sort of just generally very strong champions is probably a good idea. Neferi, though, is going to go away, so no doggos for Cuz.
I think a good ban, and then here, I think KT you have to ban out. We've seen so much Alistar on 4. I think ban that away. And now with the fact that Alistar's gone, I think T1, you just take an AD carry here and go for kind of pick and support.
What's going to be here for Gumayusi? Maybe, do they just pick Xayah? They could do that. The Rakan banned away, though, does make it feel less appealing.
Yeah, I'm not as convinced of Xayah into this KT composition.
Oh, the Lucian.
Looking instead to pick up the Lucian, yeah. So, potential for like a Lucian Braum if KT pick just a standard engaged champion like Nautilus or Leona. So we'll see what they opt to go for here. Still need to secure their jungler, though. And we've seen... there's still like the Sejuani, the Skarner up, which we haven't been as convinced by. Sorry, the Skarner we haven't been convinced by. Sejuani's been pretty strong. But it looks like it might just be that Viego.
Yeah.
If you are going the Viego, I feel like you need an engaged support to set up. They will lock in the Rel first. And that gives you set up kind of for your Galio as well, who can obviously ult in on top. Will they just go for the Viego is the question.
I mean, I think it just feels like what Cuz would do. I don't know whether it's a good thing. It just, as soon as I saw the Galio lock in, I'm like, oh, Cuz has got an angle where he can argue that there's a tank in the top lane, so I can play Viego. And that is what he's going to do here. Locks it away.
I personally think like a Wukong or a Pantheon would have gone pretty hard in this situation.
There's the brand.
And the Braum comes through to pair with the Lucian. I think out of the engaged supports available, I think Rel was a good pickup because I think Leona and Nautilus have a worse time into Braum.
Yeah.
And it was pretty telegraphed. But yeah, so I think, the Rel, pretty important for the side of KT. I think they're happy with their lane matchups overall, but T1's team fighting pretty powerful. And a lot of skirmish power as well. The Braum, Xin Zhao, Lucian, that trio, really powerful with how those two very quickly stack up the Braum passive. So something to be cautious about, especially before Cuz has ultimate. I think you really need to be a bit careful of how those skirmishes go. And also Jhin into Braum feels really sad. If he blocks one of your 4th shots, it's so much damage mitigated, and then you're fumbling with the bullets, you're trying to reload.
Not to mention the curtain call can be somewhat nullified by the fact that a guy is standing in front of the squishies with a huge door. And so Carrier, certainly a lot on his shoulders. Feels like there often is as we load onto the Rift for T1 matches. And there is a lot of power, especially the top side of the map here for T1. But you could argue that KT came away with the champions that they wanted to play. Whether it is actually good is a big question, but you know that Cuz is very happy to be playing Viego, BDD on Azir, tale as old as time. As here we go. Happy Children's Day, everyone. And we'll see whether these fine young gentlemen can come away with a win. See which ones are going to do so. Let's get into it.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
My goodness, I think that was the first time in my entire life that I've heard a KT chant be louder than a T1 chant. And I can't even blame being on a certain side of LoL Park, because There is no one else in here. It is just us, so it's just Suwon and those microphones. Maybe the microphone was closer to the KT side. Maybe there's something slanderous going on.
There was a lot of KT fans there.
There was definitely a lot of KT fans there, which makes sense. KT is hosting, obviously. It is the KT homecoming in Seoul on the LCK Roadshow.
I think somebody said for the KT composition is they have a pretty solid range advantage over T1. So I think if T1 do start to fall behind, it becomes difficult to find angles in, especially because in terms of engage, it's
Engage Brawn, baby.
Yeah, not as convinced by that. So I think, honestly, coming out of draft, I think both teams have ways to play, ways to find advantages. I think maybe for me, KT actually has a bit of an edge, but we'll see how it ends up playing out.
The problem for me is that it feels like there's a lot of comfort for T1. I think a lot of people have had some criticism of Doran's Rumble, but we know that he is very happy to play it regardless. And so with Owner and Faker on Ari Zinzao, that's where I'm seeing a lot of strength for T1. If Owner has a good champion, generally you feel pretty good.
I think that's the main thing as well. We talked about the Owner-Cuz matchup, how Cuz needs to have a really good game, really good series. Owner on Zinzao, with how powerful this pick has been, definitely something to be feared.
Yeah. And see, Dr. I'm taking a lot of piercing lights, but not getting hit by the Winter's Bites, which is very, very important. Both teams making it to level 2 at the same time. You can feel that they're getting antsy, though. See whether anything more is going to happen. Really good use of the Q from Gumayushi to make sure he's getting as much poke damage down in this lane. And even the player cams, the children now, oh my goodness. And I love that we get the most obvious ones as well, the Peter carriers.
Yeah.
What is it with support players and not necessarily changing that much as they grow up?
I don't know, you gotta look into it. I mean, you know, I'm a support player.
Yeah, what did you look like as a baby?
Maybe you'll get to see later today.
Did you still have the beard when you were born?
I did not.
Ah, okay. So that would be a difference.
Yeah, that would be a difference.
For me, I was bright blonde when I was a kid. Yeah, like full golden hair.
Wow.
I was a cute little boy, and then something went wrong. Having a look there, of course, Azir getting the better end of this matchup so far, as Faker going aggressive after clearing out the wave. BDD dodging the charm. There you go. There's the Roadshow buff.
Oh, actually, Faker could be in trouble.
No, stun comes through from Cuz. And even if Faker doesn't die here, this is really problematic. Still, a lot of damage coming on through. Charm going to connect, and Faker does make it out. Still going to have to blow that teleport a little bit early. And Owner actually sneaking in here. We'll be able to take the crab.
I think, honestly, it could be a lot worse. The fact that he still has TP, and the fact that BDD is very low on mana. BDD is probably going to shove this in and reset. And actually, Owner's showing up to try and help us out. I think BDD is completely fine here.
Yep.
He's an Azir. But this essentially ensures Faker has a pretty chill reset and has that TP available. In fact, I think Owner's actually, is he going to help him push the wave out? Or is, yeah, I think so. So if Owner is able to come in and kind of rescue the wave state after that fierce gank from Cuz, Faker will TP back in. And ultimately, as close as it was, Faker fine after that gank regardless.
Actually okay. Sometimes, if the jungler comes in and just does a lot of damage to your mid laner, it can be problematic. Thankfully, able to mitigate it.
It's the type of gank I hate the most, you know. When
yeah, we've spoken about this one before.
It always bothers me. The worst is when it's like a Nidalee and like she comes in the lane with red buff and she misses the spear and just autos you 4 times.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, get out of here.
Yep, stop it, you silly cat. Top side of the map, casting actually doing pretty well in this matchup. As we know, the Galio has been picked quite a lot into the Rumble in recent times. And that is doing exactly that, at least for the moment. As Faker pushing out yet another wave, teleports in from both of our mid laners. Great sidestep there from BDD once again. Gets a gasp from the crowd. I feel like this mid lane matchup is definitely going to be the one the crowd is going to be most excited about. As Faker throwing a little Q the wrong direction.
Yeah, just calibrating, you know?
Yeah. Sometimes you just need to throw that orb away. That orb wasn't the good one.
If there's a Teemo behind him, then he would have hit him.
Is BDD actually there, or is he an apparition? Because he's just not being hit by skill shots.
That last one looked a little. That last one looked a little suspicious. Maybe a little high ground, low ground, even though that doesn't really apply there. But
yeah,
gotta get the excuses out of the way.
We need to talk to Ewan McGregor about it. That guy knows about high ground and stuff.
He absolutely does. He's the expert.
Yeah. Did that come out in Korea as well? Wonder if we could go and see Revenge of the Sith.
We should find this out.
Yeah. The 20th anniversary or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Star's been around for a while. Okay, KT now switching their bottom lane towards the top side. Grub's going to be coming up relatively soon. Gumayusi continuing to get value with that piercing light. There's Cuz on spawn. Ready to get over here, make something happen. Peter, will he be able to clear out this control ward? That's the question.
Well, I mean, he might have been able to, but Dr. probably would have died if he did, so...
Yeah.
We end up seeing a situation where one grub picked up for Cuz, so he's happy just to walk away. Lucian putting some pressure down onto the Jhin.
Doran actually taking a lot of damage in this matchup, but still hasn't really translated to any sort of farm lead or anything like that, as Dr. does get a back off. He completes his serrated dirt and will be running back towards this lane. Owner with a couple of grubs after the first was secured by Cuz. So no real big advantages being taken yet, but T1 have naturally moved to about a 500 gold lead, with a large amount of that being on Gumayusi and the amount of power that him and Carrier have had in this bottom lane matchup that is now on the top side of the map.
Yeah, we're able to force that reset from Dr. there and able to pick up some extra waves as a result, so he has an advantage. They're also actually invading here to steal away the blue, but I think Cuz isn't too bothered. He will just pick up the dragon in return. The fact that you got that one grub from the first set, you got the dragon, I think he's pretty happy with how things panned out. And it being an ocean dragon, you know, not often talked about. We've been a lot more focused on souls, I feel, but the first dragon ocean does actually have a decent impact in lanes for extra sustain.
Yep, because you're actually laning at that point in time, which is pretty handy. So first dragon going to go down. There's some partying going on in Suwon as well at the same time. You absolutely love that. Really does. It has that, like, the baseball, basketball vibe. Not that I've ever been to, like, one of those basketball games before, but I imagine it's got, like, a similar feel.
I did go to a baseball game in Korea.
Yeah, I missed that one.
And I can vouch.
Yep.
You know, just the vibes, the upbeat music, you know, the chants and stuff like that.
And we know that, at least for KT on a prior roster, they had their players go to a baseball game as well, because they were there doing, like, they joined in with the cheerleaders, and it was very funny.
Yes, that was peak.
Yep, very, very good. So now doing their own sort of thing, as BDD was there, Deft was there as well. I'm pretty
Feral.
Yep, it was very cute stuff. All right, Doran still looking to try and cook Casting a little bit here. Casting probably should have used the chicken skin, because he's getting cooked so much here in this lane. As Cuz moving on down. Let's see whether Doran's going to be okay. Taunt comes through. Winds of War are down, but Cuz unable to find any extra damage. We'll have to back away. Peter on the verge of being stunned up by the concussive blows, but is otherwise going to be okay. And Gumayusi every time is hitting with these Qs. Moves behind the minions as Doctor, so he's going to stay alive for the moment. But this is definitely T1 utilizing their advantage very, very well here on the top side. It's okay.
Carrier
One
just
play.
kind of being very annoying whenever the grenade comes in, just shielding it. You know, it's not really, like, it's not that much damage, but just constantly doing that every time just means they're not getting pressure back in return. And you can see constantly Dr. and Peter just on the back foot in this lane matchup. You know, already almost a 600 gold lead in favor of Guma with no kills.
Well, BDD almost naturally able to grab himself a plate, but not quite able to.
I thought you were going to say a 1 gold lead.
Yeah, he does have a 1 gold lead.
Yeah.
That is there. He could have almost made it a 100 gold lead, but wasn't able to. Now is able to extend it a little bit because he's able to get the shove in, but a teleport from Faker will bring him all the way back. BDD with his teleport coming up as well, as they're on the same timer.
And it is going to be the Rod of Ages for the Ahri. We've seen a little bit of a move away from this with people going more damage-focused builds. I will say, though, the Catalyst is pretty solid in lane, and considering it's been a little bit rough going up against the Azir so far, I think maybe that could be a reason for it, or maybe just appreciating that bulkiness when we do get to those fights.
Yep. I do respect it. Does mean that the Liandry's that BDD is building first is going to find a little bit more value.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That is okay. Casting back into lane. And no real advantages picked up from anywhere. So I guess what we need to talk about is when these teams are going to be strong. And I feel like T1 right now is looking like a good moment as Faker wants to catch up and pick up Peter. Deadly Flourish doesn't find the mark though. And I think this Rel is just dead. Teleport to come in from the Rumble. There's a teleport also from the Galio that doesn't quite work out, but that Blast Cone is working out here, and Doctarm looking to try and turn this. Good knock-up onto Doran there as the heroic entrance comes through, and now the taunt will set up for the 4th bullet. Doran's still alive for so long. As they take down the Galio, they get rid of the Viegos. Gumayusi is caught and thrown in under the turret, but they're unable to kill him. Faker is still at such high health, and BDD hits the floor. T1 walk away the huge victors in this fight, and Peter still wanting a little bit more off the back end. Don't think they're going to quite find it as Deadly Flourish, actually. Let's see whether Doctarm can do anything. As Ona going in one more time. Dancing Grenade value going to be pretty high, but not high enough as Peter hits the deck as well.
And so many low health bars, the difference that there could have been if Cuz was able to survive a bit longer, get those resets. It could have been a clean sweep for KT after just the loss of their rel, but you can see they kind of got baited in by those low health bars.
Yeah, look at Gumayusi now. He's 4-0-1, but let's have a look at this fight and how it all happened.
Yeah, so Peter, he kind of tries to turn this into a fight, but he just ends up going down before anyone's really able to respond. They back away, and you can see they're trying to chase down the Jhin, trying to get Doctarm. But it's at this point, the Galio comes in, they're in this like alleyway for the Jhin to get so much value. And I think unfortunately, Cuz just goes in a bit too soon, gets focused down immediately by Guma, by Ona. And imagine this fight if that Viego was still alive. You know, it's a great shuffle actually from PDD to get him under the tower, but again, they see the low health bars, they're thinking, hey, we can finish them off, and they just keep getting baited in again and again.
And the Braum value is so high, it just feels like one at a time they're getting concussive blows destroyed, concussive blows destroyed over and over. As this was just a bridge too far there for KT, wanting to find something in amongst it.
I also think getting baited a good amount by some of the healing that like the Xin Zhao and the Ahri have in their kits and with the items, but yeah, I mean,
Exol
big fight win
as well.
Oh yeah, definitely ups the ante on those dragons being stacked up. Yeah, 4-0-1 Lucian already is a big problem.
I would say so. And KT did have some anti-Lucian things, you know, that they could utilize to mitigate it. He's relatively low range. They have catching him as he's walking towards the brush, as Magnustorm is going to pull him ever further. Cuz looking for an angle there, but Gumayusi just dashes his way out. Remember, didn't have flash after being shoved under the turret previously.
I mean, I think like the angle Peter found was good, but like you need follow-up, and when the only follow-up is the Jhin, who wasn't even that close.
Oh, that equalizer positioning absolutely fantastic there by Doran, as Cuz not quite able to do anything. As Peter going to close in on Carrier, but they lose their Galio already. The curtain has been called as Gumayusi taking a bit of damage, but Cuz just having to get out of there. PDD wanting to be the hero, finds the Emperor's Divide, and they take down the Lucian. Shutdown comes in, and now Cuz has turned into a very, very powerful AD carry. It's just not quite enough to be able to get anything else done, and T1 still walk away feeling better.
Yeah, I mean, I think BDD's trade to get a shutdown onto the Lucian was worth it, but still a favorable play for T1, and it feels like they're just finding advantage after advantage in these skirmishes, playing around the power of these auto-attackers with the Braum. You can see Ona 3-0 and Guma 4-1. These two really the driving forces of these fights, and here, look how confident T1 are. They know they can just start this. The equalizer placements, beautiful casting, slowed so heavily. And then they try and focus on a carrier, but it's a Braum.
Yeah, he showed them the door.
That he did. And BDD goes in here. Again, I think the trade is fine, given that you do get a shutdown. But they were obviously hoping for more. They were hoping, hey, we get the reset Lucian, Cuz can make something happen. But Ona and Doran just too threatening for you to go into.
Yep, not even able to secure the blue buff as well, as Ona was able to collect that for T1. As Cuz back at it again. And the gold leads starting to really stack up here for T1, moving towards 3,500 gold at 14.5 minutes is no small amount. And this comp is going to feel more and more difficult to play into, at least for the next little while. Yes, we've mentioned things about KT having decent range and things like that, but I don't know whether the DPS necessarily gets too difficult to deal with later on in the game with an Azir composition such as this with a Jhin.
I think as well, you know, we talked about maybe the lack of engage for T1, but when your Xin Zhao can just charge in and E onto people, and there's just no counterplay because he's fed enough to be tanky,
yeah,
the game becomes really difficult. There needs to be more threat from KT, and with how behind they are right now, it is looking rough.
It is not looking too good. However, when there are road shows like this, miracles can indeed happen. And let's see whether one of those is indeed going to be afoot here today. Is KT looking to even out the Void Grubs? We don't have any feats of strength outside of the feats of warfare that T1 have put together so far, so still looking for first turret and still looking for these objectives. This is not going to get anything for anyone though, as they've shared.
Turret likely to go down in the bot lane any second, so T1 should be able to secure those. I think Doran is just denying farm as best he can.
Right, there it goes.
It is shot.
Cool new shoes now put together for T1.
Yeah, not a huge advantage, but it just adds to the big advantage that T1 already has with a 4,000 gold lead. And I think right now, both sides kind of have their first item completed. I think the real big pain point is when second items start to come in for members of T1. That's when you really start to feel behind in the game.
Yeah. KT still, they have a lot of wombo potential. I feel like there is some of these like big moment opportunities for a composition like this. If they can get Peter into a good position, find a Magnet Storm, get that first kill, could be absolutely huge. But I'm starting to feel like T1 are looking a little more like their old selves rather than some of the woes that we've been seeing in some other matches.
Definitely feeling locked in this
Yes.
telecom war. Wanting to get the most out of it. And I think next Dragon in 30 seconds, I think if you're KT, you're happy just to give that one up. You know, safety final window, sure, but I think the mistake would be just trying to hard contest it. The fact that T1 only have one Dragon gives you a lot of time to work with, just to farm up and avoid interacting too much.
I'm a little bit worried about the whole Hextech Soul situation, as Cuz looking for a potential gank onto Faker, but instead he just finds the entirety of T1 and dies. The Galio comes in, Gumayushi will get knocked up, Peter's alongside him, Emperor's Divide picks up Guma, but he dashes his way out, he looks like he's going to be safe as Dr. actually flashing in to get on top of him. The Equalizer does a lot of damage, but so does BDD. Faker trying to get out of there, Dr. He needs another bullet, but does not have it. And KT now just running for the hills. In the meantime, Owner is just destroying KT's stuff.
Not the person you typically expect to be split pushing, but Owner will do what he does in a fix. And I think KT, just too many resources invested to try and kill that Lucian.
Yeah.
With the Viego dead as well, you just don't have the throughput in these longer fights.
Yep, Owner is now going to utilize that time spent on the bottom side to do a lot of damage here to Peter and Casting. Great knock-up with the crash down from Peter. Will keep Casting alive at least as Doran tanks up the turret for a long time. Cuz wanting to make his way in, wastes no time as he flashes forward. This could be some resets as Carrier puts up the door and Cuz still looking for more, but look at that. It's the concussive blows. It is so difficult for KT to deal with as the bullets coming on through there. Great dash to bait in Casting from Gumayushi. And KT just cannot find an angle.
Nope, they absolutely can't. Too much of a deficit, and as you said, the concussive blows so quick to stack those up. Anyone who goes in is just at risk of being focused down, and here we see Cuz not aware, he's on a ward, ends up getting focused down, and you need the Viego alive for these longer fights, because they turn onto Guma, but he survives for such a long time. The shuffle from BDD, I think he should have shuffled in towards Doctum there, because in the end he has to flash in for him.
Yeah.
Like, Casting solo, BDD solo, yes, BDD's doing damage, but he gets taken out. And again, you don't have the Viego, and you need him in these longer fights. You have that momentum to keep going forwards. Here, though, this is just...
this feels a little bit of wallet diff.
Yeah.
The crash down was very nice from Peter there, but Owner actually gets out of turret range, doesn't tank up the last shot that may have been the end of him. And yeah, Doran dies, but the trade, not great.
I think it's one of these situations where baited a bit by the flash, but even if he had ulted Carrier, he wasn't going to die. And the turnaround is so quick from the side of T1.
And T1 now just going to be taking away yet another blue buff. This is not going to give it to everyone, as we are not quite late enough in the game for that. The gold lead has moved to about 8,000, as Dr. still looking for a little bit more, but man, he's got a Zeal and a Ghost Blade. Just feels like he does negative damage at the moment. And Sundisk is going to be put up, and it actually eats a charge there from the Rift Herald, which is kind of cute. Owner going in now, though, as T1 feeling aggressive. This is what you were talking about. Owner can kind of just throw his body in, but does now not have the ultimate for the next fight.
Pretty big resource to take away, but I think T1 can just back away. There's no pressure for them to fight right now.
Popcorn chickens for Casting.
The fact that the TP was committed by the Galio here, I'm kind of a little bit concerned because I see pings coming out. This is one of these situations where like, hey, we committed TP. I guess we just have to do the Atakan, right? No. No!
But what if you just did? Oh no, Cuz actually walking over vision that was provided by minions as well.
Do you know how many KT fans are in that building? Max, this can't happen!
Well, it might just be set up as there's a shattering strike. Okay, Owner taking a lot of damage. Heartbreaker comes forward. Cuz is now another jungler as he looks to get on top of Carrier. Great knock-up just to interrupt. And now the resets fly through. Doran, though, gets the equalizer down. BDD is going to greet him as Deadly Flourish will go wide. Look at how low these health bars are as the Atakan is looking terrifying. And that is 2.5k kills for BDD. Congratulations. It's still a really hard game.
Yeah, I mean, thank God they stepped away from the Atakan. I really thought they were going to keep on it for a moment there. They turn, they get a good kill on the Owner, they get a kill on the Carrier too. But this was a scary situation to be put into. The setup from Peter's pretty good. They managed to find Owner and just about kill him. And then we get this knock-up coming in from Cuz that interrupts Carrier's dash, which is pretty nice. But the equalizer comes in, and look how low everyone is. I was so worried.
Oh yeah, I thought that they were cooked from this point, but not quite able to get in there as KT now back at it again. It worked out really well last time, Orcs.
Doran went second item Rabadons.
Okay.
Which is...
Well, he's got a mask and a hat. He's ready for the Masquerade Ball.
Yes, you know, I mean, it's not the first time I've seen this Rumble build, but it's a very confident
It is
build.
Very confident, as BDD is going to get charmed. Oh, Faker. That's beautiful. Emperor's Divide does absolutely nothing. BDD eats a lot of resources to stay alive, but will, in fact, do so.
He does have TP.
Yeah, does have Flash as well, but Emperor's Divide going to be down for a little while now as the Atakan being pinged out by both sides.
There's a ward on it at the top, which hasn't been spotted, so KT have information if it gets started up. And I think because of that, they can approach a little bit slower. There's also the Hex Gate we saw Carrier just take there, so you can use that to navigate around.
Oh, pretty cute to use it there as T1 were setting up for a bit of a trap.
And you know they're not doing it. You don't need to clear this ward.
Well, they do clear it. They take a harpoon.
Game.
We'll be okay.
I love, you know what I love? This play where they put a ward. So they already had this ward in place, right?
Yep.
It gave them enough information. I love that they placed the ward over the wall next to their control ward to be like, hey, we don't know what's going on.
Ah, yeah.
We definitely don't have it warded, by the way.
That's actually very cute.
As long as that ward is up, then, you know, they have the information they need.
Oh,
and T1 might think, oh, the only ward they have is that shallow one next to the wall, so...
Well, right now, T1 not going to be doing anything rash, like starting an Atakan or anything like that. Is Doctom going to get charmed? Does cleanse it, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to cleanse what Faker's going to do to him.
Or you could see...
The answer is he walks away and he's fine.
A little bit more damage. I think Doran just throws the equalizer down.
Yeah.
This is the signal, though, they can go for this. Now, it is a Jhin, and there is Hex Gate. You don't need to be right there to be contributing in a fight, but the rest of the team needs to make something happen quickly.
Yep. Casting can always get in if someone does decide to go for an engage. That looks like it's going to be Peter. Let's see whether he can get the angle as Cuz going to get blocked off the equalizer. Great position to keep the Viego out as Peter is actually out of there. He steals it! How the heck did he even get in? He's going to withdraw as well, and I think that KT will say, Worth, you do not need to fight. You do not need to fight. They do just back away. They say thanks for the buff.
Great steal there from Cuz, comes in and clutches it, and again, he gets recalled, he's the only one to go down, and now KT, maybe with the confidence to look towards this dragon, I will say, risky.
Yes.
Definitely risky in this situation.
They are incredibly far behind still, and yes, that was a great steal, but if they had have stuck around, they would have all died. As Casting, Peter and Doctom in this brush, BDD going to move on over, Emperor's Divide back in hand.
You know, the buff doesn't make you any stronger. It just means that you don't suffer as much if you die.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I'm a little bit concerned for KT right now, but...
Are you sure? Because I've seen our players play as, okay, this is looking a bit stronger. Doran is just dead. He had no equalizer, of course, so at least it's not that T1 weren't able to utilize it, but now they will be able to collect themselves the dragon, and incrementally, KT are finding little advantages to bring them back into this game.
Definitely gives you a confidence boost.
Peter's dead. Well, he's not dead. Emperor's Divide is going to deliver Owner as well. Let's see what they can find here as he's dueling against Cuz. Owner able to flash out, though, denies the reset as Carrier does fall. still, it's a gorgeous charm there from Faker, who's just keeping control of this Galio, and everyone is going to be withdrawing. And yeah, T1 still very strong, guys.
Yeah, so as I said, the buff doesn't make you any stronger. I think KT just managed to experience that first time. This is a great pick, great setup though. You see they clear out the ward in this brush, and Casting just finds this angle, the quick flash taunt onto Doran, doesn't even find an opportunity to react to that with a flash. And then they get the dragon, and then they opt to stay.
Well, it's not even, it's more of just they opt to walk into darkness.
Yeah.
Suboptimal. Carrier here, beautiful defense onto Owner, and Owner playing it right on the edge. I do think a lot of this was to do with T1 just playing better in this moment, but KT didn't really need to be there.
They did not. They did not. And, you know, it is a 6,000 gold lead still.
Yep.
They've bought time by getting that dragon and the Atakan. And you're going to use that time to engage onto a Braum.
Yep, we're going to fight more as Carrier uses the ultimate. They get the flash out of him as well as the curtains are being called. And Gumayusi will be able to avoid most of them.
They don't still have the Atakan buff. I think they need to understand that. And
well, as you said, Orcs, it doesn't actually provide them with any damage, anything like that. So they're still just as strong as when they were forcing fights before.
Oh no!
As Faker is going in, does have another charge of the Spirit Rush. Is wondering when to use it. Does find the charm here under Casting as Owner setting up for it. That is a Justice Punch as Casting trying to get himself out of there. The culling will cut him down though, and down goes BDD as well. It's a double for Gumayusi. As KT trying to find some follow-up kills as the charm this time will go wide, despite the fact that Faker has been so incredibly accurate with that ability so far today. And now it's Baron time.
I think KT, honestly, the fact they got the Atakan steal, they got that dragon, they bought themselves time, and they used that time just to funnel into T1 and die. And I just don't understand it. I feel like they'd really put themselves in a position where, as much as the game wasn't in a good spot, it
wasn't fully cooked yet.
And then they opt in to just... I don't know what the thought process is here. I guess they wanted to secure the blue buff. That was vitally important, apparently. But even here, you know, they could have gotten out. They had ample opportunity to get out, and they're just hanging around like they're waiting for a charm to hit.
Yeah, and it did. And then Casting died. And look at the equalizer placement as well. It's like fighting in these choke points. Often it feels great if you've got a Jhin composition, but you're against a Rumble! And that means that it's going to feel a whole lot more difficult.
Yeah. So
T1 have Baron.
Yes, they are 8,000 gold ahead. 8,500.
Yep. Faker might be close to dying as Heartbreaker comes forward. He flashes, he dashes, and Faker is out of there.
Yep. So I mean, they've been some resources, pretty nice, and I think taking a window like that, pretty good. But ultimately, Baron's still available. Faker doesn't die. He's going to be able to TP back in if they want to keep the pressure up. And
KT, it's like they don't think that they're weaker or anything. They just want to keep fighting.
Yeah, they're just oblivious to the concept of, you know, often teams are like, okay, they AD carries a whole item on ours.
They don't understand what weakness is, Orcs. That's how it works.
You're so right.
Equalizer goes down. There's a Glacial Fissure as well as Faker. Gorgeous wraparound, and you kill the Viego, and you cut the legs out from under KT. Now they just have to wait. Inner turret does fall down. They invest a bit in order to get it, but they will get so much for that investment. The returns are looking good as they take down the first inhibitor of the game. And T1, this game one, looking definitely like they have it in the bag. Still taking a bit of damage here. BDD does need to be respected. But it looks like that's exactly what T1 are going to do. They will take down this inhibitor turret at the same time as Faker once again throws out the ulti. This time doesn't hit the charm, but he doesn't have to.
So much damage done to the base here. And now they can just back away. Dragon up for 30 seconds. They can probably reset before that with the Barons. And KT's base in a bit of a shambles. Goal lead now over 10,000.
Do you want to hear the cope? I got the cope.
Hit me with it.
So now, KT's lanes are going to be consistently pushing in. They can get farm on their carries.
That's so true, actually.
And they managed to get the most recent Hextech Dragon. And so it's only Soul Point that T1 are able to pick up.
Yes, exactly. So it was all planned.
You need to buy, like, okay, never mind. They are so far away from their base. And now T1 are looking to cut them down once again. Casting in an awkward spot. Magnetstorm connects onto just Faker as now Owner goes in and buys so much space. Casting able to flash his way out, but Owner is able to follow him. Doran goes golden in the nick of time as well, as KT are just losing members one after the other. But BDD finding a huge shuffle. Oh! Gumayushi, my god, the damage is absurd! And BDD is still here. The Sand Soldiers are set up, and he goes golden just in time. But he is the last man, and BDD cannot do it alone. That's what we've been learning this whole year. And T1 will walk forward and finish off game one.
I feel like some of the fights even, KT were playing pretty well, but they're just so far behind, and they just opt into every single fight. T1 cool, calm, and collected.
9-1 and 9 for Owner on this Xin Zhao. It is his best champion, and he keeps getting it every series. Nexus goes down, and T1 will be victorious in the first game. It's a best of 3. Still need to keep your heads in the game. KT gonna have to find so much more if they want to stay in it.
I just, you know what it is? I think we talked about the hype behind KT.
Yep.
And it just felt like they were feeling it. They were feeling themselves in game.
Well, I mean, doing your own like roadshow, the KT homecoming here, all of the fans, is there anything that epitomizes getting excited for KT more?
No, there really isn't. And you know what? It felt like we'd look at the gold lead, and it wasn't as if KT didn't think there was a gold disadvantage. It felt like they thought they were in T1's position. They had the gold lead. They had that composition. They're like, we have to fight every single time. And I just, you know, I don't think you did. I think, you know, going into game 2, obviously, Owner's not going to be able to get his Xin Zhao. That's going to be some solid things. We're not going to be able to see the Paperman again that Viego didn't really hit. But you lose access to BDD's Azir, which had a great game on. But unfortunately, it just felt like the other pieces fell apart. And I think if you want to play like they did in that game, I think that's completely fine. But you should have a more early focus composition with stronger skirmishing around your jungler, because I think that was the advantage T1 had, is when it came to those skirmishes, it was just see champion, kill champion.
Yeah.
And KT were trying to play that style without that composition.
Yeah, and I would also like to see a lot more power on the bottom side of the map. I feel like Gumakeria just ran away with the game from the laning phase onwards, maybe giving yourself a little bit more of an advantage there. Could be good, but it is time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break it down, and then we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
방공 20초 기다려야 돼. 괜찮아. 카이팅.
뒤쪽에 아직
나 오긴 했어. 그만 뿌릴게.
아직 붙어 있어. 천천히 하면
완료.
괜찮네.
나 괜찮아.
우리 좋아.
공 8초. 아즈르만 생각. 더 갈게 이거 앞으로. 야 타워 있어. 가. 야 못 가. 못 갈게.
좋아. 야 와봐.
잠깐만.
좀 애매하긴 해 뒤에.
아즈르 노이. 아즈르
싸워 가져야 된다.
아즈르 사격 끝나.
끝났어.
노이.
그럼 끝났어. 나가 있어.
이거가 끝나.
나가 있어.
와 11호시.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the space as the LCK Roadshow KT Homecoming isn't going the way of the host team as it is 1-0 T1, and I think it was a little bit of a jungle div. Digon here alongside Chronicler and Wolf, and
yeah, I did feel like there was also, the game itself was kind of mid. The performance from the mid laner from KT on a draft that was kind of catered around his signature Azir pick was pretty mid. Some of the shuffles were pretty mid in that one. And I do feel like KT still kept the game pretty interesting and played pretty respectfully and used some of their scaling aspects and some of the defensive re-engages they could have to keep the game alive. But we need to see a lot more.
Yeah, we know KT has issues. I'm getting worried about what has happened to so many players. The DNF 2024 curse has seemingly hit Cuz because we've seen this man 1v9 games on Viego. And his Viego was just, that's the linchpin of how the early game and the composition works, and it just wasn't good. And as Wolf was saying, I kind of want to echo, BDD is in no way, shape, or form at fault. But they banned Talia. They first pick his Azir instead of going for something like the Zinza, which you know Owner is going to pick up, and Owner is the best performing player on the enemy team. And then I didn't think he quite hit the mark, and I think that we're slowly seeing him starting to taper off compared to where he was a while back.
well, before we could get to the mid game, we had a couple of fights here that went the way of T1, and it was close. It was close for KT, but they did not stop the bleeding. They just made it worse.
I think chasing KT here is incredibly risky into this composition that KT has because they have a Jhin, right? And this, choke point equalizer here is completely avoided by Duckdom. It's the timing in which Cuz decides to go in here to try to get the reset that really concerned me and Chronicler. Everything else, really no notes, but look at this opening here by Duckdom. Everything is perfect, but Paperman just went in a little too early.
BDD is on the way, and they literally kill Cuz a split second later. But they kill Owner rather, which could have started the reset. If you have a Viego, this fight is won, and you can win the game off of this. But he literally just goes in the second too early, and he W's into a Braum shield, then ults and dies. You need to play this more respectfully, because I think this was a big mistake from T1. In fact, they didn't get punished because T1 is playing way better right now, but chasing that deep while the enemy is zeros up, and they have a Jhin, and you're just all in a choke point, and the fact that casting had a great flash re-engage should have been enough, and you can sense some frustration. It's because T1 definitely won, but they also didn't have the cleanest game, and it was unfortunate to not see KT be able to use this opportunity.
It was a super punishable moment, right? It was a super strong, that's exactly what KT's comp wants to do. Is okay, all their tools are gone. We have the slow re-engage. Galio goes in. Everyone's in a choke point. You've got the taunts. You've got the long range follow-up. The Viego gets the resets. The comp and the draft was really good for KT, but the execution, you have to be way more crisp, and Cuz knows better. He's a pretty good Viego player.
Yeah, and to make things worse, literally 3 minutes later, this happens here, goes the way of T1, and KT are just then playing from clearly behind after that.
And now there were some Otacon shenanigans. There was a certain fight that was won by KT that shouldn't, but realistically, this is where the game kind of ended, as we again have, as the cast has highlighted, T1 wants these skirmishes, right? You're playing Zinzao and Ahri. Rumble as well spikes super hard. Lucian spikes super hard this early on. So KT just continuously looking for these fights, even if the setup isn't really there, isn't a great sign. And the fact that they lose this while the enemy Ahri, I think it was Ahri, was AFK pushing in bot, and they still lose the skirmish, doesn't bode well for any KT predictors.
It's just the...
Which was me.
It's just the judgment issues here for KT, Cuz's timing on when he wants to go in, where those fights are viable, right? When you actually need to be going in, when you need to be respecting the fact that T1 has full prio over this area, you don't have the numbers advantage, you're not set up like you were in the previous fight. That was a much better fight for them. KT still forced, and there were so many moments later on in the game too, where they just kept forcing down members out of position. And T1 is a team that always has been good at team fights, and even though we talk about a lot of their other issues this season and this year, that part hasn't really been one of their weak points.
No, it definitely hasn't, and to even push that point further, there was one more team fight where Owner was split pushing on the bottom side of the map. They take a 4v5, they're like, hey, we're still safe in this, and we're going to win out on this trade. KT kind of putting the blinders on and not really seeing the bigger picture, not winning out in these hands fights here. So we brought up the draft earlier in terms of putting the eggs in the BDD basket with the Zir. What do you want to see here in Game 2?
I want to see Victor ban I would like to see Faker, you know, maybe they have to ban Talia away from BDD because he picks up the Talia, they take the Victor away. Faker's champion pool has felt really small this season, so I think that's the simple way to start the draft.
I think the champion pool for T1 as a team right now isn't that deep, right? Owner is, again, the only one that kind of escapes the criticism there. But we've also seen Guma really struggle when his champion pool is pushed. But that does kind of require it to go to game number 3. I think that KT showed glimpses there, but they need to be on the same page. And they need to be a little bit more deliberate. Because I'm loving the energy that Peter's bringing in when he came onto the stage. And I don't know if it's always the calls, but they need to chill out a little bit. Because otherwise, if you just keep throwing the ball over to T1, T1's going to catch it.
Yeah. We did set it on the Saturday Showdown pre-show yesterday when we had the Gen G match earlier. It's when you're in those crowds, everything's loud, everything's yelling. Sometimes the only call you get is that very first one, who the target is, but KT need to settle down if they want to make that crowd in Suwon pop off for them to a Game 2 and to a Game 3. For Game 2, let's send it back on over to Atlas and Ox.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 1. I have to say, even though Wolf's words were a little bit harsh, they were definitely true. And I think a little bit of the chill out is definitely necessary, but not all of the chill out. I don't want them to completely shut down and just play safe. They need to utilize the energy of this crowd, but positively, you know? Go in when you actually need to, still have the gusto, still make decisions, but just maybe do them a little bit more coordinatedly and intelligently. And then everything will be fine, and we'll make it to a Game 3, and that's exactly what we need.
So what you're saying is they're playing well, they just need to work on the macro, the micro, the team fighting, the late...
No, I never said they were playing well. 400 games here for Ona and Gumayushi at the same time. Isn't that cool? Both of them getting there. Guma's like, why are you looking at me? And the answer is because it's his 400th game. That's why we're looking at him. That's how that one works. For this guy as well. And so congratulations to both Guma and Ona, and let's see whether they can make it a win. Based on what we saw in game number 1, it's looking pretty good.
Oh, it's looking positive.
Yeah.
But it is KT. It would be very funny.
It would be very funny. So basically, so the way a roller coaster normally works, I can draw you a diagram here, Orc. So it starts off on the lower part, the lower ebb, where you get in to the roller coaster, right?
Yep.
And then you're getting ready, you're shuffling about, you're getting your seatbelt or the bracket thingy all sorted out so that everyone can start going up. That's a lower ebb. That was game 1.
Right.
And so now this is game 2. So what's going to happen is we're going to slowly go up.
Oh, it goes up.
Slowly go. It's going to go chicka, 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 chicka.
Oh,
so
right, yeah.
The start of this game may not be the greatest, but then eventually we're going to get to a high point. We don't know, though, when we're going to hit the catastrophically fast, like, go down and do the cool loop-de-loops and fun stuff.
Oh,
and I'm hoping that's a game 3.
Yeah.
It does. And then it comes up again and down again and up again, and ultimately ends very low. And then you step out and then somebody else goes in.
But that doesn't have to be today. It
doesn't. You never know when it's going to hit rock bottom. And we know that game 1 was likely around there because things didn't look great. And so we're just learning a little bit about roller coasters, and let's see whether this is actually going to be the chugga-chug up the hill.
We know it starts low, we know it's going to end low. What happens in between?
Exactly. It's all about the middle. It's the journey. It's the journey that's the most important. That's where we learn the most.
That's the sort of thing I could see a very harrowed KT fan just saying.
Yep. That's me. Okay, so we have some bans already coming on through here as the Varus, the Alistair, interestingly enough, in the first round, and the Gwen, and then the Yone, Talia, and the Nico going to be taken away here by T1. Kalista first pick fills me with dread.
Okay, well, the Renata's going to come through as a denial.
Yeah.
The Vi.
Vi is available!
Okay,
why are we first picking Kalista? We're still putting our seatbelts on, Ox. We are still definitely putting our seatbelts on. We have not started moving.
Vax have some good news, right? You know which champion is open, which is really good into Kalista? Poppy.
Got it.
And you can't pick Poppy now because you picked Vi and Renata.
Right.
Yeah, no,
okay, well, they get their hands on the Elise.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't help but feel like it's just completely doomed already. Maybe they're relying on the fact that Owner hasn't been practicing very much Vi recently because it's been permanently banned. Haha.
You know, I remember he was one of the first ones to start playing the Vi, to bring it out. So I'm pretty sure he's fine with that. Oh, we're going. Okay, at least Sejuani.
Checkmate, everyone. Sejuani.
Yep. Well, they also didn't secure a mid lane. It is good. To no surprise, it's going to be the Ashe to pair with Renata.
Yeah.
Or is it? I actually think if they go the Xayah, more hope for KT.
I would agree.
If they go the Ashe, less hope for KT.
Yeah, I don't think Xayah is very good at the moment. It is good with Rakan because, of course, your level 1 feels a whole lot better. I think the Ashe definitely makes a whole lot more sense. Ashe Renata has been very powerful.
Okay. Are we going up yet?
Nope. No, we are not. That is maybe 2026.
Has anyone ever invented a flat roller coaster?
Yeah, it's those little trains that you have at the town fair.
Well, they're fun.
They are fun. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that's what it is. Unfortunately, it doesn't change. You know?
Yeah.
The experience is the same the entire time.
Yeah.
And that is not what KT wants.
No,
because things weren't great earlier on. They're okay with transitioning back to the train that just goes around in circles once they found some form. But that's not now.
Well, gonna see some mid lane focus bans coming out. The Sylas gone, the Aurora gone. Victor still open and available, which I feel like is one of the remaining priority picks right now. Rai still an option as well. And the Sylas makes sense, especially when you have Sejuani for that melee pairing.
Is it like, do you have to do something insane now? Is it like BDD Yasuo time? Is it BDD Yasuo time or something crazy like that? You got Fate's Call as well as the Arctic Assault for setup. I mean, there is a theoretical Yasuo angle, as Jace is going to be the final ban here on KT side, following up with the Yorick that T1 have removed. And so Victor is left up.
I don't know why they banned the Aurora. Like, I guess they're scared of it like being picked maybe as a flex or by Doran as a counter pick, but like I feel like the Victor, I mean, it was even mentioned by Wolf on the space. It was just such an obvious pickup here, especially when you have great engage already the composition, but you also have this Renata who's going to make it so hard to engage into. Now you have this insane backline threat. Yeah. So even if you manage to kill Guma on the Ashe, which is going to be hard with the Renata, you still have this Victor. And then KT are going to, I mean, what?
Oh, that's a champion. The Hui could do some things. We haven't necessarily seen that much of it. BDD is going to lock it away now. It does give them a lot of range. And that is Aatrox for casting.
Probably just Jax for Doran, I'd think, in this situation. And we could also go the Gnar as well.
Fire with the Renekton.
Well. Yeah.
This is Exodia from T1. There has been a seatbelt malfunction, and unfortunately the roller coaster has been grounded. It is too dangerous to actually go on the ride, and they've closed the theme park. You're in fact getting out of the roller coaster, and you are going home. That is what I'm feeling right now at the end of this draft. This is, I think when we load into this game, people are going to look at the teams and be like, how the heck did this draft even happen?
Yeah, well, okay. I've seen unfavorable drafts win before. So all KT have to do is just play better. They need to lock in. And if they can lock in hard enough, we'll have a game 3.
Oh, I'm so glad you held it together, because you almost broke. You were almost like, no, this is just cooked. And look, I think everyone can say that we're feeling like KT are probably not going to do very well in this game. And do you know what KT says to that? We've got you precisely where we want you. The amount of excitement that I have for KT's chances in this game are below 0. And so maybe that's exactly what they needed, exactly what they wanted. I think if they are going to win, it's going to be off the back of casting being a gigantic Aatrox in these team fights. Doctom and Peter are going to have to play out of their minds in the laning phase, and T1 just needs to do what their comp does, and then things will be fine. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Suwon erupting at the start of game number 2. Everyone pretty keen for it to go the distance. Of course, it is just fun having these events held outside of LoL Park every now and again.
Okay, there is one thing. We'll see when the runes come up. I'm really hoping that we're going to get like the more lethality build of Callista that we've sometimes seen.
Uh-huh.
We're not. Okay.
No.
So the reason I was thinking that...
I was going to say that had about a 0% chance of happening.
The thing is, we've seen it, and as much as, obviously, you don't have as much sustain damage, you're not auto-attacking against this T1 lineup. There is no situation where you're going to be able to auto-attack and you're not going to be just beaten over the head. So I was thinking, if you go the more lethality build, we've seen, last year Pays had a lot of success with it. You can play around the poke. Like, between that and the Hui, there is a good amount of poke. But they didn't go for that, so,
BDD is just pressing some buttons. And does actually manage to land that one. Gets the fake equalizer down. There we go, the double tap, nicely done. Death rate going to be hurting though, as Faker very confident on this Victor. And BDD will at least be able to have minion control. The AoE going to be much higher, even if he does take a bit of poke here in this lane. Having a look, Doctom and Peter doing a bit of work here, as Peter is very squishy. And as I say, doing a bit of work, Peter is going to have to go up. What goes up does have to come down though, as Goomer is just frost-shotting this guy over and over again, and Peter has to go home.
Yeah, you may have thought, hey, they burnt the heal of Goomer Carrier, that's a positive thing. But often we see heals just thrown down early just for the momentum in lane, and
they got it.
They certainly did get it. So Peter?
I'm surprised that Owner actually has a game on Vi so far this season. I thought no jungler had a game on Vi this season.
Some other foolish team made the mistake.
As Handshake coming on through there as Doctom by himself underneath this turret, trying to get some pierce damage. Does at least manage to do that. But these minions, a lot of them going to the wayside. Thankfully, Doctom does get the experience. He will have a slight in-roll experience lead. That means that Peter is going to be very low. As BDD, speaking of very low, is very low.
Yes. Well, no lane's really going super favorably right now for KT.
Yeah. There's no real follow-up to that, unfortunately. This is feeling a little bit better.
What do I say after that? It's well, they are looking for a gank opportunity. Peter's still level 1 though. You do need there, level 2.
Nailing it. There's the flash. Immediate cleanse comes out from Gumayushi as he's ran out of summoner spells.
Okay, 2 flashes.
Yeah, down. In fact, every summoner spell now down. Doctom with both of his.
You know what? It's looking a little bit better.
I'm looking at a 100 gold lead for KT. Yeah, that's where the hype is.
I'm hearing the ka-chuk.
No, you're not. You're not.
A little bit?
No, you're mistake. You're in the car.
Oh.
You might be going up a hill.
It was a road bump, maybe.
Yeah. We're going home, remember? Like, the theme park is closed.
They're looking for... I mean, this is Elise. She's great at diving.
All right. See where the carrier is going to go down. Remember, doesn't have his flash available. Good handshake does come on through. The bailout comes down, and Elise, like you say, good at diving. And so that is going to be first blood going over to Doctom.
Okay, this is good moves coming out. Oh.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, an Infernal Chain is going to land, and he doesn't pick up the turret aggro. So like you were saying, turret is going to reset. Flash comes out finally here as Ona going to have to flash and does survive. The Vi getting off to a good start.
Okay, so bot, got some positive momentum from Cuz. Top.
Yes, I would say as well.
That's a 700 gold lead because he missed so much farm as well during that situation.
Yeah.
I was already a little bit behind in lane.
32 to 18.
If we don't look at it, does it exist?
Yes.
Oh.
Object permanence.
Well, I'm not going to look at it anyway. So.
Yeah, it's a good idea because it does. If you look at it, does it make you sad? Also, yes. As Gravity Field goes down, BDD playing a bit aggressively here, crushing more. Not going to quite find Faker there, but did hit a few others.
Honestly, I feel like just watching the mid lane matchup has been the most soothing thing in this game and last game. You just kind of look at Faker and BDD going head-to-head, and you just forget about the rest of the map.
It is a good way to feel, because if I find my eyes drifting towards the right of my screen, I feel a little bit like perhaps the game is already over. So I'm glad that we can just have these moments here, having a look at the artist himself trying to paint the mid lane. And Cuz coming on over as well, seeing whether he can find something. Control ward does go down. And, we might be feeling a little bit I guess, not so great about how the lane, how the game is looking from a draft perspective for KT. But so far, they haven't made any colossal errors. They're down 500 gold, which ain't great. A lot of that to do with the Aatrox being in a bad spot. And the Aatrox is a linchpin in this KT composition if it is going to work. But still, I mean, it could be worse.
It definitely could be worse. That, you know, you've never said throw wins. It definitely could be in a worse position. They will be able to pick up the City Dragon, though. And again, it's an Ocean Dragon. Nice one to get in the early levels for that extra sustain.
Yep, and no one's around the grubs just yet as well. And so they get the Drake without having to sacrifice too much. And now Doran continuing to get this shove working out towards the top side. Casting, landing a few buttons. His Aatrox has been good.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the gank was at a really horrible time for him. So he's really going to be suffering.
Never a fun time to get ganked as a top laner, but that was definitely one of the least fun times to get ganked as a top laner. They're potentially looking for another dive bot now. Cleanse still isn't available for Guma. No flashes either. They can go for this. It's a little risky, I'll be honest. The fact that Peter has no flash, and they have the bailout, so we'll see if they can make it work.
Yeah, Peter going to come on over. They find the cocoon onto Gumayushi. He's taking a lot of damage. Does have the bailout as Cuz. Gonna have to get out of there as well. There's the repel, and Peter is gonna get Fate's Call back. Guma able to go down there as it is Cuz picking up the kill. PDD moving over another cocoon, grasping more, and Peter is taking control of this bottom lane. PDD loses half of his health bar, and Ona says, I know what time it is. They're ganking my bottom lane. I'm killing casting again. Let's see whether he can actually get this one down as Doran goes in, finds the slice and dice. He's tanking up that turret, and down goes the Aatrox. There's some more plate gold going over to T1. Faker as well in this mid lane. Might be able to claim a plate for himself. And so KT do get feats of warfare.
And honestly, the dive was executed really well. Obviously, there was some moments where it looked a little dicey, but I think the use of the ult from Doctum to reset aggro again, the fact you have two ways of resetting aggro, but also just generally how they played it, pretty excellent from KT. Unfortunately, that top laner is getting brutalized by Ona and Doran. So as much as it was nice that they got those kills in the bot side, BDD roaming over was the right move, but as a result, Faker got a plate, he got some CS. So mid still even, bot lane isn't that far ahead. Top lane is in a pit right now.
It is.
1.3k gold already, against a Renekton as well.
If you're a KT fan, just don't look at top lane ever. That's honestly how it's going to have to be.
If you have some like masking tape or something, and you can just put it on your screen across where the top lane part of the scoreboard is, you'll feel better about it.
Yep. Yeah. Object permanence not good in this game because the top lane is going to be permanent. And that's the big issue. Faker moving on over here doesn't have a lot of the blue stuff, so he is going to have to back away. And KT utilizing their bottom side advantage to grab themselves a blue buff. That will successfully happen. That's going to even out at least the camps taken by both of these junglers. Cuz having a pretty good game is, all right, if at first you succeed, I guess just keep doing the thing that you succeed doing.
Yep.
As Casting just trying to do his best to repair this lane situation. It's not looking great up there.
Oh, Ona is showing up.
Yeah, comes in with a Vault Breaker. And Cuz still sticking around. Let's see whether he's able to grab this, and he's not able to do so. 28 health is enough for Ona to punch through.
I think ultimately Ona, hasn't shown too much attention towards the bot side, but coming now to offer a bit of cover. The thing is, Guma and Carrier, because the summoners came back up, Cleanse was just being there, which I think is important, but both have flashes. Makes plays like the one made before harder to do. You kind of have to burn those summoners again, then you have more of an avenue. But I think now, top is fine. Ona doesn't need to give any more attention to Doran. He will just keep bullying, casting out the lane.
I think if you were talking to a KT fan, they would not agree with you.
Well,
that is not fine.
But I think Ona can just really start to put attention towards the bot side and protect his bot lane from any future attempts or dives, and then the game should be going smoothly in your favor. Peter, though, looking towards...
Ooh, might be able to deny a back here from Doran. A 4-level advantage to the Renekton.
Yeah, you will anger the crocodile, but you definitely won't be able to do much more than that.
Yeah, it's looking a little dicey.
Slice and dicey, maybe?
Yeah, slicey, dicey, acting all cool. B-ball in the school and all that stuff. Faker doing a bit of work as he teleported back. Does have his Merc Treads now done. Should be able to mitigate a fair bit of the poke damage and things like that. As KT looking to try and extricate some plates from this top side, they will be able to do so. But the same thing is happening on the bottom side of the map. Feels like a gentleman's agreement type situation. And do you know what it means? It means Casting falls even further behind.
But I think, you know, this trade is going to end up opening up the map a little bit and ending the laning phase early if these towers get taken. And I think Casting will appreciate that because right now him and Doran are kind of, despite the fact Doran is stronger, they're kind of in a similar position. That being said, Carrier is here trying to help Doran maybe get access to some farm.
I still think Peter away.
Back off.
Oh, BDD in a rough spot. As good Umbral Dash there from Casting to get out of the way of Ona. But this is just, both teams agreeing that minion waves are going to be eradicated and turrets are going to take a lot of damage.
And again, I think this favors KT. I think this trading where both top laners are denied.
Oh, Casting fakes it to the turret.
Get some CS here as well.
That's huge news as Gumayusi takes a turret shot, does manage to get the plate money as we see there. Carrier now hostile takeover available. Cuz looking to grab some grubs. First round were secured there by T1. And T1 going to be able to get themselves the dragon. So Mountain sold here in our second game. I find it so hard to stay positive, Ox. I'm really struggling.
Really trying.
Yeah. So far, it's looking okay, actually.
I mean, the Callister is strong. Because let's be real, if the Callister was not strong, it would be pretty cooked. But Dr. is pretty strong. They had some success in the bot lane. I think, again, you know, I said it, but I think Casting and Doran, if you kept them in the lane together, it was just going to get worse and worse and worse. So I think this is working out better, even if it's not fun for the Aatrox. I am concerned about this next wave, though, that is coming in.
Yes. Casting will not be hit by the volley. So at least his health bar is quite large. Faker taking a fair bit of damage here from B2D. And Casting can at least deal with this wave. So he does secure it, gets himself the cannon there as well. Still 1.5 thousand gold lead for the Renekton on the top side. Feels not great. Because doing all right in his jungle. There is the Callisto with a lead for KT. Dr. a lot on his shoulders here in this game. Everything else around the map as well. Objectives especially looking very even. A dragon apiece, as well as 3 grubs on both sides. As Peter is here to help out his buddy. Casting not going to be dying on this wave either.
Does mean that Dr. is going up against this Renekton. Both of them with the first item completed, but I mean, here's a cluster of all 80 carries. You're pretty comfortable.
Whoa! There's a flash. The flash comes out from Carrier, but it doesn't quite work. He's taking so much damage with the hostile takeover. He's too good! Casting has to flash away his Cuz. A lot of damage there available as BDD coming on over. That is gorgeous amounts of CC being thrown out by the Hui. The Infernal Chains will connect. Another knock-up as Gumayusi trying to run, but he's not going to get anywhere, and it's a double kill for BDD on the Hui.
Feeling pretty positive now. Carrier gets caught out. A bit of a miss flash as well. Doesn't get over the wall. And KT find an opportunity to strike.
Sacrificing Peter for the greater good. That's what they're known for. Is now Cuz fighting against Ona here. We'll actually be able to find a decent trade towards the end. And Casting with some spare time in this bottom lane. Oh God, am I thinking positive thoughts about KT right now? I think I am.
I am too. I think we're in on this one.
Maybe we went back into the theme park. We went back and we strapped in. This was the moment that it started moving off the platform.
Yeah, and a lot goes in return. Like the hostile takeover does catch out Peter and take him down, but BDD flashes over with such confidence.
Oh, the grasping more so good.
Yeah, catches them together. And then the snipe there from BDD as well. And this way suddenly mega accelerated in this game.
Yep, it's going to be painting the rift with all of his damages. Yep, that's a happy score right there. And let's see, that is first Heartblood actually going over to KT as well. So they get themselves feats of strength. Doran would have been pretty close to securing that one for himself. But he's going to demolish it now. A little bit late, still able to get there. And it's a gold lead. It's a real one for KT. It'll be eradicated very soon, as Doran, as you can see, ready to take that one down. So, still not too high, but you can see the blue numbers exist.
You know we were kind of joking about pretending top lane doesn't exist. But if the top lane is on in the fight, then they don't exist. So if you just fight around, you know, scenarios.
So you were joking, but you were right.
Yeah, if you're fighting in a situation where Doran isn't there, KT have a very significant lead, you know? Because right now, again, they're like 100 gold up, but that's offset just entirely because of Doran. If you ignore that 1.3k lead and you focus on the fact that you have these strong carries on the bot side, I think you're vibing.
Yeah. Also, if you hadn't read the patch notes, you're also probably feeling pretty good, right? Because you're like, oh, Renekton doesn't scale all that well. Now, really, really worried for what KT are going to have to deal with in late game. Level 16 for the Dominus is absurd as Cuz finds Owner here, who just vault breaks his way out. It's fine. KT
a lot of confidence.
Yeah, they are.
You know what?
Under pressure.
KT are playing like they're 7k gold behind last game.
Yeah.
But they're actually ahead now.
Fate's call comes on through. Doran not going to get knocked up, but the Cocoon is going to land. This is a lot of money if they're able to take down the Renekton, but it's a lot of damage if they can't. The Glacial Prison goes wide, but so does the hostile takeover. Doesn't quite find the value they're looking for, and now Carrier has overstepped the mark, and BDD, oh, he can hold him in place for forever. There he is, just eats him, and that's another one. 4-0-2 for BDD on the way. And KT, it just took having what looked on paper like the worst draft we've seen in the history of the LCK for 2025 for them to feel absolutely fantastic and find all the advantages.
They're just locked in, you know, and it kind of goes to show that it's not all about draft. They find the angles, they play around the bot lane extremely well, and here they find this great opportunity. And again, this is a composition where see champion, kill champion. That's what they were doing last game. It's what they're going to keep doing this game, and it ends up working out really well. Cuz does whiff the ultimate bit, a good dodge from Doran, but it just doesn't matter with those Rens stacked up. And then Carrier, I feel like so much when you're playing Renata, you feel like you're playing Kalista Renata. So you feel like, hey, I'm in a position, it's fine.
Yeah. And also, I feel like a lot of it was like, I need to be in range for this ultimate to try and hit, to try and save Doran. But then, because of that, he's looking over there and he is very out of position. They did get a teleport out of casting at the same time as KT are looking for their second dragon. First mountain will go their way. And you mentioned that KT just need to lock in.
Yeah.
This looks like a locked-in KT.
He looks so locked in.
They really do.
It's just...
And it's worrying. It's worrying to no end as T1, they're going to lock in on the top side. So this this turret under fire right now as BDD can clear out minion waves from a very long way away. Faker comes over though, so this could be a lot of money into the coffers of T1. Try and get them back into a favorable position. Rift Herald will stop that from being a reality as Gumayushi comes over, but he's not going to stop this tower from going down. And so mid-outer, pretty important one, as Handshake comes through. Cuz happy to eat that though, as they're just looking for another charge, and they will be able to get it.
Making some good progress, and again, the total goal lead not that big right now, but it just feels like the pressure is in favor of KT, and they are really making it work for them. The 2 dragons in pocket as well, significant.
You saw the confidence that KT had down 8,000 gold in the last game.
Yep.
If they at least hold on to half of that, things are going to be looking great.
Yeah, they're surprisingly feeling, you know, still very confident, but somewhat less confident than when they have a deficit. It almost feels like when you have a deficit like that, you're like, look, the game's probably cooked anyway.
Yeah, let's throw some Hail Marys.
Whereas this game, they're like, you know, guys, let's be aggressive, but we might actually win this game, so maybe let's not be too aggressive. Let's play it a little bit seriously.
Yep. Man, the anti-excitement tech of like giving over Vi for the first time, walking straight into Ashe Renata with a first pick Kalista, you know, trying out the Hui for BDD, all this sort of stuff. Doran getting that gigantic lead.
I thought there was no way this would work, but it's doing pretty good.
It certainly is. Oh man, we are poised for KT to let us down again.
Poised martially?
Yeah, I was thinking, isn't it Marshall Pose, not Poise? I always thought it was Poise to begin with, and then someone corrected me. I don't remember when it was.
You know what? I don't know, but
yeah. I also felt like Poise made more sense. But I think it's Marshall Pose. Sadly.
High conferences, I have to look it up.
Yeah, that's fine. That's absolutely fine.
We
have a little bit of a lull in the action here. A lull state, if you will. Casting doesn't have a turret here, and so he's probably dead. He has a lot of practice at being dead in this game, though, as he does flash away from the gravity well. Arrow going to be avoided. Does get the auto as well for the extra healing. But Owner is underneath the inhibitor turret now. Another heal comes through as Faker getting taken down low. The turret was charged up, but not charged up enough. And now KT are looking to answer this one with an Otacon towards the bottom side of the map.
She's just gone. You know, if that Q3 had hit, I mean, maybe even casting turns it around more, but at the end of the day, Look at this Ruinous Otacon, although this is an early TP from BDD.
Yeah, that is a confident TP if ever I've seen one. They have Rend, they have Smite. Cuz also doesn't have a lot of resistances as it's only Dr. hit by the hostile takeover. They really want to take some of these flowers down. Cuz with the flash away, Doran slicing doesn't find it. So not going to get the dice angle. And so they should be able to get in here to try and take some of these flowers. I don't know who was able to get the majority of them.
I think it was kind of a mix. I do think KT ended up with more, but I think that TP from BDD was early. I think they were concerned about the tower being pushed, but I think it was kind of unnecessary. I think he should have just stayed there. They secured all of the flowers and then backed away. But at the end of the day, they still got the buff. They still got a good amount of them. You can see they're on 29 right now.
Yep. Dom as well. Like, he got hit by the hostile takeover. He was shooting so hard with the Rage Blade fully stacked. It was absurd. Having a look at this again, Casting actually played this as well as he possibly could.
Yep, dodges the ult from the Ashe, proccing those heals, and then the moment where, right here, where he's about to get the Q3, if this goes off and hits Owner, the healing that he'd get, I think maybe he actually just survives a good amount longer. And then here, they were maybe just concerned about a push to the tower. Also, I did look it up.
Oh, yeah? It is Poise!
You were lied to.
I was lied to. Wow, that was many years ago.
I'm glad we could correct it. You know?
Or maybe I did get corrected the other way, and I was like so sure that it was Pose that I like just overwrote it in my memory. Who knows?
Yeah.
But I like the fact that it's Martial Poise. It does sound cool.
It also means when you said Poise earlier, it was very relevant.
Yeah, no, it was good. That was really good. And I'm glad that we've now figured it out. 400 gold is the approximate lead here for KT. Does it mean much? No. A T1 still in a fine position? Yes. But is this possible for KT to win? Absolutely.
100%. In a far better position than they have been before. And also, we haven't really seen this Renekton show up too much in the fights. Obviously, just have this lead, is on those 2-item spikes, but
he
has to, you know, we've kind of talked about object permanence, has to be there.
Well, Glacial Prison going to come down as Owner is going to look to turn it. Peter gets pulled back, and it's a fair bit of damage available here. Only one hit by the hostile takeover. That'll spell the end of Owner, as he does get bailed out, but unfortunately, it doesn't do too much. As Doran, he's pressed his R button and cannot do anything about it. So Soul Point going to go over to KT as Faker has said, I just want to kill this inhibitor.
Yeah. Okay, BDD flash burn there.
Okay.
I think ultimately Faker out of position a little bit on the setup for that fight, and Oda does everything he can to save him, but a pretty heavy cost to pay. And, you know, just like I wasn't super in agreement with that TP from BDD, not in super agreement with that TP from Faker there either. Didn't really achieve much other than chipping a bit of tower health away, so...
Yeah, it was a sort of odd one.
Guys,
very aggressive.
Mid laners TPing to top lane, inhibitor tower. I'd say 0 out of 2 so far with the impact.
Yep. That's okay.
Yeah,
we
Faker's
learn from our mistakes.
pretty far pushed up in this situation and just face checks essentially Cuz in this situation. And then it's up to Owner to try and save him to block the follow-up, even ults to Sejuani. That being said, he could have queued out, you know? Like I'm saying, like Owner sacrificed himself for Faker. That last Q he could have disengaged with, but I think they'd committed the TP from the Renekton. And they're like, hey, let's make this a fight. And it was just the wrong call. You know, you saved your mid laner fine, but the resources you bid, the Renata ult and the Vial just to save him, I think kind of indicated you weren't going to find the fight.
Yep. And I've got a question to ask you. Peter has only died once this game. Is that a product of good or not good enough Elise play?
I think it depends if you follow the barrel school of Elise play.
I do.
Then it's not. You should have died a lot more.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Peter. It's not good enough. You're going to have to start dying more. Because in that last fight, he went down so incredibly low. He was actually doing a great job of just baiting T1. Owner saw the very squishy Elise and was like, we can kill this one, take it down. But the use of the repel, the Fate's Call there as well from Dr. Beautifully done.
I think that's the thing. The combo of having the Elise and having the Callisto with the Fate's Call just makes it so irritating. In a situation where we've seen, as you said, Elises die 9 times in a game.
That they win.
Yeah.
As, like, you can see champions that die a whole bunch of times and they lose the game and you're like, that's just not good. But being able to die 9 times and still win the game and look fine is weird. And speaking of weird, Cuz going to just throw an ultimate away. That one went a bit Narnian. It's fine. They're still able to get some control here of the river. Gumayushi taking a bit of damage, but that could have been an opportunity for something.
I think maybe just hoping to get the cleanse from Guma in that situation, but he holds his nerve, manages to dodge it. Now down that ult for a little while.
Arrow is there, so Gumayushi can start a fight whenever they would like to. It looks like T1 want to as well. The arrow is going to sail over. Hostile takeover working out. BDD goes golden, but now Doran is in amongst the fight. Casting as well, though, with that World Ender, getting some work done. They take down the Renekton, but the Aatrox cannot survive, and the Chaos Storm is just massive. T1 finally finding themselves a team fight.
Beautiful engage there from T1, getting right on the BDD, and it was so unfortunate because Peter repelled, and in the end, it meant the arrow hit BDD instead, and I think maybe it was never going to be a great fight for KT, but maybe if you tanked the arrow, BDD could have survived a little bit longer, but I think either way, it was just a beautiful engage from T1. Now,
Doctarm wants this against Faker. He doesn't have his ulti, as now Cuz comes on over, and that is just a kill. Really nicely done here by KT. They're going to lose the Baron, but they'll at least take themselves an inner turret. And for a small, brief second, they had a gold advantage, and then T1 wrenched that away with this purple worm going down.
So if you look, the engage comes in from Ona, and Peter would have blocked the arrow, but it repels, so it hits BDD, and then BDD gets ulted. To be fair, I think he was dead anyway.
Yeah.
Just caught in the middle without a flash. And then we see the kiting comes in from Guma. They shred through that Aatrox, and the backline just untouched. T1. I think the fact that BDD was that pushed up without flash, I think didn't expect to get jumped. Speaking of didn't expect to get jumped,
this was very aggressive from Doctarm. I really like the fact that he recognized that without the Chaos Storm, it just wasn't enough.
There wasn't
from Faker to kill him.
Damage, yeah. And the fact that he had the Sejuani backup.
Terminus is also done here for Doctarm as well, so he's actually pretty tanky.
He is pretty strong.
Not strong enough to stop the Baron from going over to T1, though. And you can see now the map is littered with red wards as well. T1 in just a really good spot. It's not over or anything like that. We've got 45 seconds on the Mountain Soul availability for KT. They're able to get that. This composition becomes so much more durable, so difficult to take down. The problem is T1 have so much map control off the back of this Baron that this Dragon is going to be most likely a bridge too far.
Because that last fight and the Baron, if you look at the levels, Doran, Ona, and Faker are all level 16. And none of the top side of KT is. So you got the full points in the Arcane Storm. You have the level 16 Nectanol, which we've talked extensively about.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of power, you know. The gold is obviously still pretty close, but T1 have that advantage in terms of those level ups, and I would be a little bit concerned about taking this fight into them.
KT are not concerned about it. They are going to go for the fight. They'll get a cleanse. Out of Gumayushi here is Casting, possibly getting engaged on by Ona. Meanwhile, there's a Fate's Call needing to be invested. Peter gets himself out, but won't have access to that ability now. As Casting standing on top of a ward, teleport in from Doran. And Ona gets on top of this Dragon. Let's see whether they can find an angle here. Already Doran has taken a fair bit of damage, and now BDD needs to stay out of harm's way. The problem was he was in melee range with a Vi. Of course, she flashed on top of him. That made things difficult. But now you were mentioning the Arcane Storm. That goes down, and so does the Dragon. This ward getting so much value here for T1, the one behind the little rock there.
Yep. Just really able to zone them away. A lot of tools unavailable. The fact that Fate's Call and the Prism were down, and T1 able to secure that Dragon, and now looking towards his bot tower. A little risky though. Remember, Doran doesn't have TP and he isn't here.
Well, KT are looking for it. They're going to go for something here as Faker just sidestepping everything. Good cocoon defensively there onto Carrier to stop him from being able to do too much more.
But now Doran should be able to get this mid-tier too, and the pressure's still on in the bot lane.
Yep. And this is just T1 extricating money from KT's side of the map. Casting comes on over, so that tier 2 doesn't actually fall, but this one does. T1 move ever further ahead. Now 3,000 gold, starting to become a real lead. And the huge problems on the top side of the map. This Kalista still very strong, but I just feel like the value of the Kalista is going lower and lower. Well, and her range isn't super high, and Ona just gets to press the I don't think you should have any more fun button.
I think that's the thing, is this last fight, Ona didn't commit the ultimate onto Casting on the side, because I think he's hit the point where it's like, I'm ulting Kalista.
Yep.
That is his one goal, and that's what he's going to do. And it just makes it so hard for Doctarm to play it. And obviously, you know, I talked about the lethality versus the standard Kalista build. And yeah, he's been doing some great work, credit to him in this one. but I think these late game fights are just going to feel so unfun to play, because if you're in range of Vi, you don't get to play the game. If you're in range of Victor, you don't really get to play the game. The Renata ult as well is such a problem, so Doctum really going to struggle. He's going towards that Jack Show, so he will be pretty bulky, all things considered. He might survive the initial engage, but surviving and being able to win the team fight afterwards are two different things.
Yep. Mikhail's built by both of our supports as well, so at least Doctom will have double cleanse, so that should help him out. But I think BDD is also another huge component of this. Needs to be in a good position, laying down that artillery fire in these team fights. And so now, 3 minutes on another shot at Mountain Soul for KT. But T1 may just move to Soul Point themselves, and that will mean that we'll have to have the conversation about what Mountain Soul means for this team. And it is also absolutely terrifying, giving Doran more durability when his Dominus is doing so much damage is pretty absurd. As we do have 4 items completed for Doctom. Like you were talking about, that Jack Show is now done.
I think as well also mitigates the poke from BDD. That's definitely something they've been playing around a decent amount. If you have that mountain shield, really helps and that. But they're still a while away from the Soul itself.
We're a while away from, well, not actually that far away from a Baron. So 45 seconds until that purple thing going to be back on the map once again. KT with not a lot of vision in the area. They're going to need to start getting over there. So finally able to clear some things out. Control wards now being removed. KT to get on in, get rid of some of this vision. But not going to be able to stick around for too long. Reset's going to be concluded pretty soon for T1, who are now back out onto the map.
Yep.
Infinity Edge is so close for Gumayusi as well.
Yeah, being able to pick that up would be big.
Cocoon going to be connecting here as Ona gets pulled back by the Infernal Chains. Still gets over, but there's the Mikhails from Carrier keeping him alive. And the T1 jungler able to skirt away still. Yeah, KT going to look for an angle.
To be able to heal up a bit off this red buff, but he is very low and has no flash. So they are going to start at the Baron.
Oh god. And Doran now getting all that fury. Dominus has been popped. It's down to 50%. As Arrow going to get tanked. Fate's Call going to pull Peter back as Doran going to be the target. He flashes away. As now KT off the Baron for the moment. Doran in an awkward position. As Peter finds another Cocoon. Casting gets over the wall, but now the rest of T1 move on over. And Casting has been cornered off. The flash over from Cuz is decent, but Peter is just dead. This Arcane Storm is so scary. And Ona gets on in there. The flash on forward. Casting trying to find these Qs, but T1 are a freight train. And Doctom is dancing, but I just don't know whether he's got the tune, and he does not. Down goes Casting as well. It's a catastrophe for KT, and T1 may just win the game right here.
KT putting a great effort, you know, managing to find some big advantages on the bot side, but when it comes to those team fights, so hard to deal with his T1 composition and the excellence when it comes to fights around Baron. The Arcane Storm was the size of a lane at the end of that fight, and they will close this one out 2-0.
Yeah, T1 just a little bit too better here today. They put up the home stand last time, and KT got the better of them, and they return the favor here as KT set up theirs, and it did not look that difficult either. T1, a big return to form by the looks of things here today. We're going to need to see more if we want to confirm it. Still looking much better for them. And KT, yeah, I think we went home. I think the theme park was indeed closed.
Yeah, I mean, the car drive was pretty chill.
Yeah.
You know, it felt like if I had to think of a country it was like driving through, I'd say like the Netherlands, very flat.
Yeah.
Although there was that little bump, you know, I think a couple of road bumps we went through where I was like, a little exciting.
Maybe a turn a little bit early and you went off the bridge into the river at the end. May have happened.
The GPS said to go that way.
I know, and sometimes you just can't help it. And thankfully you didn't hit a gondola on your way down, you know? Is it gondola? What is that, the things that go down the river? Gondola doesn't sound like that. That sounds like things in the sky. Yeah, I don't know what they're called. Anyway, it's fine. I'm sure Chronicler will tell us. I think that guy is from the Netherlands. As T1 looking absolutely fantastic. Mata very happy with Faker here, as you could see. And even though there were some good moments at the beginning there for KT, it ultimately didn't matter at all.
Yeah, I wanted to feel really positive about it. They were making the composition work, but the goal lead was never that significant in total, and then they kind of ran into a wall with some of the issues. in those team fights. But I think T1's team fighting overall was just pretty crisp. You know, I think there were moments where KT definitely could have found advantages in those 5v5s and just weren't able to pull it off. So
let's have a look at some of the highlights here, as this was a good moment from KT. And in fact, there are a lot of good moments for KT in the early stages of the game. They just didn't amount to enough to get them a victory in this one.
yeah,
I feel like Vi might be a champion worth considering a ban on.
really.
Yeah, it did feel like in the late game, having the ability to pick your target and kill them
Well, do you
was
know how
really
many,
strong.
Do you know how many times it has been considered and put into motion so far?
All of the times?
So, in the LCK, 99 times so far. Yeah, so could have been 100.
Yeah.
Wasn't
No.
100 bans.
No, but it's definitely, at least now, you know, when we do the how things looked on this patch, she will at least have a 100% win rate. Instead of just like never being played but 100% banned.
Yeah.
So there's that. And honestly, like these moments, right? Like Oner did get like a big advantage from the top side, the fact that they were focusing casting so hard. The melee range Hui not working out in this fight here, and this was kind of the beginning of the end for KT. And you did really see that once it came down to these team fights, the follow-up on the Assault and Battery, that is now Cease and Desist, obviously, is just too much to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, this fight, so much value from the hostile takeover to force them away. And then they're just kind of re-examining the fight in this situation. Doran's like, I'm full HP, I'm strong. There's this low health, at least in front of me, I'm not really afraid. And then Kuz goes over to try and help casting, but it leaves the backline exposed. You start to get the resets on Arcane Storm, and then Oner's straight in on the BDD.
Look at it.
Doesn't let him play the game. Look how big it is!
That is absolutely stupid. That's what happens when you get 3 of those kills, and now casting and Doctor, the next one's to go down. Nothing that they can do about this one.
So weird to think of Victor as being a reset champion.
Yeah.
He is now.
Yeah, they said Arcane.
Lore accurate.
Yeah, lore accurate Victor.
Yeah, they watched season 2, unlike someone I know who didn't watch season 2 of Arcane.
Yeah, I certainly did. I still don't really understand everything. I felt like it was very complicated. I only have a small brain. I need to do the rewatch. Maybe I can watch it with Chronicler. Maybe he'll watch it with me. What do you think?
I already have a lot of stuff I'm going to watch with Chronicler, so, you know.
There's a long list?
Yeah.
Okay. Oner is going to pick up player of the match. He looked absolutely fantastic on both of these champions. The fact that he got Xin Zhao and Vi in this series, though, is pointing my head towards Score and KT and what they're doing. Oner has been top 3 best players in the league.
Yeah.
And you're giving him his absolute best for this series. And I would put that in the cons column.
I would agree.
Yeah, perhaps a mistake, even. I'd go that far.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult because it's one of those things where you're like, okay, is Oner, if you force him off these picks, maybe he still has an impact, but I think we can definitely say he had a lot of impact on these picks. And these are the two of the strongest, 2 of the highest prio junglers on the patch, so definitely a concern.
I would agree. He's going to join Gideon on 300 points here as well in the POM standings. Still got a while away to catch up with his former teammate in Zeus, but now it is time to hear from him in Suwon after the win over KT. Throw it over to the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Oner on the side of T1, who has taken a victory over KT with a 2-0 score. Oner, today at the LCK Team Roadshow, many fans have gathered to watch you win on the big stage. How do you feel? It's been such a long time since we were able to play in front of so many fans, and we really wanted to win today. And last time when we invited KT over, we lost against them, so I really wanted to get our revenge, and I'm very glad that we're able to accomplish that. And let's talk about game 1. As expected, they really shouldn't have let you play Xin Zhao. So, how did you react to Xin Zhao being open today? So in regards to the draft, I just thought maybe they left Xin Zhao open and that was just a part of their strategy. And Zinsao is definitely my comfort pick, so I had a really good time. I felt really great about locking Zinsao in that moment. And also looking at Game 2, Vi had a 100% ban rate this patch, so why do you think they left her open? There are a lot of OP champs like Vi and Kalista, so I think on the side of KT, they probably prioritize Kalista more. And I think the draft was prepared in a way where we were just going to have to split that priority picks. And then you created a comp that plays around the Vi Ashe ult synergy. So how did the gameplay feel? You know, it was pretty rough in the earlier stage of the game, but being able to utilize that kind of ult synergy, we knew that we would have the full capacity to be able to win that game. Yeah, the early game in Game 2 was a bit tricky, but you led the team to victory, flipping everything around with the best macro. So how were you able to come back? Well, we had a lot of the lane prio, because we had Vi, where you can take a lot of lane prio. You know, even though we were behind in kills, we knew that the global gold difference wouldn't be too bad, and we knew that we would be able to win through team fighting and a lot of the skirmishes that we are confident in. And on this big stage, another big milestone has been hit. Owner, you reached 400 LCK games. And what makes it even more meaningful is that Gumayushi has also reached 400 LCK games. So how do you feel about this meaningful record? You know, ever since I debuted, I've always been playing with Gumayushi, so I think that's just what led us to play 400 LCK games, you know. I feel like we both have stacked so much experience just together. So would you like to say anything to Gumayushi? Gumayushi, congratulations on 400 games. Let's keep on playing well, as long as we can. Now that you got to kick off round 2 with a victory, what are your goals for the rest of round 2? You know, it was a 2-0 clean victory in our first match of round 2. So I'm hoping and looking forward to showing you guys a great, fun performance and more wins in round 2 compared to round 1. And that's the end of the interview with Owner, and back to the space. Thank you.
Dear everybody, for that wonderful translation. Thank you so much, dear. Yeah, as it is T1 taking down the LCK Roadshow, KT Homecoming, ruining the homecoming. Digon here alongside Chronicler and Wolf. And Owner was the man running the jungle. He was the heartbeat and has been the heartbeat of this team all of 2025.
It was nice that this time it felt like you could vote for other people. I wouldn't be surprised to see Carrier votes. I wouldn't be surprised to see Faker votes. Carrier's Brom game, I think, was actually super good. And then, yeah, there we go. The Faker votes, I think, no surprise. Even though, obviously...
Jijitsu.
Yeah, I think they're war wins.
It's okay. I think
I don't mind them.
Thorin had a really good Rumble game and then dominated the lane, obviously with a strong matchup, and basically took his opponent casting out of the game and made him, until the end, kind of irrelevant. So
did you see those TP? Did you see that TP to top lane?
Look, I want to talk. I want to talk about the drafting, because Score is really going to have to. We're gonna have to see some improvements, because leaving the Vi over, giving the Xin Zhao over, this kind of stuff, I think KT has to work on this, because you can't talk about the series without talking about the fact that, like, the answer was the Hui, and we're like, okay, I guess, but
yeah,
I didn't feel like that was really a comp.
Wolf, I do agree. Let's pull up, if we can, my POM comment that might have something to say on this matter, because I'm really with you. Because I don't know.
You're like right there next to me.
Well, I am. Why are we doing this? This is arguably the best jungler at the moment in the LCK. And the only reason he's not is because I think Peanut in particular has been playing out of his mind. I think Canyon has had a much better season than he did in LCK Cup. But like, this was the guy that popularized Vi. And instead of just accepting that he should not be getting Xin Zhao ever, we give it to him, and then we have BDD on a 0, and I know it's his champion. But again, I want to reiterate what I said in Game 1. I feel like it just didn't pay off.
No. If you look at my palm comment, I think they forgot the jungle tier list and the jungler tier list at the same time. So basically what you said, just in terms of the tier list, like Oner right now is our best jungler, I feel. I think he's better than Canyon at the moment. I think we could say that. And, you know, when you look at Peanuts, some of his inconsistencies, like I put Oner at number 1, he's keeping this team together legitimately, and you gave him the 2 best picks, period, like not even close. Like there's S tier and then there's like Z tier. They gave him the Z tier picks. Can't be doing that.
400 games here for Oner and for Gumayushi as well. And yet another POM. Oner, you can do no wrong, says Ox, as he basically played pretty perfect.
He even won them the final game, because that game wasn't done, and it was Oner's engage that started it on the Vi.
Baron, the topside play, basically anything that happened in the mid game that looked a little shaky, he did not do wrong.
Hey, he did lose the Otacon flip.
That's true.
So,
That's true.
you know, he's not perfect. It doesn't matter. Like,
Said
what
pretty
do we even...
perfect. Yeah. Well, let's see what the Korean side had to say for us here. Helios going with definitely buying the Oner Vi skin. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Helios is a knower. Everyone kind of can see that. The flip side is KT wanted to play their own game, right? They put the resources into BDD and Cuz in game number 1. Didn't quite work out. Then they get Kalista, strongest AD, early game for Tukdam. But then they don't pair it with that.
I saw the angles with the Terminus, the Jack shows, and if they got Mountain Soul, would have felt amazing. But this is the final fight, right? This is the big moment here at the end. Guess who's the one who's able to follow up here? Oner over the wall. And KT here is so desperate to force this play. I think it's the right call because there's no other move. You have to force T1 to come to you and force a mistake. Peter just bails. The fight is won.
I want to give credit to Doran. I think that he has been justifiably getting a lot of flack, a lot of criticism. I think he was the biggest contributor to winning that team fight. He put KT in a really awkward position. He was consistently in and out of range, and he was the reason that Caustic and Peter were like not able to actually join the rest of the fight. He was threatening the backline, and tied that to his rumble. I'm just glad we're seeing Doran where we know he is, which is a great team fighter that within the LCK should be a very solid top laner.
His laning has been pretty good as well recently, very recently,
again,
of course.
We're talking like last week, right? I think the first couple of weeks of LCK were still really rough, but we have to give him credit as well when it's warranted. And also I think KT, unfortunately, despite any KT predictors, still not looking where we think this team should be.
Hey, can we zoom in on one of the KT predictors, the only KT predictor today as we show the standings?
I stand by it. I think that game number 2 and game number 1, KT could have definitely done a lot better. It was a gamble.
I want to say I feel like the demise of T1 has been vastly exaggerated. They did lose to Bro, which was very concerning, but...
B&K.
B&K as well, but that was a while ago, right? I do think that this team is right now sitting at 3rd place in the standings. They're at 6-4. They have shown their team fighting is still good. I think the big issues for T1 will be more exploited by Westside teams, and even though it's kind of scary, and you could see and imagine if you're Chronicler, a world where KT doesn't have taken the upset win. You imagined it? I could imagine it. I do think the class of the class of T1 is still stronger. I think T1 is going to bounce back.
You, of all people, are not in a position to give me grief over this, Degon.
I would never pred for KT, but you know who I would pred for? The next team right here. It is the Bros are back to close out our week. They're up against the DN Automotive.
You're not taking the burn?
Still looking
Responsible by
for
burn,
their
Degon.
very first match win of this season. Will they be able to do it?
Take responsibility. Take responsibility.
Yeah, we are taking responsibility to get back in the winning ways. Taxes start now. See you in a little bit.
makes me stronger.
T1 입장에서도 약간 이런 상황을 극복하기 위한 최고의 만병통치약은 승리거든요. D+ 기아도 강팀 연전이 준비되어 있는 만큼 져선 안 되겠죠.
이제 세 번째 세트고 시작됩니다.
이번에 이거 라인 할 때 뭐 되나?
나 미드 봐주고 있어 지금. 야, 궁 한번 쏠게. 야, 궁 한번 쐈어.
야 브라. 나이스. 빅토르 노플이라 빵태 계속 봐줘야 할 때.
나 여기 쐈어 여기.
탑 봐줘. 야 이쪽 봐야겠다. 야 그거 봐. 나 갈게. 봐줘 다른 빵태 줘. 이거 한 2번만 더 해주면 좋을 듯? 2번만 더 해봐.
나 아까도 했는데.
또 해. 아트 바텀 얘 이번엔 좀 위험하다. 나 나리 가야 돼. 얘네도 의식하는 거 같은데?
나 여기 숨었어.
여기 레드 쪽인 거 같은데? 아닌 거 같아. 나인가? 볼게. 나. 풀 있다. 잘해야 돼.
보랑 아래. 야,
온다. 잘 뺐다.
아트 왼쪽 가고 있긴 해.
아트 오른쪽. 빨리 했거든. 뽀삐 높이.
야, 나 가져. 야, 루시안 여기.
레드 꺼줘, 레드 그래.
난 할만해.
아트. 나 뽀삐까지 올게. 거기 해봐. 내가 잡을 때?
야, 죽은데?
들어가지 말걸.
안 보는 게 좋긴 했어 그냥.
탐식이 아타칸 이거 탑. 위쪽 시야 잘 잡아놔야겠다 이거. 얘도 따라오긴 한다. 나오는 거 처음 치면 되겠니 루시안 나나? 만약에 나오면? 싸움 하자 이거. 바론 시야가 아예 없거든? 안 쳐. 분 박았어? 맞아. 녹여. 왜 아타칸? 아 죽었다.
야, 바론 친다.
그냥 계속 교전 보자. 이거 너무 유리하긴 하다.
이거 원턴에 그냥 깡깡까지 가도 돼 이거.
빅토르 그냥 레이저 쏘면서 밀어내면 될 것 같은데.
자, 한번 쏴볼게. 빠치고. 근데 우리 애쉬공 없는데 이니시 없어 그래.
그냥 내가 공으로 그냥 걸상할게. 뽀삐 공 날리면서 날던가.
야, 저 온다.
나는 각 궁 그렇게.
그냥 날렸어.
위치야. 나
야, 빅토르.
빅토르. 나 터졌다 일단. 나 터졌어.
할만은
안 들어가게.
내내 높을. 빠지면 대봐.
야 위치한 거였어 알아? 야 루시안.
앉아.
내가 잡게.
끝나진 않을 것 같은데.
아,
하기만 해봐.
갑이다.
일단 용 나왔고 바로 3초다.
근데 이번에 칠 수도 다음 라인 관리하면. 치면 쌈 보자.
우리 레드 들어올라는데 레드 싸움 좋아다.
정레드 10초거든? 정레드 볼래 이거?
뽀삐 여기. 뽀삐 올래?
아 못 건너다.
너무 빨리 지 마. 잡았다. 빨리 돼. 반대. 아래 보자. 아래. 아 살아야 돼.
네 잡았어. 자 미드 가자 이거.
싸움 잘 해야 될 듯 우리가. 막을만해.
이거 나 풀 있어서 풀 오면 돼. 이거 나도 애쉬 막아줄 수 있어 라인 치는 거.
야, 죽지만 않으면 돼. 죽지만 않으면 돼. 야, 죽지만 않으면 돼.
잡아야 돼.
죽지만 않으면 돼. 나와서.
야 빅토르.
나 날라왔어.
빼자. 너무 봐야 돼. 갑이다. 땅이다. 나 용도 사용이긴 하다.
이용 좀 보자.
얘랑 좋은데? 나 거기 갖고 이게 이거.
나 뒤로 돌게. 야, 레이터 아래 준다.
야 내가 빨리 돌았대.
레이터 밀어내. 야, 루시안 거 빠졌다. 나이스. 야,
나 렉쳐보다.
야, 눈 탈게.
천천히 나 필. 잡을게.
야, 리니아 좀.
앞에
나 미카엘
쏘게.
세워서 봐야 돼.
나 치웠어.
이제 할만해.
치워.
반대 왼쪽.
여기. 야, 맞을래. 좋은데. 야, 미카엘게. 열심히 잡아야 되거든? 야, 잡아야 돼.
빨리. 기지 가야 돼.
일단 축할게.
용 뺏긴 했다. 릴리아 지렸다 막나. 재밌는데? 이제 애쉬도 좀 세긴 하다. 애쉬 잘 잡아야 될 듯.
야, 빅토로 이런 거 보고 싶어. 야, 빅토로 봐. 빅토로.
야 미드야 지금. 맞아.
야, 빅토르. 준에 있어.
돼? 야, 쌈다. 야,
잡아야 돼, 형님들. 나이스. 아우. 박사네.
나 문제 한번 놓쳤네. 아깝다.
자만 잘 수 있겠구만. 진짜 큰일 날 뻔했는데 이 벼랑 끝에서 오버가. 언제쯤일까 했습니다만 강팀의 면모 우리가 알던 T1의 그런 모습이 갖춰지는 것도 같습니다.
Echoes from beyond the past. The seed is sown. The spirit knows. May it guide me, for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name. A whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can you hear them? The wind is calling your name. A whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. The wind is calling my name. A whisper of the souls who never leave me. Collect your silver tears. Pray I reappear tomorrow.
DNF 화이팅!
케이브리온 파이팅!
게이브리오 화이팅!
Heck yeah, Ramus. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK for 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Orcs, as we get ready to dive into the main course of today's video games. And the final one for the week, the final one of our first look at round one of the LCK. We've saved the best till last. It's DNF versus Bro, baby. And we've got some big changes moving into this one as well. This is going to be a whole lot of fun to figure out how these teams are going to go with some newly rejigged rosters, you could say.
Yeah, a couple of changes. You know, maybe some that you'd expected, maybe some that you didn't. And we will touch on those later.
Yeah, let's keep it a surprise for now. Let's have a look at the standings, see where these two teams are situated. As you can see, 7th place for Bro, doing a little bit better than a lot of us did anticipate moving into this particular season. As DNF 0 and 9, it's about where we kind of thought they would be, but it's still not looking great.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's been rough on rough. Like, look, there's a lot of teams who've had rough moments, rough patches, who've struggled a lot. You know, we have 3 teams with -7 game score who have 3 wins. But I didn't think it would be this bad. I didn't think that DNF, even though they've obviously looked rough, the thing is their early laning often looks strong. It often looks like they're able to find some momentum, but then they just fall apart in the later stage of the game. And that's understandable if you're facing a top team. Like, that's a valid way to say, oh, they haven't beaten the top teams. But they haven't beaten any team. The fact that they haven't been able to overcome that hump against any team in the league, having played every other team in the league, is kind of crazy.
They are looking like they're finding a little bit more success here and there, and maybe with a recent change, they might be able to figure things out. But so far, I mean, yeah, Brion have had a pretty good time up against the DN Freaks, dating back to last year as well. And I don't know whether the good news is going to begin, but if it does, it's going to be with this guy. Pioshik going to be taking some time off, and he has been under a lot of scrutiny. Doiv is making his way in against his former team. This is a guy that played for the Bros and actually did manage to reinvigorate them somewhat when we saw him play last year. Now donning a different shirt, looking to try and be the bane of the Bros' existence.
And if I'm being blunt, you know, I think that Pioshik hasn't been hit. So I think this change has potential to be good. And on the other side, also getting a change, Croco coming back. We didn't know he'd been signed to Bro. He will now step into the place of Handback and pair up with Closer again. If you came in today and you were super excited to see Pioshik vs Handback, you will be disappointed. But if for some reason you expected Doiv against Croco, you're going to be pretty happy.
Yeah, you're in fact very surprisingly happy, because prior to this, they weren't actually playing in the LCK. Closer bringing back his mate. I don't know whether this is actually a good idea at all, but they do have some pre-built synergy, so there is, I guess, that. Let's have a look now, though, at the game that you and I are terrible at, Orcs.
And all the other casters
recognize faces. Yep, no, we're just awful. Now we need to guess the top laner here. Who is Dudu? That's the question. I think it's actually just top left. That's, you know, what I don't know, though. And it's a bit... Oh, no, never mind. He's the middle. So I messed that one up. Okay, jungle. It's Croco that's... sorry, it's Doiv that's supposed to be there. And I need confirmation that it's not going to be Pioshik or anything like that. There are 6 faces on our screen and 5 that are going to be playing today. And so who are we looking for? Who do you reckon could be the Croco here?
The Doiv, you mean?
The Doiv. And it is Doiv, and he's bottom right. That is a dope photo. I'm not going to lie to you. And Pongyeon is going to be bottom middle. Berserker.
Okay, yep. Pioshik's bottom left.
Top left is...
Berserker top?
Yeah, and Life is top right. What is it with supports and actually just kind of looking the same?
Yeah.
It's kind of nutty.
Well, we did so good there. We definitely got them before they showed up.
Yep. Pioshik still there on that one as... Oh my goodness, look at the Bros.
7 of them.
Yep.
Okay, well...
All right, Lord Morgan. Who is it? Top left.
I think that's a good guess.
Yeah.
I'm loving the shades.
Yeah. What, are they allowed to wear shades? Because it becomes difficult to recognize when they're young, but then you put shades on them? makes it even more ridiculous. And so Morgan is going to be top left. Obviously, I'm going to get that one right. I'm the biggest Morgan fan in the history of the world, but it's very difficult to otherwise identify everyone outside of the guy middle top on the right being Polo. Humbug is the guy with the 6 shades, and Closer, Hype there as well. Hype definitely changing a bunch. Is Bull not quite here today, but he's going to be there top right. Bull not looking psyched about not being included in today's roster.
You know, and this is really fun, but I just know that like Wolf and Brendan are going to be like, yeah, I got
11 out of 11.
13 out of 13. Yeah, yep. You guys are so bad at this.
They probably even got 14 out of 13.
Yeah.
They probably got things right that weren't even available to be right. I know that they did. But we're here. You know what? That's the thing. It's like when people watch like game shows and they're like, "Oh, you idiot!
I would have got that question right and won $1 million, right?" And it's like, well, it's
they don't understand the kind of pressure we're under.
The stress.
Speaking of pressure and stress, DN Freaks have not won a series so far here in 2025 LCK. So let's see whether they can do it today and whether Doive is going to be the answer they've been looking for. Much like Juhan did for Pyosik in the past, can Doive provide that? He can definitely provide being really tall. He is extraordinarily tall. That's pretty cool.
You know, if the winning team was just which team stacked up to be the tallest, I think they'd have a very keen advantage there. But yeah, we'll have to see what they bring on the day. Both teams with different junglers from what we've seen from them will represent a big change. I think there's other roles in a team you can slot and change a lot easier, a lot smoother than the jungle. But the jungle represents such a core for how a team plays out, particularly the early game.
Yeah.
That I expect pretty different looks from both of these lineups. So
I think it's so beautiful as well that we get this as both teams swapping junglers. I think for Bro, it's a step down, and I think for the DN Freaks, it's a step up a really long way.
Yeah.
And we'll have to see whether that's going to actually be represented in the gameplay here today. Top side of the map, though, is what we're looking at here. Dudu actually picking up 7 solo kills.
You know what?
I feel like in secret.
I'm going to say something. You look at the KDAs, 1.7 and 2.
These stats don't look great.
No. This shows they're true top laners, because if you ever look at like a top laner, even like a challenger top laner in solo queue, all gray KDAs on the profile. That's just how it is, you know?
Yep. This is the epitome of it. It is what it is. Let's just keep our heads in the game.
It's the true top lane spirit, okay? If your KDA is like, you know, Chovy had his infinite KDA over that period, that's not a top lane thing.
No. You have negative infinite KDA is kind of how that one goes.
You're in the trenches, you know, but you persevere. You sometimes think, why do I play top lane? But you always were a top laner.
Yeah, and then
that's just who you are.
And you always think it, and then you just re-queue.
Yep.
And you're like, oh, I guess I'm top lane again. Oh, whoops.
Morgan's like the 1000th gamer Renekton, lock it in, you know?
Yep. And honestly, Renekton got buffed, so I wouldn't mind seeing Morgan on it. I do think that this might be the time that the DN Freaks manage to figure something out. Because on the other side, the big experiment here for Bro is the Croco Closer synergy still there, and is it enough to make this team look better than the iteration that has Humbug on the roster?
That's the thing, is like, I just feel like Humbug was having some solid performances.
He's really good.
And, you know, they're banking on this. The thing is, like, I think Pyosik looked really underwhelming, so I think Doive, the bar is pretty low to outperform what Pyosik was displaying. But I think Croco, like, I don't think Bro's issues stemmed from the jungle. And I think ultimately Croco has to really perform at a high level just to not only match what Humbug has done, but then to show that this substitution was worth it.
Yep, I would 100% agree with you. Rapid Star versus Edgar as far as the coaches are concerned. Let's see who's going to be able to come out on top. I think Rapid Star's had a bit of a rough one to start this one off. You can see Punch there standing behind Berserker as well. See whether some of these drafts can look a bit better. As far as like the Valdez test is concerned, he does have some choice words for some of our coaches. They're not necessarily his least favorite, but I think there have been some questionable decisions. And let's see whether that has been sorted out as we dive into the ban phase. So let's see whether Vi gets banned first.
Wow!
Oh, wow!
Wait, you can ban Vi now?
That's crazy!
That's really interesting.
Man, isn't it cool to have a real game of League of Legends?
Yeah, it is pretty neat.
Yeah, we got that now. Okay, Yone going to be taken away. Closer, of course, a very good Yone player. Gwen going to be the mandatory ban by the looks of things on this red side.
Yeah, so right now, Rumble also being banned. Jace kind of standing out as that top lane left available.
Oh, no. And do you know what the worst part is? If Jace is left up, Morgan isn't going to pick it, so you don't even need to first pick Jace.
They might though, regardless. But like Xin Zhao, Azir.
Yeah, just pick Azir. Oh my god. This is really good heads-up play from the DN Freaks, though, to identify the fact that they won't play Jace anyway. And if they do, I don't think they're going to be too worried about it. Well, does Morgan try his luck at the champion?
I think they just go Talia, Xin Zhao.
Doesn't sound too bad.
Pretty big, good rotation of that. They will secure those. Now, for DN Freaks, I think you could go like Jace...
Jace Sejuani?
Jace Sejuani, Jace Neferi. I think are both good options in this situation.
I don't like Neferi quite as much with Azir. Kind of feel like just a tank would be okay.
Yeah, I mean, options are there.
True.
Pantheon, though, looking to potentially come in. So Pantheon gets secured, and then the Jace instead. So go for one of those AD junglers that can be pretty aggressive early on. Pantheon been pretty successful so far in the LCK. And then topside, going for the Jace from, the Sion into the Jace from Morgan, which is a matchup we've seen a good amount of times. Obviously, the Jace will have that early pressure, but Sion is Sion.
Yep.
Doesn't care and just scales up.
We saw Rich have a pretty good Sion performance. Took him 32 minutes to die, and it felt like they were hitting him the entire time.
Yeah.
That is the perfect Sion performance.
That's peak Sion. Now just become unkillable. Now looking at bans in the next rotation, Rakan going to get banned away. I don't think this is that great of a ban when you have Talia. I think playing Rakan into Talia is miserable, but...
They could have also picked it. Polo was a decent Rakan player, but
yeah,
not wanting to risk a Poppy or something like that, perhaps.
I think maybe concerned because, like, you know, if you pick Zion for, they could pick Rakan away, you know, maybe. And obviously on blue side, you can pick your lane together. So maybe that's why. But either way, Nautilus going to get banned away, so limiting some of those engage options. Still a lot of 80 carries available. There's only Kalista and Varus who've been banned out. We'll see if they start to hammer away more at those pools a little later on, but...
Yeah, I think if they start here, there's going to be another one taken away. Otherwise, it'd just be supports.
The Alistar ban's interesting. Normally we see red side will pick Alistar on 4 and kind of prioritize that. So again, not sure I completely agree with Beyond's support bans coming out of this rotation.
Another one is that Polo can then counterpick for support a little bit more comfortably if you ban the Alistar on red side. And so then you can pick your 80 carry and then have a better lane matchup, perhaps.
Okay, Ezreal banned. I mean, you could just take Rel in this situation. They go blind Braum. Interesting.
That is a choice that you could make.
So, I mean, here, DN Freaks have the option to go for a range support to try and bully this out. You could go something like the Elise. You could also just go for like a Poppy. Rel is also even, you know, it's playable, it's fine. You have a lot of options in this situation. You're just not going to pick Leona into the Braum. That would definitely be a mistake.
Yep.
So if they go on the Kai'Sa here, it's probably going to be Kai'Sa Rel, I would think.
Wouldn't mind it.
And then I wonder if Hype is on the Lucian train that we saw. Obviously, Guma have that game in the last one. Because again, that Xin Zhao, Braum, Lucian trio was really strong. Added Talia into the mix. And that is, you can't skirmish against that.
Looking pretty scary. Let's see what Life has to try and round out this composition. It will be the Nico.
Okay.
So they're going for ultimate lane power.
Yeah, I think the Nico, you know, it still provides that engage role to an extent, but has that range element that pairs, that deals a bit better with the Braum. You don't have to run into the Braum necessarily. You can fire the route from a distance.
You can also use Shape Splitter as well to block Winter's Bite to stop that from being as much of an issue.
Yeah, and they end up going for the Ashe. So, I mean, still, this is a strong bot lane duo. You're not going to have as much pressure as you typically would because you allowed them to pick up that Nico instead of them having something melee. But both teams, decent amount of power across the board. I think I'm liking Bro Comp a little bit more, like the Talia value, the Xin Zhao value.
Yep.
The Ashe Braum. 5v5s, you've got such a strong front line, you've got great backline damage, and those skirmishes as well are going to be very difficult to deal with.
Yep. If I was looking at this and instead of DN Freaks it said Humble Life Esports, I'd say that this is unplayable for Bro. But I don't think that Dudu is necessarily the same kind of Jace that you can see on the top side of the map. I think that there is a world where if this Jace is played exceptionally well, this game could just be over from the laning phase.
Yep.
But I don't know whether that is what's going to be the case here for the DN Freaks that haven't been able to find a victory here in the LCK yet for this season. Today could indeed, though, be the day. Can they topple the Bros, or will you show your support? I don't see anything highlighted in this chat. Like, what is going on, guys? If you want the Bros to win, you need to pay your bro tax. Where is the bro tax? I see none of it, and I'm going to require it. Do you guys think that Croco can make things happen?
I just get exhausted the fact we have to mention this every single bro series. You guys should know by now.
Exactly. This is actually kind of, it's almost inconceivable that I do not see these locked in. Finally, they're starting to come through. Let's get into the game.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Okay, I'm proud of you guys. Finally, the chat is highlighted. The bro tax has been paid, and we're ready to go. One guy even said Atlas tax. I'm sorry, dude, you didn't need to do that. It's just the bro tax that's required. All right, DN Freaks setting up pretty defensively here. I do think that it's a pretty deadly composition when it comes to team fighting. I think that they have a lot of ability to collapse and things like that. Counter-engage with Pop Blossoms and stuff could be really strong. But like you're saying, the core of this Xin Zhao Taliyah is going to be really, really hard to deal with. And bro, getting a great mid-jungle duo for Closer and Croco will be a great way for us to see whether these guys do have that synergy built up.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Azir is the number 1 prio mid lane on the patch, but Taliyah has a good matchup into the Azir, so I think having the Azir, the Taliyah and the Xin Zhao, you feel so good about this. Polo as well, with the Braum. I think Braum Xin Zhao, very strong combo. And it really makes the Pantheon's life difficult, because if you're jumping in to immediately get the concussive blows on you, knocked up into stunned, you're not having a good time.
No, I think Doiv is going to have to play this one out pretty creatively as we get later into the game. First, it's going to have to be some laning. Let's see how that one's going to go. Here towards the bottom side, you could imagine Berserker and Life going to be feeling okay. And Berserker in a good lane, that's it's going to be a very good story for DNF. As Life probably wants to get more than just a little bit of Blooming Burst. As he was hit by that, could have been a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think it's tricky because in an ideal world, playing against a melee character as Nico, you want to walk up, you want to be landing autos, consistent harass. But if you get hit by like a Braum Q into a volley, you're in so much danger, so you do have to be a little cautious.
Shape Splitter going to be helping out, but otherwise not too much as we're having another look at our younger versions of our players. Very, very cute. Punyan here in the mid lane up against Closer, doing okay in the lane for now, but has had some struggles here in the LCK, unfortunately. The mid lane has been a bit of a pain point for DN Freaks.
I'll say, because they put him in for that first series against Genji.
Yeah.
And game 2, he played Ahri into Sylas, and he was doing a pretty good job in the lane. I'll hold that thought.
Yeah, Dudu is going to try and taxi his way out on top of Croco. As When Becomes Lightning comes on in, they get the flash out from the Jace, and Dudu's going to go back home. That is mission successful here. First gank for Croco in the LCK for 2025, and it works out.
Yeah, it was a great time to gank, and it was the perfect time to flash from Dudu. I think flashing at any other time and you're just dead. So, ends up being enough to save him, but the wave is in a little bit of a rough spot. He will TP in just to try and shove that out.
Speaking of shoves, that one's going to land as Punyan in trouble. Closer is running out of mana, as another Arise will come on through. Punyan realizing that he doesn't need to beware of the rocks, for Closer does not have any blue to power them.
Yeah, the thing I was saying is that second match against, I mean, Genji obviously rolled them, but his laning against Chovy was pretty solid.
Could just flash his way into mine. Does not. They're just going to put the wave in an okay spot.
Yeah, especially as they don't have vision on this bot side. You can even see warning pings come out, they will just back away. So helping is Azir, just got a reset off there. Both mid laners will reset and no doubt TP back in. Bot lane, you can see a bit of prio in favor of the DN Freaks and top lane as well. So overall, lane's positive for DN Freaks in the early levels.
Yeah.
Oh, this could be a huge gank.
Oh god, okay, Doiv gonna come on it. Yeah, huge gank, monster gank, mega gank.
I said it could be a huge gank.
But it's not. But it's not. It's not. You're right, and it just unfortunately wasn't.
He was a little bit closer. I think he held out of vision for so long, but he could have moved in quicker. And then yes, closes the information, but he can't cancel the TP. Speaking of
Oh
canceling,
god, okay, Polu's flashing, Doiv's jumping, and I think Doiv gonna have to flash as well. His door not quite as powerful as Hype goes in as well. Doiv is dead, does get a lot of summoner spells for his troubles, but that is still first blood going over to the 80 carry of the bros, and that is what you get for your bro tax, ladies and gentlemen.
yeah, Croco was over the wall, ready to flash if they needed him, but the Braum and the Ash was enough to deal with that one. Pantheon, not really good at going out. He's very much a go-in sort of champion.
Yep.
And Life just taking a wander in the river as a minion.
Yep, gonna be coming on over. Croco dealing with his blue buff right now. As the Dan Freaks just setting themselves up. Let's have a look at this one more time. And it was a bit of a, like, it was a lot invested to make sure that they could get Hype this first blood, but they did get it for him.
Honestly, the W onto the Scuttle Crab to dodge the, I think, might have just been lucky, honestly. But either way, he was able to dodge that initial one, which meant they had to invest more to kill him. But yeah, Doiv not finding himself in the best situation. Not a great start for the new jungler for the DM Freaks.
Yep. Life doing some experimenting with his shape splitter button. But in the meantime, you've got a 51-41 on the bottom side of the map as far as farm is concerned. DN Freaks being able to mitigate some of the difficulties by getting a lot of farm onto Berserker, who is certainly where the money is made for this team. Doiv and Croco are going to spot one another. Level advantage here for Doiv right now. He's not too bad. Okay, Jace making his way back to lane. Morgan gets down towards these grubs first as Pungyeon going to get flung back once again. Polu comes on over. Emperor's Divide going to be blocked as there's the flash forward from Closer, but unable to actually get too much out of it. And now Polu's the one that's in trouble. Pungyeon, do you have a Q available? He doesn't, but Doiv does, and he's going to be able to grab a follow-up kill here for DN Freaks. And now able to move on over towards this grub pit as well. And you can see Croco was only able to grab 2 of them, so not going to be able to get the feat of strength or anything like that. Still getting the majority is great here for Bro.
Yeah, but I think DM Freaks happy they're able to turn that around and get that kill. Ultimately, like, it was a good play onto Pungyeon there, but I think they just overstepped their hand a little bit and disrespected the fact that the jungler could turn up, so...
I like the amount of gusto Closer had, though.
Yeah.
Flashing in when he saw something.
He
that many of us did not.
Blows and was like, hey, I can auto attack.
Yeah.
And he, well, he didn't sack him quick enough.
Doiv going to get spotted on his wolves once again. Hype being pretty good, aiming these hawk shots to make sure they have as much information as possible. Life will be roaming over, but you can see Berserker just catching this wave. Feeling okay. Hype's made up for the CS gap a little bit. But actually, after this wave is taken down, it's actually not going to mean anything at all. And so DNF slight lead as we move towards the mid-game. We have a Drake being started up here by Croco, Hype, and Polu.
Just don't think there's any way the Pantheon can really come in and contest this without Flash. Even though he has a level advantage, he's level 6 to Croco's 5. It's that trio, so much power between them.
Yep. So not going to risk it. Hype going to get spotted by a Void Seeker. And Doiv just going to answer this by taking down the enemy red buff, Dudu and Morgan. Fighting once again. Morgan's been pretty good at playing these losing matchups, though. It's kind of been his career. And so just existing as Scion is going to be the way he plays the game. As I say, that could have been a caster curse. But
yeah, they could look
right now.
Doiv could look to dive.
Doiv?
He could look to do that. Instead opts to reset. He does want to defend his bot side jungle, having just stolen away the red buff. Concern maybe that he could be contested. You can see on the way pings coming in.
Yeah.
But Bro aren't overstepping. They're not looking to steal away camps in return. Whether it's because Croco is concerned he'll be contested or he thinks top side is still up, he is heading towards that now and he will quickly find out what he has lost.
Well, Arrow is going to sail on by. Dudu just watches it. Doesn't even react. Man, ice cold.
Not a bad shot, to be honest, but just a little off.
Yeah, looks to do a bit of damage here to Morgan, who doesn't have a lot of mana to answer. As with Zin's out nowhere near, not going to be too much of an issue. So
the thing is, you might think Morgan looks low there.
Yeah.
But in fact, he has 2 biscuits in his inventory.
Yeah.
So he actually has like 1,000 health at his disposal.
And Dudu doesn't, so that's why he goes home.
Yep, which is definitely the right call. And I think it's kind of at the point now where Morgan could just burn through the waves and it's very hard to shove out a lane.
And he's going to just drive his way towards his bottom side, as you can see. Train coming on down. And and always satisfying to see the entire back wave get eliminated.
Oh, he did get that.
Oh, I was so worried. Yeah,
and
thankfully
Jonas
gets
was
the
ready to zoom in.
insta-pop Q. It's a dangerous one. Okay, Berserker here towards top side, and there are a lot of Pantheons moving towards that particular lane. So hopefully DN Freaks will be able to keep their key character alive. Life moves up, and Polo is going to waste a bit of mana on the fake one. There you go.
And I think, you know, surprisingly, being that we always talk about the Bro and Brew,
yeah,
Bro are pretty happy with this game going a little bit slower paced.
Oh, yeah. I also think DN Freaks are also probably pretty happy about it.
Yeah?
I don't think anyone wants to make any sudden moves, you know? In the last game, we had KT doing insane things all the time, T1 making snap decisions and stuff like that. This is going to be about indecision. Okay, gentlemen, that is what this series is going to be. It's about not being able to trust your instincts, but still needing to make plays if you want to ever win the game. And we'll see who's going to be able to make the right calls, see whether that first, you know, instinctual move is actually going to pay off, or whether it will be the death nail.
I just worry for when Adakan spawns, you know?
Oh god, yeah.
It is the bane of so many teams.
It is indeed.
Specifically, these two are examples I would give. Now, though, setting up for the Grubs.
Yep.
We are getting a recall from the Azir, though, so he'll have to TV back in if he wants to assist. I feel like DN Freaks aren't really in position to contest this. The fact that Berserker's farming the wave, the Azir's not even there yet. This could just be 3 Grubs for Bro.
Theoretically, there is a Killer Instinct available here for Berserker if they do want to get on over. Voidseeker is going to connect onto Hype. If there's a Pop Blossom Flash comes through, that's a lot of value. Weaver's Wall to bring Closer in, though. And now Croco is looking to turn it. Life just gets eviscerated in an instant as Pungyan does make his way out and gets out before the concussive blows goes off. Never mind, though. Closer gets over that wall and takes him out. And now Dove and Berserker needing to leave. And Bro just having the answers here.
And ultimately, as much as Live caught 3 with the Pop Blossom, the follow-up just wasn't there. You know, the Azir wasn't in position yet to do anything about it. The ult that came out from Polo did a great job of disengaging. And after everything's said and done, Bro with the kill advantage, although they're not able to finish off those Grubs without their jungler. We'll see the replay. So Life, he finds Sangle to ult in, but the ult from Polo stops Doi from following up. And then they just...
Closer's dead.
Yeah. I was going to say they turn onto the Nico, but they turn onto the Talia in this situation. And now DN Freak should be able to clean up. It was an ult from Doi that managed to get him onto the Talia.
Yep. One of the Grubs was taken here by Croco, who just values getting as much experience as possible. Maybe the Bros just don't really care about Grubs. As, yeah, this was a Grand Starfall. And even though there were rocks, it didn't seem to matter.
Yeah.
The old stabby.
The major stun came out. Dove now 3-on-1, having a pretty good start to this game already.
Yeah, I feel like him and Croco have both come out of the gates swinging. I think Croco making some really good decisions, setting up for his team quite nicely. And as you say, Dove is 100% of the kills here for the DN Freaks. The Dragon is going to spawn. This time there is a ward in the back of the pit, so the DN Freaks know what's going on, or at least they did.
They do have Prio on the bot lane, so feel comfortable, especially with their vision set up to look this immediately. We'll see if Dove is able to move over, but no ult, no flash. I think it's just too risky. It's so hard, especially both the Pantheon and the Nico have no flash. Pushing into this team, very difficult, because they're both champions that can survive a long time, but aren't tanky. You know, the Nico obviously has a ult and has her W that can sort of buy time. The Pantheon has a stun, but like, if you get hit by a bit of CC, you're dead in such a short amount of time. You're not Sejuani. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah. They could have been, but they weren't. A little bit more battle junglers in this particular game. Cloud Soul this time around as well. Earth, Wind, and Fire. You love to see it. It's not quite September, but it feels like it, you know? It is starting to warm up over here in Korea as well. Not nearly as cold as it was a few months ago.
Yeah, but normally September in a lot of countries is colder, you know?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
September's like kind of nice here, you know? It's like autumn. You've just had a really disgusting summer of just sweating forever. And it's a nice bit of respite before it gets so cold.
Sure, but is it warm in Australia?
I mean, it's the same. It's like the middle part, no matter where you are.
I guess.
Just transition season.
I guess that makes sense. I'm just, you know, the fact you guys have sunny December is a bit...
It is a bit confusing. But also, wouldn't the fact that it gets sunny at all be confusing to you?
Yeah, you know, we don't really deal with that very much. Oh, we do actually, no, we get a couple of days every year.
I've heard about those.
Yeah.
Sure, they're wonderful. Sunny December is fun, though. And it was weird having my first white Christmas. As Arrow once again sails past whoever's in the top lane.
Were you ever confused? Like, so in Australia, does Santa just wear like board shorts?
Oh yeah, all the time. And he drives a ute as well. It's fantastic. As Croco gets engaged on, but he kind of likes that Pop Blossom as the answer, but I think life is still dead. And Pungyan, he's going to have to do some funny business to get himself out. Does manage to do so. Voidseeker comes in, hits Polo, and he does not care. The DN Freaks cannot find an inroad in this game.
Nope, struggling with the same issue, just this brick wall that is Bro's front line, causing problems for them when they're trying to make a headway. It's still only a slight advantage in favor of the Bros, but there's 2 dragons in pocket make them feel very secure right now.
Oh yeah.
And the very early Mikhails coming out from Polu on the Braum here. So we'll see they jump on the Xin Zhao. Maybe thinking he just didn't have the backup. The wall comes in and traps Life, who just, you know, he's forced to ult, but doesn't really do anything.
That wall was absolutely gorgeous from Closer. Really nicely played. And Life's woes are continuing on this Nico. I feel like his hit percentage, though, is like, it's 3 on average.
Get a lot of people with the ult, it's just not meaning much.
Never done anything. That's the problematic part. Doesn't quite have the Pop Blossom available right now. Does at least have heal. His flash will be up very, very soon. So the next objective could be one that they could fight for. That's looking like the Herald right now. And Croco is looking to start that one up, not wasting any time at all. Okay, DM Freaks, are we fighting for this? Or are we looking for something else? Life pretty close to having that Pop Blossom, but not quite with it in hand just yet. They don't even know their health bar. Now they do, as Berserker finds a Void Seeker. Closer not finding the angle just yet, as Life really wanted to flash on in, get that Pop Blossom happening. Arrow going to come on through. There is the snapback and the immediate flash away from Doi. The DN Freaks understand that they're not able to do anything about this. As, okay, Berserker goes in, just nabs himself a kill. Nicely done. Flash Emperor's Divide, and Croco now finds himself in amongst it. Let's see whether he can keep himself alive as Pungyan sidesteps the seismic shove and then takes a billion rocks to the face and dies. Croco going 1v1 against Berserker, and it does not work. But Life is on the floor once again. And Bro win yet another team fight, this time with a triple kill for their AD carry.
DM Freaks trying to punish, but unfortunately they're not able to take out the carries off the Bros. Close on Hype, stay strong, and just deal with everyone in front of them. Yes, Berserker gets a little bit of cleanup, but ultimately Bro come out ahead after securing the Herald as well.
Yeah, really nicely played here by the Bros. And they're the ones that got the return, right? They were already up in this fight. We're going to have a look at it one more time as Dove gets engaged on. The Talia showing her value once again as well with the seismic shove.
Yeah, he gets a kite out before he CC'd. They see Polo being on low HP, and I think this is fine from Berserker to get this kill. But the thing is, they keep stepping up here. The shuffle comes out, catches his Xin Zhao, but he's got his ult up, right? And Berserker has to respect his threat. And then Hype and Closer just clean up the Azir, clean up the Pantheon, who's already low, and then Life ults, but he doesn't have the damage to really do anything here, so they just end up sacrificing 3 kills there. I think if they'd just taken the Braum kill and backed away, would have been fine.
Yep. Life's still averaging 2.6 people with his ultimate though, so that's pretty good.
Pretty solid.
Yep. 0 as far as effectiveness.
Ah, yes.
Which is impressive, but for the opposite reasons, you know, and not necessarily ones you want to talk about. The DM Freaks are going to try and defend their bottom outer turret. Just don't know about it, as it will be taken down. The rest of Bro still defending, making sure that these two are going to be able to make it out okay as Berserker is coming over once again. Let's see whether DN Freaks are going to be able to fight for this soul point that Bro are now starting up.
Once again, Dove, no ultimate, no flash, so he has to walk in to get access to this dragon. It's so hard against this team.
Yep. Shape Splitter is at least going to buy them a little bit of information as there's a flash. Nabs 2 as well, as Life is able to at least get something done, but it's another great flick back onto Berserker, and he just throws himself into the mix. I don't know about that one, as this team fight has Morgan in it. Pungyan being able to find the Braum is kind of cool, but who cares? Hype's able to shut him down, and this Scion, the first team fight he's in, he nabs 2 kills for himself and looks great.
just so well played. I mean, Dove is trying to get in, but they're playing this sort of bruiser line to block. Closer does, unfortunately, his flash is a little off, still gets caught here. That takes a ton of damage. But then it's just hype free hitting, just shutting down Berserker, turns onto Dove afterwards. He's still full HP, still healthy. And even when the Azir comes in afterwards, the passive is applied by Polo, his job is done.
Yeah, really nicely done. The Lord himself just said, no, we will not be losing this team fight. And the impact of having a Sion teleport in versus a Jace teleport in to the very middle of a team fight is about as night and day as you can get.
Yep, also when the Frozen Heart first item, which has just tons of value here, when not only is there a lot of AD champions, but like the Azir, even though being AP, the attack speed slow has a lot of value. So Morgan is just vibing in this game so far, but hype more than anyone. The Ash Swarm, really powerful combo, but you can see every time they try and dive in, he just hasn't been threatened. 6-0-4 so far. He's doing so much work.
Yep. Incredibly dangerous. 2 items now completed for the Ashe, Unitar's, and the Phantom Dancer.
Some fast attacking.
Oh, yeah. As the Archon has been started up. And sometimes, you know, we'd be talking about Archon being like, oh, this is a mistake. Well, I think the bros are probably going to be okay. That's my feeling. The rest of the DN Freaks are going to try and prove me wrong, though. Teleport comes in. It's an honest 5v5. Can the bros get something done? Morgan's been softened up here.
Yeah, you got to remember as well, the resist shredding that comes out, even if you are tanky.
Arrow going to connect onto Pungyeon. There's the flick back as well, just delivered on a silver platter. But the answering kill is going to be there. Mid lane for support, though, doesn't feel great for the DN Freaks. And Archon going to be left alone for the moment. And the DN Freaks not wanting to let it reset.
I think it's the right call from Bro here to back away. You got the pick, great, but unless you have a massive advantage, unless you're able to go like 2 for 0 with the picks, it just shreds so hard. Even though we have these tankier members on it, it's not just about the HP like being whittled down, but the resist shred that comes through.
Yeah.
Like we saw how quickly Polo just got exploded there.
Even Morgan was taking a lot of damage from incidental poke. Let's have a look at it one more time.
So yeah, Polo just, because his resistance has been shredded so much, and remember, he's not a massive tank. The Void Seeker comes in and helps secure the kill. He just does not feel tanky after he's been whittling down with it. He only has McKills as well, so I think, bro, you know, the setup was fine, they looked for it, but the correct decision was backing away, and I think it's showing them elevated a bit that they made that call. Because a lot of teams we've seen would have just doubled down and regretted it.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of that. Still, about 3,000 gold is the lead here for the bros. As Pungyeon,
man, you know,
denied the control ward. Feels bad.
When a Sion is played in a Jace and a Sion is up in farm and is tied highest level in the game, that's when you know you're in a rough spot. Because,
I mean, the Sion has the same farm as the 80 carries in this game. It's kind of nutty.
Like, we've had so many games, especially when we had lane swap meta, where picks like Sion would be, you know, down 50, 60, 80, 100 CS on the 80 carries. A fed Sion is demonic.
Well, let's see whether this fed Sion can just drive his way out, or whether he doesn't even have to.
He just walked by them, and the Unending Despair healed for 182.
Yeah, that's pretty silly. Oh, Shape Splitter, 6 points in Australia for that one. Between the posts.
Oh, you have your weird rules, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you
miss, you get a point.
You get a point, yeah.
And if you really miss, you don't. You don't get a point for really, really missing.
So how much? So would that? So that was between. So that would get the full points.
That's 6 points, yeah.
If it misses slightly, it's just the 1.
It's just the 1. If it hits the post, it's also 1.
Oh, okay.
And if you just throw it like equal distance even further to the left or right, then that's out on the full. And that would be a free kick for the other side.
Right.
It feels silly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you need to have some kicking accuracy. I don't know all that much about the AFL, to be honest. I always thought it was a little silly. Okay, Archon being considered once again. Things are dark, but Pungyeon's right here, so he is going to be able to give them an idea that they're going to be starting this one off.
It is
on down very quickly. Okay, teleport in. The Sion is going to be joining. That looks like the decision is, let's just do it. And let's see whether Nike was the right call, as they do manage to get the Archon, so they get the buff, but can they find more? That is just one with the Pop Blossom, but it might be the best one that Life has found so far, as Dudu also able to take down Croco. Pungyeon turns up to the fight so that he can just get recalled, and the rest of the team is also dead now as well. Well, not dead, but sort of dead.
Yeah, so it ends up being a 1 for 5, and sure, they're recalled, they're not actually dead. That's 1,000 gold given over, so I think you know, it's better than Bro getting the Atakan buff, but it's not good for the DNF Freaks. They take the buff off the map, but they pay for it dearly.
It's 1,000 gold, isn't it?
Yeah. You see the situation where Croco is kind of isolated and alone. It looks like he might go down, but he's in Zhao. He stalls for a lot of time. They turn out to Closer, well, Life does. And eventually, Croco loses his life. But Closer gets a good flash here to dodge the Azir, and then this is when Hype shows up, and it's like, okay, and Morgan got it.
Pungyon like getting over the wall and being like, I'm ready to DPS, and then immediately getting arrowed to the face.
That is significant, though. The recalls rather than the death that Croco had means they are able to pick up the dragon and deny soul from Bro for a bit longer.
Yep.
And I do think that... Oh.
All right. Morgan going to get McHale's, but still taking a lot of damage here. Tangle Barb's not going to connect, as now Croco trying to come on over. As Berserker hunting, does have the Void Seeker in the air, but doesn't land that onto Croco.
The sad thing is there were some pretty great spots for potential TP on a flank, but you know, Jace was already there, it's a Jace, and Azir had no TP, but that's a sort of play when they're pushed up like that you really could have seen an angle to punish, but it doesn't come through. And now as Hype picks up an Infinity Edge...
Oh dear.
Yeah. No one's that tanky on DM Freaks, but even if they were, they wouldn't be against Hype right now.
This Ashe is very, very scary. 7, 0, and 4.
I feel like oftentimes we see, you know, Ashe builds where you have a bit of more defensive itemization mixed in.
Yeah.
By third item, just so you can be a bit more durable. But this is just, I'm going to shred everyone. And with credit to him, Hype has kind of proven he doesn't need to lean into the more defensive angle. He can just massacre.
Yeah, and there's not very many numbers in the middle there, as we can see. So until he dies, I think we're going to give him a pass. As Life and Berserker here in this mid lane do have their Pantheon backing them up, but the Bros always together. As Closer there with his Banshees on the way. And Void Seeker's still coming on down. It's starting to hurt a little bit more as the AP start to come in. Sometimes you throw an arrow into the wrong thing, you know?
Yeah, well, you know, happens, I guess. It is what it is.
It do be what it be.
Yeah, it is at least a low cooldown.
Yep.
But yeah, taking a bit of poke, Polu a little bit late with a shield there. And they will just be forced out of the jungle by the DM Freaks.
Don't throw an arrow at that one. Unable to stop the back. As Closer does complete his Banshee's Veil now. And Berserker now moving towards this mid lane. Will they be able to take down the outer turret anytime soon? That's the question.
I do not think so. I think there's just so much threat. You know, you walk up, you get tagged by a slow, and there are a lot of slows on Bro.
The slow Bro.
Yeah.
One of my Pokemon of all time. I was going to say favorite. It's not really just not.
What's your favorite?
Favorite? Flygon.
Okay.
Big Flygon fan.
That's a pretty good one.
I was a bit sad that his stats were bad.
Yeah. You know what I've been pretty partial to recently? You'll know the answer.
No?
Psyduck.
Oh, yes. No, I do. Know that you've been partial to Psyduck. And it's not only because of Psyduck, it's mainly because of the emote pack.
The emote pack is so good. And then I got a Psyduck plushie when I was in Japan. I'm just like, you know what?
Yep.
If I was a kid, this would be my whole personality for the next 6 years.
Fair enough.
And maybe I still am a kid, because I kind of feel in that way.
Yeah, no, it's completely understandable. And Psyduck, very relatable Pokemon as well. You know, especially if you get headaches.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
You know, maybe Psyduck gets more relatable the older you get. And
I think a lot of KT fans are relating to Psyduck in the last series.
Oh yeah. That's all right. Shock Blast going wide as the rocks come on through, but nothing more really going to be discovered. These Void Seekers can start to get a little bit dangerous as we have a back coming in for Berserker. I think that the Nash's Tooth is pretty close. But yeah, the money is well and truly in Bro's coffers, and they are in no rush, ladies and gentlemen. They can take their time, and that's precisely what they're doing. They're the team with the big Scion, you know?
He is just farming up a storm, and getting an insane amount of health just on the back of his passive. 1,216 already. That health bar is going to look a little bit comical when you see it.
Yep, there it is. That's a lot of blocks being put together as Morgan almost took an damage, but did not. Arrow going to connect here on the Pungyon, who will be able to get over the wall. Flash out from Berserker is now trapped in between the wall and the other wall. That was a bit awkward, as now Morgan is tanking. Is he under any threat? No. He's not. Croco going to be dashing in on top of Life, but Life isn't too worried about it. And we had a lot of potential engaging and not a lot of actual engage.
Did get the flash from Doiv and Berserker though, some pretty big cooldowns to burn, although at the cost of 2 big ultimates in the Ashe and Brahms, you're not going to have this dragon fight in 10 seconds. Oh, Doiv.
Yeah, there's the Pop Blossom though, finds 3 in the backline. Dudu on a flank angle, but Croco's pretty tanky. Morgan's immovable, and they go 1 for 1. But there's the crash. This Scion. Oh no, it is despair, but it's despair for DNF as Berserker going to get ripped to shreds. And yes, Morgan is unable to be killed.
They just cannot cut through him, you know? He walks forward, and in the meantime, the rest of Bro is slowly mounting ahead with the power of the Braum, the Talia, the Ashe, just shredding any target, and Morgan is just unstoppable. They now will pick up that Cloud Soul, not going to go for the Baron without the jungler. I think they honestly maybe could have regardless, but they're going to play it safe, which, you know, fair enough. The engage does land on the hype, but Dudu's just not in range to immediately follow up. Apollo's immediately there to apply the passive. Morgan is just in the mixer, and he just doesn't care.
No, and he'd already been softened up. You know, he spent a lot of time, just him and 3 people. And Unending Despair is a broken item. It really does a lot of work as he just stands in amongst it. Jack goes as well, working out.
And he has a lot of health.
He does have a lot of health.
He is very tanky. And now with Cloud Soul as well, we're talking about that moving forwards from the side of Bro.
Yeah.
The chase down potential, you know, Ashe, and often we see Ashe go the, I'm not sure if he did this game, the approach velocity. The extra movement speed when you apply the slows. Definitely will be approaching with some velocity in this game, thanks to the Cloud Soul.
Yeah, won't even need approach velocity for that one to be working out. Morgan as well can crash his train anywhere he wants and then reposition a Q in an instant, which will be very scary. So yes, Cloud Soul, fair bit of value here. Not to mention Croco being extremely sticky once he does throw down that ultimate. DN Freaks not to be deterred. They do not want this Baron to go without a fight. That is 1 point. I'm going to give that 1 point as now Closer is diving on top of Dudu. He's out of the fight now. Morgan taking a damage once again. And Dudu is taking a lot more than that. He's going to have to flash as Closer. A lot of power here. Tangle Barbs will connect onto Croco, and Croco shrugs it off. He isn't too worried. Putting on finally not getting hit by these skill shots as Morgan just clears out the wave. Croco comes on over, but that is not the real Life.
He keeps, because he has a Sundered Sky, whenever the clone is up, he'll just dash to the clone and auto it and get the heal.
Oh, that's what it's on purpose. That's actually,
yeah, he's doing that to get a good amount of sustain out.
I like it.
In between all this poke. Now, it has been started by DNF. This is risky.
Yeah. Morgan's health bar is well and truly recouped, though. See what the Bros can actually do off the back of it as the DN Freaks not starting off any fight just yet as Dudu might be the target. There's the crash from Morgan. Pop Blossom, though, used mainly defensively, but Croco is dead. And now the Baron not smiteable on their side, and DN Freaks will be able to lock it down. They cannot lock down the team fight. Berserker going to get arrowed as well as they all just try to run after him. Look at Hype. He's going so fast. The Penta for Hype off the back end of the Baron attempt from DNF. And the Bros are going to walk down the mid lane and win game 1.
This is what your bro tax pays for.
Exactly. That's why you need to paint the chat purple, ladies and gentlemen. Because then you get magic like this.
Byron may be secured by DN Freaks. Doiv doing his best against his old team. But Hype has been untouchable this game. And they will be able to take that game 1 win.
Really nicely done. Morgan, an absolute monster on this Scion, I swear. Always in the right place at the right time as this Nexus, not long for the world as Hype just trying to augment the kill bar. And in fact, it's Closer that grabs a couple of them. The Bros make their way out, heads held high, possibly able to pick up yet another win here in the LCK as they march closer and closer towards maybe the Legend group, which is still somewhat in their sights, but 4 wins maybe not going to be quite enough.
And I think ultimately, compositionally, I think there are some struggles with the DN Freaks here. And, you know, we've said time and time before, draft isn't everything, but I think the combination of, you know, maybe some draft disadvantages and, again, the persistent issues this team has had allowed Bro really to run the pace of this game. They had some strong laning advantages, but they just weren't really able to translate those.
Yeah.
And I think Doiv looked fine.
Yeah.
I think he looked better than Pioshik has looked in recent weeks, but it just still has not been enough to take games.
And I also think that I'm glad that you highlighted it in the draft because I was a little bit tunneling on the not needing to first pick Jace and then the first pick Azir, an understandable thing. But Talia Xin Zhao is so incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
Not to mention, like you mentioned, pairing it with the Braum, which they locked in on R4. Certainly some things to look out for if you're DN Freaks moving into the next game, but at least they don't have to deal with that combo.
Yeah, I just think Blind and Braum, there's so many ways to punish it. Picking Kai'Sa, who wants to dive in, was not the play.
Certainly wasn't, and that was evidenced by the fact that the Bros walked away with a Game 1 victory, but they have to win more games if they are going to take the series. So, we'll go to a short break. The space will break it down, and then we'll have game number 2.
내가 빠져. 앞물도 세게 줘도 될 것 같아 이거. 야, 쇼부다, 쇼부. 진영만 잡아. 탄력이 내려. 나 여기서 뒤 앞에 넘어 볼게 이거. 야, 나 제일 싸움 볼게. 앞에 들어갈게 이거. 여기. 맞아. 제일 잡았고. 야, 바로 들어오자. 야, 앞라인 봐봐. 야, 방어풀이야. 미드 끝내자. 아, 이거 마무리해봐. 이거 마무리하면 끝나. 하고 와봐. 펜타. 뭐. 끝나.
T1 입장에서도 약간 이런 상황을 극복하기 위한 최고의 만병통치약은 승리거든요. D+ 기아도 강팀 연전이 준비되어 있는 만큼 져선 안 되겠죠.
이제 세 번째 세트고 시작됩니다.
이번에 이거 라인 할 때 뭐 되나? 나 미드 봐주고 있어 지금. 야, 궁 한번 쏠게. 쐈어? 야, 브라. 나이스. 벡터 노플이라 빵태 계속 봐줘야 할 때. 나 여기 쐈어 여기. 탑 봐줘줘. 야, 이거 뭐였어? 야, 그거. 나 갈게. 봐줘, 다른 빵태 줬어. 이거 한 2번만 더 해주면 좋을 듯? 2번만 더 해봐. 나 아까도 했는데. 또 해. 아트 바텀 얘 이번엔 좀 위험하다. 나 나를 가야 돼. 얘네도 의식하는 거 같은데? 나 여기 숨었어. 여기 레드 쪽인 거 같은데? 아닌 거 같아. 나은 거? 볼게. 나. 풀 있다. 잘해야 돼. 보람 안 해? 한다. 됐다. 아트 왼쪽. 가고 있긴 해. 아트 오른쪽. 빨리. 오기도 풀. 나 다음 야 루시안 여기. 레넥 꺼줘야 돼. 레넥. 나 할만해. 아트. 나 포필까지 올게. 거기 해봐. 내가 잡을 때? 나 죽은 듯. 들어가지 말걸. 안 보는 게 좋긴 했어 그냥. 탐색이 아타칸 이거 탑. 위쪽 시야 잘 잡아놔야겠다 이거. 얘도 따라오긴 한다. 나오는 거 처음 치면 되겠니 루시안 나나? 만약에 나오면? 싸움 맞아 이거. 바론 시야가 아예 없거든? 안쳐. 품 박았어? 맞아. 녹여. 왜 아타칸? 죽었다. 야, 바론 친다. 그냥 계속 교전 보자. 이거 너무 유리하긴 하다. 이거 원턴에 그냥 땅땅까지 가도 돼 이거. 빅토르 그냥 레이저 쏘면서 밀어내면 될 것 같은데. 나 한번 쏴볼게. 치고. 근데 우리 애쉬공 없는데 이니시 없어 우리. 그냥 내가 공으로 그냥 걸상할게. 뽀삐 공 날리면서 날던가. 야, 저 온다. 나는 각 궁에 그렇게. 그냥 날렸어. 위치야. 나 빅토르. 괜찮아 높을. 나 터졌다 일단. 할만은 안 터졌어. 내내 높을. 빠지면 해봐. 야, 위치한 거였어. 야, 루시안. 앉아. 내가 잡게. 끝나진 않을 것 같은데. 하기만 해봐. 갑이다. 얘들 용 나왔고 바로 3초다. 근데 이번에 7초도 다음 라인 관리하면 치면 싸움 보자. 우리 레드 들어올라는데 레드 싸움 좋아다. 정레드 10초거든? 정레드 볼래 이거? 뽀삐 여기. 뽀삐 올래? 못 가도 나. 너무 빨리 지 마. 빨리 돼. 아래.
아래 보자. 아래.
살아야 돼. 잡았어. 자, 미드 가자 이거.
싸움 잘 해야 될 거 우리가. 막을만해. 이거 나 풀 있어서 풀 오면 돼.
이거 나도 AC 막아줄 수 있어 라인 치는 거.
야, 죽지만 하면 돼. 죽지만 하면 돼. 죽지만 하면 돼.
잡아야 돼.
죽지만 하면 돼. 나와.
야, 빅토르. 나 날라왔어. 빼자.
너무 봐야 돼. 갑이다.
상했다. 나 용도 사용이긴 하다.
이형 좀 보자.
얘랑 좋은데? 나 거기 갖고 이게 이거.
나 뒤로 돌게. 야, 레이터 아래 둔다.
야, 내가 갈리 보았대.
레이터 밀어내.
야, 루시안코 빠졌다. 나이스. 야, 레이코 보다.
한번?
야, 눈 탁게.
천천히. 나 피해. 잡을게. 야, 리니아는.
앞에 나 미카이 써볼게.
세워서 봐야 돼.
한 치웠어. 이제 할만해. 치워.
반대 왼쪽.
여기. 야, 더 달려. 좋은데. 야, 미카이 해줄게. 열심히 잡아야 되거든? 야, 열심히 잡아야 돼.
빨리. 기지가 돼.
일단 축할게.
용 뺏긴 했다.
와, 릴리아 지렸다 방금.
재밌는데? 이제 애쉬도 좀 세긴 하다. 애쉬 잘 잡아야 될 듯.
야, 빅토르 이런 거 보고 싶어. 야, 빅토르 봐. 빅토르. 야, 에비데 지금. 맞아.
빅토르. 준에 있어. 돼?
야, 쌈다. 야, 잡아야 돼, 형님들.
나이스. 아우.
빡세네. 나 문제 한번 놓쳤네.
아깝다. 자만 잘 수 있겠구만.
진짜 큰일 날 뻔했는데 이 벼랑 끝에서 오버가 언제쯤일까 했습니다. 막 강팀의 면모 우리가 알던 T1의 그런 모습이 갖춰지는 것도 같습니다.
Hello, and welcome back to the space as it is the first ever pentakill for Hype here in the LCK. The Bros go up 1-0 over the DN Automotive Freaks. Degon here alongside Chronicler and Wolf. That was fun for me.
It's pretty on brand that you're wearing the color of the former team of Closer and Croco last time they played against each other. It really did change the dynamic a little bit of how the team played. Not sure if it's conclusive yet after one game against DN Freaks against Doive, but looking better. Chronicler's got a lot of roles here.
What are you doing?
I'm calling team effort. That was all the bros coming together for
Effort left for a while ago.
Oh God! Well, don't remind me. It was kicking for a while in Challenger. No, I think the bros clean game. I definitely do think there were some moments. I think Doive looked fine. At least he's more proactive than Pioshek, but it clearly also hasn't fixed the core issues for DN Freaks, which is the team fighting.
Yeah, team fighting and making the right calls on objectives, target selection, making calls
at all.
They made a few calls to Doive. He went to the mid lane a few times, tried to make an impact. It's in fights like this where Life gets a multi-man engage, but there's just no clear synergy on what to do next. Quingyun, by the way, has his ult. Messes up the flash, still gets over the wall, but gets stunned. He didn't have his greatest game, unfortunately, on this Azir here. A pick that he's gravitated towards a lot. The second fight, Bro solidified their position.
It's more of the same. So we have Doive coming in. I think Doive was fine, but his team fighting definitely was a bit rough. That has been a big issue for DN Freaks as a team. And for Croco, he was definitely, I think a little bit overeager, went in very aggressively, but that is kind of his role in this fight. And I think the main reason why so many of these fights ended up being favorable is because Bro as a team did such a good job of making sure Hype and Closer got to play the game. And that was clearly the game plan going in, and we can pull up the draft as well. What we wanted to highlight, and here you already see the glimpses, but it's even, when you get to mid to late game, the composition of Breon is so good in front to back.
It's
right?
also, yeah, and it's also so good into what DN Freaks have, because their comp is looking to get on top of the 80 carry at the back, or maybe onto Closer, but it's just so hard with the Braum, the Scion, Xin Zhao, the Ashe slows. Like, you can't really ever get to Hype. So when you think about the comps and the lead that Bro had, is it really shocking that Hype got a pentakill? Not actually. It's one of the easiest types of comps where it was kind of spoon-fed a free and easy game here with this draft to find success. I thought the Ashe B5 here, or R5, was perfect.
And a better team than DN Freaks could have also looked this draft to go, we have Jace, we have Azir, we have Kai'Sa. We can also set up very differently and try to play more for poke, but it's DN Freaks, right? So every fight was just them kind of running into Breon, and then Breon using Xin Zhao's ult, Braum ult, Scien's entire existence just to keep their carry safe. And it was a really solid game plan. I love it when a team just drafts. Like, the lane matchups for this were decent. Obviously, Scion lose, but outside of that, lane matchups were great. And a draft that just plays itself, because I think for both these two teams, don't overcomplicate it.
Just to make it clear that that is not WTF 2 Xin Zhao's, that's a Jason in there. That threw me for a loop for a second. But yeah, I think we could showcase some of the late game fights now where you do front to back here. As if you watch Hype in this fight, they want to get on him, right? Like, Duda's here on the flank. He's like, okay, maybe I can collapse here. Maybe we can actually lock this 80 carry down. And Hype's playing forward, too, because he knows he's got Morgan right next to him. And then the ult here connects. Dudu's there. There's just not enough damage. And then Palu, an excellent play here, comes over to protect him. And the Hype is just like, Morgan, you still fine over there? He's like, yeah, I'm Scion. It's late game. I have a frozen heart. And then he just walks towards the enemy team and slows them and kills them.
And this is what we're talking about. Even though Croco dies, he's holding off 3 people together with Morgan. They use all their cooldowns on him. And then the rest of the team is just in a great spot. I think Bro played the front to back super well in between 2 teams that aren't really going to be able to win in another way besides just team fighting. I thought this was a smash hit. Actually really nicely done by the Bros.
Yeah, it kind of felt unique to have Croco there early on. Went for a level 3 gank, got the flash on the top side of the map.
Bill Croco.
He's someone, exactly, who has a way that he sees the game and is getting everyone else on the page, whereas before with Hambak, who had high highs, low lows, he was still figuring out how the team wanted to play. It does feel like you now have a plug-and-play leader into this comp.
Well, it's also, I don't, like, Croco had a lot of mid-game fights where I think he just died for no reason. But I do think he identified his role when the team fights came around. And again, it's the whole comp that kind of made it work. For Doiv, I think his early game was actually a lot better. Pioshik hasn't really been able to make an impact early. But then we need to figure out how to play fights for DN Freaks, because every single fight, it feels like we have 5 people that barely are on comps.
I honestly think straight up, DNF just need to play a comp that's super strong early game and just steamroll. So, like, they can make errors in fights later, it doesn't matter because they're so ahead. Maybe try to punish Morgan now that the safety of that Scion pick is gone. Try to play through Dudu. I know Dudu individually hasn't had that many strong performances, but maybe just send Doiv top lane up there. Try to snowball that lane. Berserker is going to be pretty self-sufficient. You get some early leads on some early objectives and then just win the game before we start talking about what 5v5s look like later on.
Yeah, just because it does feel like the Jace issue that Morgan had is now gone because it was played early. He got through a Scion lane. Top lane might be a way back on in for the DN Automotive Freaks. Starting off their second round robin, still looking for their first win of the season, staring double-digit losses in the loss column in the face. Will they be able to bounce back, or will the Bros take care of business? Let's find out.
Oh, that sounds dire, Digon. Certainly a lot of things that the DN Freaks do need to sort out. And I like that the desk brought up the fact that Croco does look better, but asked us to sort of hold our full assessment until we see a bit more. And I think that does make a lot of sense here, Rox.
Yeah, I think ultimately he did his job in that game, being very aggressive in the Xin Zhao, finding some space, but I think, again, DN Freaks just haven't showed that much resistance. We'll see. I think the expectation for Bro, based on how game 1 went, based on how DN Freaks have been so far in the season, this should be a 2-0 round out to the series. We'll see if they can keep that level up.
Yep.
DN Freaks, once again on the blue side, going to open with the Yone ban again. Obviously, they first picked Azir last time, which is taken away, so we'll see what they look to prioritize instead. They are going to ban away the Neferi this time.
So Rumble and Varus were the other two bans outside of the Yone last time. They are going to give up one of those, or both, depending on what they ban here, as the Gwen does get taken away. Varus still illegal in this game. And so the final ban, likely a Callista or something like that. Then we'll see whether Rumble is going to be the priority here for Dudu.
I think with how the bans are played out, has to be that first pick Rumble. But I think, bro, you could just respond with the Galio. I mean, you don't have to pick it this second, but you can just go for that and be pretty confident.
And it is then Morgan on another tank, and I kind of like that. He has more agency being a frontline in these team fights. That can certainly be important. As Croco is the one that's been a bit vocal here, trying to work out what he wants to be playing here in this game. No Xin Zhao for him. Not going to be playing the Pantheon, so a lot of the more, I guess, aggressive junglers that we've seen find a lot of success, especially with Neferi also banned. Nocturne, the only one that's kind of fringe on that front, as the Aurora and the Nocturne coming in, a combo that we did used to see.
The thing is, this is a flex with the Aurora, and we've seen the Aurora played into the Rumble as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, Aurora top, seeming likely, but Closer's had some phenomenal performances on it, so you can't really fully bank on that. I think it's a pretty smart 1-2 from the bros. Now, the DM Freaks looking at potentially a Wukong. There's a lot of team fighting power for the DM Freaks. And then Ahri as well. I think when they've been struggling in team fights, it's just throwing a lot of team fight power in, but you are dealing with an Aurora Nocturne already, which can make things pretty messy.
Yeah, I like going for the Ahri though, sticking to more of like these pick-based opportunities that you can potentially find. If Pungyeon does have a decent game, they may not even have to coordinate a team fight. That would be probably good.
Sylas would be pretty huge here, but instead they're going to opt to put the Aurora in the mid lane and put the Yorick in the top lane.
Yeah, and remember, Morgan was the first one to find a victory on this champion, and he looked pretty good while he was doing it.
So this kind of reshapes how the comp really wants to function, because you sacrifice a lot of team fighting power by going for that Yorick in the top lane, but in return you have guaranteed side lane pressure in the late stages of the game.
Yeah,
and you have the Nocturne and the Aurora, who are both really good at punishing isolated targets. So I think you end up in a scenario where the Freaks have to consider how they're going to play a wider map state when it comes to the later stages, because they may be confident in fights, but it's not always going to be down to the fights when it comes to the later stages of this game.
Yeah, the 1-3-1 is terrifying from Brion, especially with the fact that Aurora is also very safe in side lanes with her stealth, being able to move through your circles and stuff like that. Certainly going to be possible.
This is a harder composition to execute for Bro, though, compared to what we saw before, which was very much just front to back, take the fight. So
see how they're going to be able to coordinate it, as the Ezreal going to be taken away from Hype. And after his pentakill in the last game, I think making him feel as uncomfortable as possible is going to be a good move.
Honestly, particularly with how DM Freaks want to play this composition, I feel like taking away Xayah or even Rakan could be good here. I think Xayah Rakan would work well for Bro, because then they can kind of stay safe but still have those engage options.
Yep.
We often see when teams want to like dive on the enemy AD carry, it's like Ezreal Xayah are the bans. So we'll see if they think similarly. They go for the Poppy. A good denial pick. I think it makes sense to ban that away, but did Bro just go Rakan here? Yep, they do. I'm not too surprised there. And the thing is as well, think about DM Freak's composition, how much they would love to have a Kai'Sa with this, but it's been picked already in the last game.
Yeah, but I don't mind Xayah denial, because of course, like you said already, it would feel pretty good for the Brion composition. You could just go Xayah Nautilus if you would like to. Still having a think about it here on the side of the DM Freaks, and it doesn't really mean too much for how the lane is going to feel, but with Rakan already showing, you're probably going to be able to band-aid that anyway. Let's see what life he's going to lock in. Just the Rel. So a lot of team fighting power once again for the DN Freaks, and it's all about whether or not they can actually find a team fight in this game, when OK Brion are probably looking more to park their Yorick in a side lane and try and put on pressure elsewhere.
Yeah, with how much dive threat, I think Zeri makes a lot of sense in this situation.
I like it.
It does give you a bit of team fighting power after the initial engages. You have that throughput in the rest of the fight, but also just the fact that you could dash over a wall.
Yeah.
If ever there's a situation where Zeri's next to terrain, it really makes you re-question whether you can actually make an engage happen onto that pick. So
I also think Paranoia and Zeri are such a good combo.
Zeri does give me paranoia sometimes.
Absolutely, but there's also the fact that as soon as you turn the lights off, you just create havoc, right? And that is where Zeri really thrives, being able to pick off targets one after the other as the coordination isn't quite there. Paranoia is certainly helping out. Ghoulie Walls also might be helping out there as well to create some space. So we'll see how it does play through here as the Bros poised for a 2-0 here on the final day of the week and the final game or the final series of the first round of matches in our second round robin. This is an interesting one.
Yeah, I think the last two picks coming out from the DN Freaks, I'm not as convinced on. I know the Zaya's denial, the thought process behind it.
How do you pronounce that?
That's the sort of thing Chronicle would know how to pronounce.
Yeah, that did look pretty European.
Yeah.
I live a long way from there, so I can't say those words very good.
Well, you know, there was a whole thing with Britain and...
Yeah, you did send a few of us away, didn't you?
Yeah.
There was a bit of that. My family emigrated, though, okay, after that happened, so I'm not included in that. It is Spooky Ghost Croco, and I absolutely love that. My favorite Nocturne skin. So I am on the side of the Bros. Let's get into it.
시간사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right. Lowpark is electric as we look to what is potentially the last game of the week. But the DN Automotive Freaks, they could bring us to that deciding game 3 with a victory. It's going to require Pungyeon and Doiv to actually have a really good game, though. That's what it feels like to me. You know, I think the Wukong, if he gets ahead, can be really difficult to deal with, as well as this Ahri follow-up being so powerful.
I think so for sure. And, you know, as much as Close has had some fantastic Aurora games, it's really fallen off in terms of priority. In the mid lane in particular, we've seen a little bit of it in the top lane, into Rumble. So I also think, like, you're playing a Nocturne into... There's not many targets on the side of DM Freaks that you really want to ult onto. But I think that's why I have a Morgan as that split push option. Gives you a lot of reliable win cons later on. But that depends whether he makes it through the laning phase comfortably.
Well, some Foxfires coming on down here in the mid lane. Closer has been one of our more aggressive Aurora mid laners. It was actually a pick that he employed a lot in the Kesper Cup at the very beginning of the year.
Yep.
And remember, Bro won that tournament, okay? And I think you probably do remember, because I try to remind everyone all the time.
Every single week.
Yep.
And also, you did play it in the LCK Cup, you know, which... Although Bro didn't have the best performance in that tournament, they did take down Gen G. That did happen. That was a thing.
Oh, God, they did too, didn't they?
Yeah.
Weird. I'd kind of just forgotten. That didn't compute. You know,
that was the last time Gen G lost a best of 3. It was Bro.
Crazy. I mentioned that Morgan was the first to win on Yorick. That wasn't even the only time. He has done it twice. Shattering Strike on Apollo, but DN Freak's not going to find too much more than that, as they are going to be shoved in. Rakan and Zeri not exactly going to be giving you the most strength in the earlier stages, as 5 in a row for the Xayah. Not a stat that I'm used to seeing. This is a champion that's often picked as a crutch in, you know, previous metas.
Yeah, I will say a lot of good teams picking it up. If you look at the teams, there who are responsible for those wins.
Oh God, Pungyeon not having a great time there. Does get an electrocute back, as Pungyeon's almost dead.
That was very close.
Yeah.
Does have a Biscuit running now, so especially Closer being out of mana, kill unlikely to come through. Yeah. But he is window to potentially just reset. He is healing up though himself, so I think he's going to stay around a bit longer.
Whoa, he flashes and he just kills him.
That was slick.
That was slick, but also, Pungyeon, what are we doing, buddy?
Yeah, I think just thought he had enough health, thought he could stay around, ended up getting caught out. Speaking of caught out...
Yeah, Morgan could be in trouble here because that's an overheat. That's a flash forward. Dudu may have silenced himself, but not the crowd here in Lowell Park, as that is a solo kill for the DN Freaks on the top side.
This is one of my concerns with the Yorick, is that in this situation...
He just gets solo killed?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is like you're talking about, yes, in the later stage of the game, he's going to be this big side lane threat, but you know, it's hard to be a side lane threat if you're behind, and laning into Rumble isn't fun for a lot of champions. You know, we have specific lane counters like Aurora or Galio, and they opted out of those.
Well, Croco is looking to make Doiv a little bit frightened, and I think Doiv is, as we can see here. Closer actually taking a bit of damage from Pungyan.
Yeah.
He's getting his eye in, but this is looking a little bit dire in the mid lane.
Oh, Dudu just picked up Boots of Swiftness, though.
Oh my goodness.
He's just going to run him down.
Huni would not be happy, but I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Because he thinks Sork Shoes are the only things you're allowed to build on.
He does love his damage.
He does. Need to talk to Huni. It's been a while.
It has been. You know, I've missed his raid to the Rumble builds.
Yeah, and Jace and things like that. He's very passionate. Let's have a look at this again. As Closer does, the flash hit him with a button and he's dead.
Didn't even have electrocute up there, I don't think. So just the damage in the kit. Disrespect coming out.
Well, checking this one out from Dudu's perspective. Yep. And got hit by 2 harpoons.
Yeah.
Ward goes down. And he flashes and he already knows that he's dead because there's absolutely nothing that he can do. Announces the lack of flash, and that might mean that Doiv can pay a bit of a visit towards the top side. As you can see, clearing out his top side jungle right now. But maybe he doesn't even need to, because you've got the Rumble shoved all the way forward. Berserker getting zoned away on this bottom side of the map, and that might be where Doiv is going to be required.
Yeah, Life on a bit of a heavy roam here. The wave is eventually going to push into Berserker, so
oh god,
it feels horrible. It's not that bad. Looks like they were potentially threatening a dive here. With 3 of them, they can absolutely do it, and Dudu nearly has ultimate.
Yep, Doiv is going to be able to sweep this out as well. They know there is no information for Morgan, no flash, no hope, as there's the equalizer. Morgan now going to have to walk behind his turret, shattered and destroyed. Life even able to get out of there, only 1 turret shot. Oh man, it's about as easy as that. As Croco going to answer with a dragon. And yeah, Morgan not having a good time.
But just really nicely executed from the DM Freaks. You have an opportunity where someone found an advantage by themselves, and you look to twist the knife by bringing up your support and jungle and making that dive work. Now, Polu is spotted, so... And ult does get picked up, so Pungyan should be safe here.
Yeah, Croco going to be able to grab the Raptors. So there is that. Doiv on these grubs. We'll actually get all 3 by the looks of things. And the DN Freaks continue to have a slight gold advantage here in this game. I do feel like Bro's composition isn't quite as robust as what the DN Freaks have put together.
I think that is fair.
So I'm a little scared for the Bros' chances of locking down the 2-0 here.
I think if both teams just opt into 5v5s, I think DM Freaks' composition has a much easier time with that. So I think Bro have to be a little bit smarter with how they play it. I'd be a lot more concerned if the comps were switched the other way. But even so, I think a big aspect of it is Morgan in the side lane, and already being set behind 600 gold down against a Rumble. You have to play so safe, you have to play so much more defensive. And it just means it's going to take a lot longer before he has that pressure readily available.
Yep. One of the big problems as well is that the Rumble is such a key component to the DN Freaks team fight, but also as he gets stronger and stronger, and as Morgan dies over and over again, Morgan gets weaker. Dudu is better in the side lane as well as better in the team fight. So it's just everything gets worse for Bro as that lane is attacked. So really nice that Dudu is able to get the solo kill, but then the follow-up dive really adding to the win cons of the DN Freaks. And I think it's all because there's a lack of bro tax for this particular game.
It always is.
Yeah,
you know.
It's the fall-off, you know. This is what happens. Like, you get your bro tax out, and then you forget that you need to do it every game.
I feel like, honestly, sometimes we're not doing our job properly, because we'll mention it here and there, but...
Yeah, I don't really
I feel like we skirt around it when really, whenever a play happens, we should be attributing it to the bro tax or the lack of bro tax.
Lack thereof. So if we could just paint the chat purple again, then we might be able to get there.
You think Morgan would just die twice on his own volition? Obviously, it's the lack of bro tax.
Yep. And he is really good at demanding it as well. He is the lord of this territory. And so he is a man that really wants to get the tithies or the tithes. Do you say tithes?
Tithes.
Is it tithes?
Yeah.
I for some reason thought it was... I don't know where it was pronounced that way.
Titty
but I feel like someone said... It does sound fun, doesn't it? It's not. It was always what I decided to take on my religion bonus in Civilization 5.
Yeah.
It was great just getting that extra gold. It's Ghoulie Wall! There we go. Morgan loses the trade.
And now Dudu battling the ghouls and wins. Gets a little bit extra gold from them too. Don't you love it when just like random little minions from champions give you extra gold? Like when you kill Tip, you get 50 gold.
Oh yeah, the 50 gold from Tip is pretty ridiculous. Daisy as well. But then there's like Zyra plants. When Zyra was support, you'd have the extra minigame of let's see how much extra farm I can get in the bottom lane.
The best is when you're playing a farming champion like who's able to stack off them as well.
Oh yeah, like Nasus just like Qs them.
Yes, that is...
Nasus into Yard, great matchup.
Yeah.
What a time to be alive. Croco going to be able to clear out this ward right as it goes in.
That wasn't a ward actually. It had the glasses. And
it was definitely not a ward.
Yeah. So I don't know what he found. It was definitely not a ward.
He found something and it's definitely not.
Oh look, there's a... Oh no, it's not. It's definitely not a ward in that brush.
Well, Doi is definitely a Wukong. Is now just going to go in on top of Morgan. The Ghoulie wall is gorgeous, but what can they actually do about it? Because down goes the Yorick. Dudu is going to be answered though, and the teleport is coming in. It is so slow though, as Closer comes on forward, gets over to the other side of the wall. The charm is good from Pungyan, and he knows he has to get out, but it's a 2 for 2. And the top side for the DN Freaks was so strong.
Yeah, unfortunately backfiring. The fear from Croco get a lot of value, and then when Closer turns up, he's able to clean up 2 kills in his pocket now and getting 2 stacks in the Dark Seal. He's very happy with that one.
That's massive.
All things considered, that the Infreaks started off the play. I don't think they're going to be too happy about how it panned out.
Now let's have a look at this. I actually kind of like the idea from Doive, you know, and then the Equalizer plus the Cyclone works very well. But the flash out immediately from Morgan means the Equalizer didn't get that much value.
But I think Morgan just stayed a bit too close, you know? I think you flash away and you kite, and you let like your ghouls do the work, and Croco stay in melee range, but he stayed in range of the Rumble and just got melted.
Yeah.
And Close, unfortunately, the early TP takes a long time to get there, so he took...
In the meantime, it's a battle for Crab.
Yeah.
And Doive smites it, so he cannot lock down this grub. But in they go. That's a great Magnastorm from Life, as now Polo finds the quickness onto multiple people. Pungyan making his way over. Flash out of the way of the charm is good, as Croco trying to get out, and Life says, nope, you stay right here. No flash available. And that is also going to be some grubs going over to the DN Freaks, and they are getting a real advantage off the back of this one.
Yeah, Croco had his flash, just trying to get out of the pit, but Life shuts that down. And even despite the fact you're lacking these big teamfight ultimates, not available for the Ahri, the Wukong, or the Rumble, they still come out strong against the bros around that fight.
Really nicely played. Closer and Pungyan here towards the top side. Still a big question mark for me is Pungyan and how well he's going to be able to play later on in the game. But right now, just building towards his Rod of Ages. And let's have a look at this fight one more time, as it starts with the 2 junglers wanting to get a crab.
There's just no damage really to punish the Wukong, and this ult from Life interrupts the engage from Polo. He eventually gets the charm, but it just doesn't really do anything. And you see, Pungyan just threatening on the flank. The fact Dudu also forces Hype away, it leaves the Nocturne as an isolated target in the pit. And then Dudu just chases Hype away, gets the flash, fighting again immediately.
Yeah, another Cyclone to come through here from Doive, and Morgan is dead yet again.
Why is he there?
I don't know. We just came out of a replay.
Guys, there's a reason you pick Yorick.
He teleported there.
There's a reason you pick Yorick. It's not that. It's not to team fight dragons.
It's the side lane, much like what Dudu is doing. As maybe he's in trouble. Life is going to come on over. Let's see whether this 2v2 is going to work out, as he does get the Scrap Shield, the Magnastorm as well. The Equalizer is cooking them this whole time as Croco turns around, but it's not enough. The Scrap Shield, and Dudu just cooks him.
Bit of a top diff in this game, you know. Croco tries to go in, but he is the only damage threat in that 2v2, and unfortunately just isn't able to kill Dudu in time. Life doing a great job of keeping him alive, and now this Rumble is hyper-fed.
Oh my god, just seeing, like, I could see it in my mind, the cooldown of the Scrap Shield. Everyone knew that he was going to turn around and melt him.
He was willing the buttons to come back, but Croco, there's just nothing you can do in that situation. Morgan was killing Dragon.
I would have preferred a replay of Morgan teleporting to somewhere so that he died like this.
And in this play, it's one of the ones where you pop the ultimate and immediately, like, well, in for a penny, in for a pound, and
아래.
Yeah, he's calling for the backup. The equalizer gets so much value here as well. They're right on top of it for such a long time. Ult for the Rel keeps them on it.
Them in there, yeah.
I can't even imagine how much damage it's there. And he gets a full rotation of cooldowns. So Scrap Shield obviously is the really relevant one to keep him alive, but all 3 cooldowns came up. Instant overheat, toasted them.
That was absolutely ridiculous. And Dudu, like you said, monster fed. I don't even think really states it enough. He's about to build a Shadow Flame.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, we've seen situations where someone spends maybe a second, 2 seconds on an equalizer. I'm like, that's good value.
Yeah.
It's rare you see someone be on an equalizer for the entire duration of it, and it did so much damage.
Yep, and by the way, what he said there was, Yorick is so doomed, just take it slow, no rush, we can win. And you know what? We didn't really need the translation because we've been watching the game as well.
I felt that, you know? I felt that statement.
Yep. In your bones, as the DN Freaks will be able to take down this first turret. Closer tries to get a little bit of damage onto this one, but it's not quite going to work out. So first turret blood as well as the first 3 kills, and the DN Freaks will get themselves some feats of strength. And Dudu picking it up by himself makes a lot of sense. 2,000 gold now in the lead. He's upgraded his Swifties. One of the best upgraded shoes as well from feats of strength. Just feeling like he's going to be unstoppable in this game.
Oh, yeah. Already a very sizable lead. And this is the composition for DN Freaks where it is hard to misplay in the later stages.
Yeah.
This is you find a fight, you all press your R buttons, apart from maybe Berserk, he can hold it for specific situations. The rest of them all press their R buttons, and it's C champion, kill champion. Now the paranoia does sometimes make it harder to see champions.
Yes.
But you still just have to wait it out. You just kill whoever you can see in that small pocket of light.
Well, Croco's going to get jump scared. The equalizer comes down. He decides to not walk down it, which I think makes some sense. Then he makes it dark and dies.
You know, should there be a spooky Rumble skin? Because I feel like he's a lot spookier than the Nocturne right now.
Yeah, by the way, that paranoia really felt like, don't watch me, instead of, I want to, you know, the darkness.
Pop paranoia, and the rest of bro, like, you alive? Did you live?
Yeah, and
he's like,
he's like, oh no, there's a bug. I don't know what's going on. My screen went gray.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. A little bit unfortunate here for Croco. As now the DN Freaks getting to work on this Rift Herald.
You know, I feel like Dudu's been on those items for a long time. He must have so much gold in the inventory.
Yes. I think he definitely does.
I feel
he
like
still also has like more items in his inventory currently than most other people on the map.
But I feel like it's not quite going to be this extreme. It definitely isn't. But I'd just be so funny if he just recalled his border Rabadons.
Yeah, he just builds a death cap instead of even like upgrading.
Yeah.
Like, this Hextech cookie is just chilling there, you know. He'll leave that one for another time. Maybe he wants a dash cannon later. You never know. As Closer not finding the ability to walk up towards Pungyeon here either, as the charm is going to connect. Actually really nicely played by the Ahri. Remember, he got solo killed for First Blood at the start of this game.
Confidence is coming back. All it took was an extremely fed Rumble on your team.
Yep.
And he's feeling himself.
You know what? I don't blame him. There's life shadowing said Rumble. Wanted to make sure that they cannot overload this bottom side. Try and get that shutdown gold. As Dudu does represent a decent comeback mechanic here for the bros.
Okay, so you call him now. I want to see. I think it's probably just straight Shadow Flame. I think that's the amount of money
too.
he has. He could go in a different direction though, but I don't think he'd have a full item if he did.
I think he needs to buy Magi's and a needlessly large rod. That's what I want to see.
Have the Shadow Flame,
nor the Magi's.
It's kind of crazy. I thought he had more gold. You know.
Yeah, me too. A little bit odd. Still going to augment himself with a bunch of extra AP, and that's going to feel quite nice. The DN Freaks now get to work on the first Cloud Drake of the game. It's another Cloud Soul. I've been pretty blessed here today.
Have a good day.
Kind of Cloud Souls. And no Chemtech Souls? Damn, you've been locked in today, Ox. I'm so proud of you.
I have been, thank you. I'm glad you noticed.
I did.
But yeah, I mean, a Cloud Soul with this composition, who already just has press R and go buttons, yeah, it's not a good omen. I'm not seeing the outs for Bro right now. They do have pick potential, so maybe that's it. But as we saw before, some picks are easier than others.
Well, Morgan has put Dudu in the ghoulie wall. There is actually a lot of value here because the equalizer does basically nothing, but the paranoia now going to come in. Morgan actually staying alive for so long, and my god! They're able to get the top side already. The DN Freaks, I don't know how they lost that, but the Bros had the answer.
As I said, I see a lot of outs for Bro in this situation.
Yeah, me too.
It comes down to the picks. And ultimately, Dudu, as strong as he is, the fact he doesn't have a completed second item means, you know, yes, he has a big gold lead, but the spike you get from a second completed item is a lot bigger. And also, Morgan is still stronger in the 1v1 than you'd think.
The amount of healing that he got in that little exchange, we're going to have a look at it again. I think a big part of this is the fact that the equalizer just gets 0 value, and he doesn't need to use anything to get out of the way of it.
He's just getting chunked out. I mean, I say 1v1, but the Maiden's helping out. And then great call here by Crocker to clean up the kill on the Rumble. Massive shutdown there. And the rest of the team swarm in to deal with the Wukong. 2 big pickups. And if you look, those are the 2 people with the most kills. The big shutdowns coming in for Bro. The gold lead. The gold lead is just the difference Rumble has, honestly. And actually, Closer has the same lead as Rumble does. And now Dudu has the Shadow Flame.
Well, this turret going down. And Croco not going to get hit by the charm as Morgan going to pull out a little ghoulie, and Polo and Life will find one another. So as the dust settles, about 2,000 gold going to be the lead for DN Freaks. They are still in a good spot. Is it time that we now talk about things like the Zeri situation that could happen? As this turret will get taken out, 5 grubs certainly helping on that one. So the DN Freaks do create a little bit further of a lead.
I think it's a bit early still to talk Zeri, you know.
Yeah, okay.
She
does have a couple of items.
She's not really shown up too much yet. There'll be a time. And, you know, we have our expert on hand.
Crocker coming back as the Maiden getting aggressive, as are these little ghouls.
Yeah, it'd only be a trade of ultimates ultimately. Ultimates ultimately, yeah.
See what you did there.
Yeah, into an Ari, very hard to hold her accountable unless you bring Rakan as well. But I think you're not going to stay around. The Runus Atakan is up.
Okay, Croco does have item number 2. Strybreaker now done. As Berserker parking himself in the mid lane.
The big spikes actually, so if you look, Croco second item, Closer second item.
Yeah.
And their counterparts on the side of the DN Freaks haven't completed their second items yet. I assume Dove, yeah, he's close. He was heading gold, so I assumed he was pretty close, but all things considered, the gold lead's not that big. I could see an angle. If they find a pick at the start of the fight, it's definitely possible. I still think DN Freaks have the stronger 5v5, but you know, we were feeling a little bit pessimistic not too long ago. Now we got some optimism pumping.
I feel like someone has paid some extra bro tax. Maybe someone dropped like a fat load of bro tax. You know, like why one of the whales come into the chat and they're like, oh, by the way, I'm going to finish your entire incentive in one go.
That'd be pretty great.
That's what I think may have happened.
That could be it.
So much bro tax. As Closer, speaking of which, is going to claim some by taking down this turret. And Croco now clearing out some vision here at the same time. They're not going to start the Atakan, not just yet. As Croco moving over, is on a whole bunch of extra movement speed and is looking spooky. Not too much more going to come of it. As Pongyan in position. Dudu nowhere near as aggressively positioned as we can see here, and I'm starting to see that perhaps... Okay, never mind. Closer is in a whole lot of trouble. Equalizer once again in an odd position, and the ulti is still there from Closer. He creates enough space, and he just walks it off.
Yeah, due to the last couple of equalizers haven't hit so hard, they tend to do a lot more damage if they actually hit a target, so definitely needs to work on that one a little bit. Croco, you're not... Why?
No. Like,
you're not doing the Atakan.
Let's not do the Atakan. We have learnt since the inception of Atakan,
I feel like sometimes
do it.
It's just like a compulsion.
Yeah.
It's just like, let's just randomly attack it. Oh, it hits me back? Okay, never mind. I've got places to be. Rod of Ages comes to level 16 on the Ahri. That is a massive spike. No one else is even level...
Phenomenal charms going to connect here as Croco is just dead. And, you know, you've been stacking up the House of Cards. Puyon's still going in for more. But he is not going to get punished for it. Spirit Rush pretty powerful, and the DN Freaks looking for the soul point.
Is double the level of Polu.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Closer just to level 15.
And they haven't even taken a Ruinous Atakan or anything like that.
Yeah, he is very scary. especially as a character who can ult more than typically most characters can. You know, if you get in the resets, you get a lot of extra damage out of that, and the low cooldown as well. Yeah, he just pressed his buttons.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think Polu kind of happy that Croco was there to bear the brunt of that one.
Yeah, maybe the team not as psyched about that because losing Croco means they definitely lose the dragon. As Life up here, just supervising the Otacon. And Closer, maybe he's in real danger this time. Does have to use the ulti.
It's a big cooldown gone though. DM Freaks. Yeah, you gotta look at Otacon.
Straight onto it.
Against the Nocturne though. This is pretty scary.
Yeah, this is danger. Polu in the area, quickness in hand, Life just flashing on over. The Magnus Storm catches him as he flashes away, has the quickness there as well, moves pretty fast, as now it could be a little bit of danger for good old Dudu. Hype coming on over, they will be able to get a kill for the Zeri, but they will lose the Otacon for it. And if you thought that Pungyan had a experience advantage before, he has more of one now.
End up going for a trade. You know, they do get the Rumble, they do get the tier 1 mid, but giving over the Ruinous Otacon and all those flowers, it feels pretty rough. Pungyan's nearly level 17, and on top of that, that Cloud Soul, if it does come in 3.5 minutes, is going to be even more powerful.
Yep. Well, Morgan is doing what he's supposed to do. He's in a side lane, he's got his Hysterics completed.
He's learning.
He is. What I want to see is a hull breaker so that he absolutely knows that this is just time. As, okay, I'm going to have a look at this one more time. This was Dudu. A little bit too pushed up, but guarantees the fact that his team's able to lock down an Otacon.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I don't fault Bro for going for that decision, but it does mean that DM Freaks, like we've just seen Berserker at level 16, that XP advantage is very significant.
And I feel like we've been looking at this game, and maybe I'm the one that's guilty of this, been looking at this game with a lens of a lot of other teams that we have here in the LCK. So I looked at it and I was like, DN Freaks, with this lead that Dudu managed to get in the early stages, he was 3-1-3. I was like, wow, there is no way they're going to be able to do anything about this. But, and Polu is going to die, so that's really going to help the DN Freaks. But their biggest issue has been finding the times to fight, finding angles to get these team fights to work. And the Bros could theoretically run them around the map. Now, if Polu just dies randomly for no reason, then Barons can go over for free. And then the Bros don't really have too much of an answer.
I just have no idea what he was doing there.
Yeah.
Or how, like, as a Rakan of all champions, is just dying solo to a Wukong.
Well, Dudu is going to just supervise this Baron, and that does just go over for free.
Yeah.
Quizzical.
Some big item spikes coming through as well. Berserker picking up the Infinity Edge.
Well, we're going to trade Baron for maybe a bunch of health on this inner turret.
Oh, the Maiden? No, he's not letting it go.
Saves his Maiden. It's always
Infinity Edge for Hype as well, so he's pretty strong. Yeah, I kind of want to see how Polu ended up in that situation, but I just fear that we're not going to.
Yeah, I don't really want to. I think we were just... He was doing warding and stuff. As now Morgan is going to put down his Ghoulie Wall. That means that Doi... Ooh, Nimble Strike to get himself out of the way. Is Life going to get slowed down? Polu making his way in, crash down. Not quite working as there is the Paranoia going to be used just to save the top laner of Bro.
Not sure how needed it was after Morgan flashed. I think he was pretty out, but either way, they popped the cooldown to...
Oh, we're playing the side lanes though, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and especially when Morgan's pushing on the side, if you come and match him in that lane, makes it very uncomfortable.
Ooh, Croco going to come on over and actually shadowing Closer, but also might be able to guarantee that this does go down. Doi possibly getting into position here as the Cyclone not going to find the knock-up, and the Strikebreaker going to slow him up enough for Closer to get out of there. He did have to use the ultimate. That's highway robbery. You shouldn't be taking inner turrets against a team with a Baron.
Also, I mean, that gold might have gotten him to a Rabadon's.
All right, we're going to have a look at how Polu died.
Oh. Yep.
It was a grand exit attempt, and then he waited for the cooldown, and the cooldown never came.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you have to get over the wall with your W. Like, you have to back off and, like, I'm Wing over the wall, I'm out. But he kind of, like, W'd in a way to get away from the Rumble, but was still kind of locked in. And now, a lot of damage on the Croco. Remember, it's Soul in 10 seconds, and Nocturne is top.
Yeah. I probably wouldn't be there, but also maybe they think that they cannot actually get the soul, and maybe they're happy that their turrets are alive.
It's Ruinous Cloud Soul, which represents
a lot of running fast.
A lot of movement speed. Yeah. Like, you can look at Berserker, with no other boost, no ghost, no W, anything, was 451 movement speed. And out of combat is 495, so...
My god. Well, Closer has a cool hat. So...
The thing is as well, even like playing Zeri into a team with a ton of movement speed is so annoying, because...
Yeah, you're like, what am I, like, what even is my gimmick now? Because she's the one that's supposed to be running real quick. But also, turret gonna go down.
You have to hit your Qs, you know, and if they're going side to side fast...
I thought it was more that, you know, you're supposed to be running fast and they're stealing your thing.
It's a bit of both, you know.
All right, Duskbringer going to be doing something. But the DN Freaks, slowly but surely, getting themselves into a better and better position in this game as Closer finds the gap there. And another inner turret will hit the deck here. DN Freaks very comfortably able to push this lead ever further in the last few seconds of Baron.
I think they're kind of relying on Croco and Polu to make it engage, but I'm wondering, if Croco and Polu go in together, do you think they last more or less than a second and a half before dying?
Well, I think it depends on where Dudu is.
Yeah.
But if he is
honestly
anywhere near, they're dead.
I feel like bringing a Berserker would also just one-shot them.
True. Okay, yeah, so if there are any DN Freaks members in the area that aren't the jungle and support, then yeah, perhaps they are just dead.
Okay. Well,
I mean, the bropium that we have for you is that Closer has 3 items. They're pretty good ones, as does Hype. But Bro need to win some back-to-back fights or pull the DN Freaks around the map and don't let any more Barons go over to this team.
You know,
and then win a flip on the Elder.
It sounds like a funny thing, but you get so much movement speed from Cloud Soul out of combat and just like the flat movement speed. If you're trying to play like a wide map state like Split Push, playing against the Cloud Soul is actually, like, it's one of the souls that actually help you out of combat as well. Like, you think about Infernal Soul, I mean, it helps with farming, but it's mostly the power in team fights. But just for rotations, having the Cloud Soul, the Ruinous Cloud Soul means, you know, you
basically walk as fast as a level 1 teleport.
Exactly. I mean, you look at the mini-map and you see how fast all of the blue portraits are moving about. They're just zooming. So if you have someone to beat, if you're like, oh, Morgan to the side lane, boom, you're there.
Now DN Freaks, oh, wow. Berserker, it almost like his inventory looks like he's building a second Infinity Edge, and I kind of love that. It would be a terrible decision, but I'd also, like, I'd just love to see it happen. Just for some reason, Pickaxe and BF Sword, I know they build into other things. But it does look like that to me. As Morgan now has his Sterix and Spirit Soldier done. So that is 3 items complete for the Yorick. Don't know how much it means. And there is the Bloodthirster. So not a second Infinity Edge for the memes. That's fine. I think the DN Freaks not wanting to lose focus in this game. I think very, very important that they can move this to a game number 3.
They've thrown games 4 of this magnitude, is what I'm going to say. So, you know, I think if we were talking about some different teams in this situation, we might say, yeah, this is looking very favorable, it's pretty done, but I'm still tense.
Oh, yeah.
I'm still nervous.
This is anyone's game, because there are 2 Nexuses alive. Either one of them could explode. That means it's about a 50-50. As in goes Doiv. Closer offers a bit of damage back as Pengyan not able to find the Orb of Deception. As the Bros very, very conscious of the fact that this Baron is going to be up in 2 seconds' time. There he is. And you can see everything is pretty dark.
We do have a blue trinket on Closer, so they could slam that and Croco could ult in, but he could just die.
Baron is just gone. Berserker does so much damage. My goodness, okay.
The trinket gets used right at the end.
Well, now Croco is going to get engaged on as well as Pengyan looking for it, but he's in a little bit too early. There's the Paranoia, and now Hype doing a lot of work. Doiv not finding the value with the Cyclone, and Berserker does manage to take down the Rakan. Hype still doing some work, but Berserker is so huge in this fight. Morgan, 1 versus 3, and I don't think he really likes those odds. He's surviving for quite some time, but the Maiden's getting confused, and the DN Freaks, they get the ace, and they're going to look to bring us to that game number 3.
And there's a sad Bro fan in the bottom right of your screen. Gonna have to try and find
No. This is the thing. If you're a Bro fan, don't be sad. You get to watch another Bro game.
True.
For free. Because otherwise, it just would have never
Well,
happened.
actually, is it free? Because you're paying bro tax for that game 3.
All right, well, yeah, that's a good point. You're going to have to pay a lot.
Yes, you
Well,
are,
I'm
D-Gon. You have
hoping-
to pay your bro tax.
I'm hoping that whale comes back as well, because they're going to need all the help they can get if they want to win this one. As 9,000 was the lead in the end. The DN Freaks, they took a grip of that game thanks to their top laner, and they did not let go.
Well, guys, Rumble is pretty strong. It's something we didn't really learn. Maybe bro learning it there. And the reason people are running specific things like Galio into it is because playing other things into it is not very fun.
Yeah, certainly noticing that. I also think that they could have gone for a different option, right? Instead of saying, we want to win side lanes, which they kind of didn't anyway.
Oh, you know what?
Could have
Pick is
just
actually-
picked something for a team fight.
You know what? You know what's really good into Rumble? And when Nocturne goes in, you can ult on top.
What's that?
Galio.
Ah,
Or
yeah,
actually,
that sounds
wait,
good.
was Aurora open? That does good in a Rumble. Do you
Oh
think
wait,
they could've
no,
picked
they'd already
Aurora?
picked it.
Oh, they'd already picked it.
Wow.
They could have just put it top.
Wow, and then you could have put Orianna in the mid lane and then had an orb.
Okay, they're getting a little bit crazy here. This
Okay,
is,
yeah, that's a bit, maybe a bridge too far.
Yeah.
You probably would have had a lot of losing lanes in that instance. As Closer did actually do a great job on this Aurora, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. It's that big 17.6k for Dudu on the top side of the map that really put the DN Freaks over the edge. And it's great to see Dudu actually having a good game.
Yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, you pick the Aurora, you pick the Nocturne. I think commit to team fights. It felt like they pivoted to the side lane, top lane lost, and the win con's out the window.
It looked like it got a little bit doomed a little bit early, but the pros, they have a chance to come back. Game number 3 will be after the break. First, the Space is going to break down the DN Freaks win, and then we'll have that third game. See you there.
미드 가자. 네, 미드 나온다. 천천히 가볼게. 먹었어. 미드 이거 쌈바도 돼요. 아이고, 녹턴 세게. 보자. 자, 녹턴 자, 녹턴 잡은 거. 아, 녹턴 때리면 괜찮아. 약간 녹턴 잡았어. 녹턴 잡았어. 천천히. 얘 봐줄게. 오라 봐줄게. 이거 우리 오라 맞아. 연이 높을이야. 연이 높을. 다 더블 4초. 미드라인 살리면 끝내면. 아, 끝내자. 형, 때려줘. 자, 1초. 이거 민찬이 형 때려줘. 아, 나 이거 만화를 잡아. 야, 미드라인 수업 끝내자 그냥. 끝날 듯? 라인 일단 좀 멀어.
everyone. Welcome back to the space as the DN Automotive Freaks methodically take this one down after stunting the top lane and the jungle and are 1 win away from their first series victory. Did you feel that breath there, bros? Because I was feeling like that the whole series.
We can't actually have a Digon cam because he's moving around too fast because he's too nervous. So the camera actually can't capture him because he's just running around the space, yelling random stuff. He's been going through it.
Yeah, he certainly has. You know who else is going through it? Any bro fan who looked at this draft, because
I looked at the draft.
Okay, so
the Aurora was a counterpick to the Rumble, right? Oh no, they were like, you know what's so back? Aurora Nocturne, and then we lost the Scion and Fearless, but we're gonna pick Yorick into the Rumble. That can be okay. That can be okay. But then you went for a Zeri in this one.
Okay, so
Margaret actually thinks it's okay.
No, oh wait, don't sell. Come on, give me a little bit of a break. I think the draft for DN Freaks is obviously way better. I think it's very cohesive. You have Isaiah with a lot of safety. The top side is very synergistic. It's good.
Yeah, the DN Freaks draft is good. Yeah.
All right.
I
think that you can play a good 1-4 dive draft. I still think it's going to struggle into Xayah, into Wukong, into Rumble. Don't get me wrong, but that is contingent on one thing.
Yeah.
Which is having a top laner.
That's true. Hear me out, though.
That is able to actually play in the silent, which you can cover for with that Nocturne. And guess what?
Foreshadowing.
Wait, how about don't ban Lulu and play Lulu Jinx?
Foreshadowing.
Jinx where he gets resets. I don't want to watch this. Why are we talking about this?
That's your way. That was
this one a little bit less.
This one wasn't really his fault.
I mean, he got 3-man dope, but he got 3-man dope because he died at level 4.
And that, so first one inexcusable, second one a bit understandable.
This is the one that really gets Cronny going.
Why
are we here?
Yorick grouping for objectives? What are we doing? What's happening?
Well, they have a team fight Zeri comp, and so the Yorick is the tank where he front lines for the Zeri, and so he needed to be there. Ronnie, maybe they were looking for a Zeri moment. Guys, this is I feel like we've kind of danced around it, but Morgan's champion pool problem is becoming a massive issue. Like at first we were like, okay, it's just he can't play Jace, and let's see what happens with that. He goes for the Yorick in game 2, game 1. You know, Sion's already gone. What happens in game 3? Like, where would we go?
Pray they... Oh, don't even start Dagon.
Renekton.
Pray they don't ban Renekton. That's what I'm looking at.
And Bessa kind of spins like Renekton. Here's the last fight that we stalled out to, which was okay.
It wasn't even the cleanest fight for DN Freaks because they collapse onto Kroko. The engage from the Rel is also onto Kroko, who buys a bunch of space. So the other side of the fight looks like maybe Hype could actually get something done here. Maybe. Possibly. Could he? Could it be? No, he's just soloed.
Berserker did kind of boom him. Aurora wasn't really in this fight. For me, the big thing is that you see how insanely quickly Rakan just kind of dies because you're playing in so much AoE damage.
There's no front line at all either, just in general. The Rakan is squishy, the Zeri has nothing. I mean, Zeri doesn't get beaten by Isaiah in a 1v1 on the side of a fight if you actually have a team comp.
And their last draft was so clean. It made sense, it was easy, and this one was... there's teams that could pull this off. You know, if this was Honma, I'm like, oh, sure, but
this one, it did make sense, but just DNF knew how it would get shut down. You shut down Morgan.
No,
then you can't play anymore.
No. If I say I could see how it would work, that's not...
That's a caster safe word for like...
That's not what you're looking for. That's not what you're looking for.
Here's what I want to say. I said it last game, play through topside. We got a solo kill. Dudu has the favorable matchup right into the Yorick. Then they played through topside. They got advantages. They snowballed the game with the draft. I think if Morgan wants to play something super safe, like if he thinks he's going to get away with like a blind Gnar, you like Camille that. You like go all in on that. You play through topside again. You snowball the game. You win your first series of the LCK 2025. Can DNF do it? I think that's how they have to do it.
I'm also one bad Kroko game away from not only complaining about for KT, you already lost today, and is catching strays for the fact that Hype popped off. For the fact that could have had Doiv. I think Doiv has actually been great in both these two games. I think he is showing signs of life that before we had not seen in a good amount of time for DN Freaks.
You know what the biggest problem was with the Bros? Everyone predicted the Bros to win. That's dangerous. Everyone except Gogo on the global side, and then in the last series that they played, everyone except what did. Expectation on the bros usually spells not good.
I mean, curses are real and all that, but I really think it starts with the draft ego. I think that's actually the real reason, and then some of the play we saw in individual solo lanes and the coordination problems and the dated Aurora Nocturne comp that we saw.
I think it's Ornn time. B1 Ornn, I don't care. Do you think Dudu's going to punish you if you're picking Ornn?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Slam it.
Okay, yeah.
B1 Ornn?
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I'm
Figure
feeling
out the rest.
Feeling keep
Brom's
going,
not,
Connor. Keep
Brom's not in the pool.
Keep hyping me up.
What about a B1 Renekton?
B1 Renekton,
Yeah,
okay.
that's also fine. That's a champion. That's the 2.
Yeah, but you just named 2
That's
in
the
the same
2.
lane. I need more.
No, Come
on.
No, that's I think the rest of the
What
team.
are we doing?
Closer Zoe? No, that's not it. I'm sorry. That was a joke.
That was
not,
bad.
That was not a real
That was
one.
bad. Bros on the
No,
blue side.
I don't know.
Let's see
You can go for
Closer Irelia? That was also a joke.
Okay. Well, if you're not
What
helping,
if?
that's why
No,
I asked Chronicler to do this.
No, I don't. There's a ton of champions that you can still go for, right? Like particularly if any.
Naming,
any
that was a lot of stalling words in between.
Any front line will do, right? So just pick Ornn. Pick Ornn Victor.
Gragas.
Neither of these teams have the capability to close out the game quickly. It's all going to come down to team fights. So just pick a simple front-to-back team fight comp and you'll probably win.
Regardless, last game here, the Bros either win and bounce back from their loss, or the DN Automotive Freaks get their first series win of the regular season. Berserker gets his first regular season series victory as an LCK player. There are great things here, but only one can become true. Let's find out as we send it on over to Atlas and Ox.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. I don't know whether you guys intentionally decided to forget that Humbug is on this team.
Yeah.
So if we have another one of these Croco performances, it's okay. He can just never play again, and they can play their already very good jungler.
Yeah, I feel like they missed. You know, to be in fairness, right? So Hambak came from challenges, and Chronicler, I don't think he follows
He doesn't
challenges
follow very
closely.
much challenges.
Yeah, so
yeah, that's true.
probably just skipped his mind. You know, he's more focused on the veterans of the LCK.
That's
what he means.
that does make some sense. Okay, Savings Bank Breon are now going to move over to the blue side for the first time this series, and remember, it was for content. That's the whole game plan for the Bros. They lost a game on purpose so that we could have as much bro as possible. They're all about value. That's why they're OK Savings Bank Breon. Okay? They're giving us the LCK value here today as we are going the distance in the final series of the week.
I think anyone who paid that bro tax will think, yes, an Orianna ban. That is what we paid our bro tax for.
My point kind of got disproven in the middle of it, which was a little bit unfortunate. But Nefiri's going to be the reward.
Yeah, and to be fair, Hepungen did play the Orianna in an earlier series, so no way, they're not going to do it to him.
Oh, it's not like what? You can't take away Morgan's Renekton.
Quickly, get the bro tax in now, quickly!
I don't think that they. Oh, okay, never mind.
Oh, someone just came in clutch.
Yeah, Lilia is the switch over. I do see a lot of bro tax being paid right now, so it may just be that Dudu's been paid off with the bro tax to not pick the Renekton. Unless Doive just locks it in now.
I mean, he's on red side. I think DM Freaks could leave the top lane pick till potentially 3 or no.
Not enough Brotax.
Not enough Brotax.
A little bit sad. Maybe
who's sad?
It doesn't influence
Morgan
what
sad.
Rapid Star does in this game.
Yeah, Morgan is devastated right now.
It's not the Lilia matchup that we often see, though.
Wow,
Oftentimes
73% win rate on Renekton, by the way. What a broken champ.
Damn, not bad. The Lilia is often picked into things like the Skarner and tanky things because she does so much max health damage. So against Nefiri, it's not feeling the same way. And Nefiri also feeling a little bit less powerful because something like this is going to be what it's paired up with. And it's not the Aries, things like this that have been so devastating alongside Nefiri that can match the level of mobility and stuff.
What you're saying is they should pick Ornn right now, really to cement the...
Oh, yeah. Instead, we're going to pick Misfortune.
Denying the MF from pairing with the Lilia, which we love to... Well, we know teams love to pair those together.
Yep.
Do they pair the ults together? No, absolutely
No lilting time?
No.
Any lilting time today? Oh.
Yeah, they just don't know. I don't know. They just don't like to press the buttons at the same time. Now in the situation,
Oh, you know what it is though? It's arcane time. We get arcane time.
Yes.
Isn't that cool?
Well, only one arcane champ, you know.
No, but like the ultimate word fusion, arcane time. No, it's arcane. Isn't it arcane storm? Is ultimate? Yeah. So arcane time, bullet time, arcane. Yeah, that's what I went with.
Oh, that's what you were saying.
Yeah. Wow. Were you intentionally trying to leave me on that by myself for that long? Oh God.
You know what?
Okay.
Actually, I've got one.
Okay.
Arcanine.
Oh! I shouldn't have given you that. It's very good.
Yeah.
Like, because you left me hanging for so long.
Well, that's
I
a combo,
denied it.
you know?
It's a very good combo.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm kind of sad I didn't come up with that. You know, it's so good that I wish I had have had.
That's what I thought you were going now.
You
didn't say it, but I was like, are you talking about because the dog and the Victor
Yeah.
and oh, they banned the On!
They did.
Chronicler.
They've been listening to the space.
Yeah.
Chronicler is a true bro anti, though, isn't he?
He is.
Like, revealing their strategies live on air.
I've actually, look, I didn't want to say this because this kind of exposed him, but I've seen him in Twitch chat. He does it when the broadcast isn't live to try and hide it. But he'll pop in and he'll say, like, before today, he'll be like, here's my DN Freaks tax.
Yeah.
And he'll pay to the teams against bro. This is actually a known Chronicler behavior. So shameful, honestly. But yeah, he gave away the strats. The On will not come through.
Yeah, and after this game, we're going to peel off the bro prediction, and underneath it's going to say DN Freaks next to Chronicler, and he's going to get even further ahead in the Preds.
He's so devious.
It's only the devious methods that get him ahead, though.
You know that time he grew a mustache?
Yeah.
He actually didn't. He just uncovered it.
Oh, no!
He's the evil Chronicler.
Are you saying that mustache is still there now?
Yes, he's just hiding it to hide his deviousness.
Oh, I really disliked that mustache.
I love how like 80% of this draft has just been talking about Chronicler.
Worth it.
Yeah.
All right, well, we had Jin and Caitlyn. They were banned away. The Alistair's going to be picked R4, pretty powerful. And this DN Freaks composition is coming together. There's not a lot of value for the Poppy. Things like Hui and Lilia don't really care about it at all. Lilia is basically dashing just by using movement speed once that Q gets stacked up, but does have some effectiveness into the Crocodile and the Cow.
Yeah, decent into the Alistair, although I think not as easy to react to compared to, like, I feel like Rakan, it's like, you can be half asleep and you can stop his dashes, but I think Alistair, if he's sometimes a little bit close, it can be hard to stop it. And then Aatrox coming in into the Renekton. I was thinking maybe they'd lean on something like the Jax, honestly. But they end up going for that. And it's generally favored towards the Renekton. We've seen that happen. And now looking at the Ezreal, honestly, I think DN Freaks are feeling pretty good. You know, you have the Hui who can outrange the Victor a little bit. Alistair's a great pick. There's not that many great options, so people are going to get stuck in the bullet time. I think top matchup's good. I think they've navigated the draft pretty well.
I would agree.
Together. The Ezreal as well, normally something we see banned away at this point, and Berserker Paladin it. Like, they have a great AD carry, they have a great support. I think the Renekton and Lilia is a pretty strong combo in the early skirmishes. The Renekton's got a good lane matchup. The Hui's not going to have too much pressure early, but he's fine skilling up against the Victor.
We saw BDD actually find some value with the Hui into the Victor earlier on today. Obviously, it's something that has been finding some success in scrims here between our LCK teams. I think that, yeah, the Bros didn't quite find as much blue side value as other teams have done in the past. I think the first round of Lilia Renekton was very powerful here for the DN Freaks. And I also think that a lot of Bros' actions in the draft, based on those first two picks, were reactionary, right? With the Victor MF largely a denial pick to take away the lilting time, or the bullet lullaby, which is much cooler. And then from there, they were just trying to put things together that kind of worked out. I think, you know, Poppy value, not necessarily the most high in this game as well, but we'll just have to see how it does go as we dive onto the Rift. Polu could find a whole lot of things, as well as being able to just really warp team fights with that ultimate. Could be a big deal.
Absolutely could. We'll see if they're able to find that pressure.
Yeah, as we hop onto the Rift for Game 3.
수강사의 학교에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the final game of the week. And it is Toy Renekton as well, Morgan's favorite skin. Imagine if he also put the Morgan Renekton shaky hands emote on his emote wheel as well and just started spamming it at him.
That was such a powerful move if he was to do that. Or, you know, the first blood, you have the automatic emote, you set that as it, and then if you kill Morgan for the first blood, devastation immediately.
Yeah, I think that would be FF territory right there. As we zoom in on some wards, money being picked up. As we can see, yeah, that 5 gold over to Doiv. But they don't get the 5 gold on the other side. Disaster.
Rough start for the bros.
It's a toughie. Okay, Morgan is just in the pixel brush hanging out. And Pyongyang going to do exactly the same thing as what BDD did in this lane at level 1.
Just spam the wave with abilities.
Heck yeah. Just put down your fake equalizer. And let's see. I mean, it's not, I don't think it's as bad as what we saw in the last game, right? Like that had narrow win conditions, the 4-1, 1-3-1 type situation. Was a tough one to make work. This time, bros, they also have a team fight comp. They have a champion in the mid lane that scales really, really well. They have a lot of AoE in the potential team fights that are going to come up, and they have a Poppy that can make things really, really hard. Closer is losing a bit of health bar, but that is fine, and it's first picks for everyone. A lot of losing outside of that, but that is the DN Freaks. They're 0-9, guys. We shouldn't really be buying into that too much. Double up value, massively high.
I mean, the thing is with the composition that has a Neferi and a Poppy, if you snowball, you know, the zone of potential, the Poppy ult, the skirmishing power of the Neferi, there's definitely win cons for Bro. I completely agree that last draft was a lot more doomed. One thing to mention about the Hwei, so on this patch 2508,
yes,
Hwei did get some buffs to his ult and passive, but specifically in the later stages of the game. So his passive damage skills with level. Wow.
That was under the turret.
Yeah. Okay. Not having fun. But yeah, so his passive damage scales a bit higher with level. His ult damage is a bit higher, like level 11, level 16. So the scaling potential of this Hwei, even more than we were used to, and he already scaled pretty well.
I'm a little bit frightened. He will need to scale relatively well alongside the Victor. But like you're saying, I don't think too many champions are going to be challenging him for range in this game, as Doiv up there towards the top side, but you can see pings out. Bro know exactly what's going on. So Morgan just needs to play defensively, which I think he's going to be doing anyway, given what we were seeing earlier on in this lane. So let's see whether this Aatrox is going to get the casting treatment, which is what we saw in our previous series. We got dove repeatedly. Whether he's going to be a little bit more okay, as Closer not able to find the interruption. But Doiv will be able to grab the crab. Look at this, Morgan with a massive array of minions to be taking down here towards this top side. Okay, there's a good headbutt underneath the turret, but heroic charge from Polo will answer it beautifully. Berserker winning the health trade alongside Hype, but that was a great reaction there from Polo.
It was a super weird play to go for. I feel like he's been watching a few too many Kellen plays.
No, he's been watching his own VODs. Did you see what Life was doing on this champion last time he played as well? It was more insanity like this.
Yeah, but I just think, like, why are you going for the Poppy? Because, I mean, okay, firstly, there were still minions under the tower, so Poppy didn't even get aggro.
Yeah.
Secondly, the Poppy can just eat you, which is exactly what Polu did, so you didn't have to burn Flash. So you're burning more summoners.
Oh, now Pyongyang going to get pushed back into the gravity field. That's kind of cool. Steph's presence will deny life. And that's just a little bit of damage onto Pyongyang. Okay, Morgan, he's kind of okay. You know, there's a large amount of minions, so the CS gap isn't as bad as it looks. And the bros, 200 gold in it, something like that. Just even camps for both of our junglers. And I think it's going to be about these grubs. That's what this game is going to come down to. Who's going to be able to find some value in the first skirmish will set the tone for how the rest of this game is going to go as
nice
Berserker
stuff.
Interrupts Morgan's back. That's annoying. Oh, this whole wave just going to get chomped up by the Crocodile.
Yeah, Duty's going to be very strong. Now, Bro are picking up a dragon in return. This is before the grubs spawn, but I think with the pressure that DNF have on the top side, this should be Doiv picking up the grubs in trade for this, even if it's not immediate.
Yep.
The fact that you have your bot laner here and your jungler
Yeah, Hype actually taking a while to go for his recall. Of course, does have Strut, so can get back to lane a little faster, but still not the best. Does have shoes now as well. It's putting on in a little bit of trouble. Does get the fear onto Closer. Now Polu going to get that flash out from the wave immediately. Wow, yep. He did not waste any time at all.
Polu could have gone for the flash. To be fair, I think, because you can flash while Poppy is in motion, I think if he'd held it, he could have forced the flash from Polu, and then it would have been a trade. I think that would have been the optimal play, but not want to take any risks, which I think is fair enough. And we'll get out of there. However, we do see, as a result of that bot side lean to pick up the dragon, it is going to be 3 grubs for the DM Freaks in return.
Yep. Berserker able to walk down as well, getting that lane shoved in. A lot of topside control here for the DN Freaks. They have a little bit of a gold lead as well. As a result of this, once again, that gold lead is in the top lane. As Dudu, a big benefactor of Berserker stopping that back.
At least Morgan hasn't been solo killed yet. That's the takeaway.
Hey, true. You say yet. I feel like that shows a little bit of a lack of faith. But that's okay. Ruthless Predator procced here, and Morgan actually doesn't go for the minion. As Pungyeon, this time, he is likely to die as Gravity Field goes down, and he is burning. Doiv doing a lot of damage here, though, as you can see, and the Spiraling Despair actually coming on through there as Doiv unable to find Closer, but the Ignite comes down from life. He gets the shield, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Now Doiv's the one that's in trouble. He's spinning around a lot as Croco is able to take it with the bleed. A lot of damage over time between these two junglers, but it is Bro coming out on top as far as the kills.
And it's a small thing, but if Pungyeon had been able to force Polu's flash earlier,
yeah, that wouldn't have happened.
That play would have gone differently. So end up seeing Hype didn't move down, just gonna ult this wave and get a big chunk of farm coming through.
I like this. Pungyeon able to come up and deny a plate or anything like that from going down, as we can see, due to actually finding some nice trades with Morgan on this bottom side. But Morgan under no real threat right now from what we can see, just under threat of missing minions, which is the biggest problem, as Polu just
it's crazy. You're not even full HP, you don't have flash. This is a massive overextension for a Hui to be in this position. And then Doiv is pretty low on mana as well. And ends up missing this Q, which is super relevant because it forces life to not only ignite Closer but chase him down. Otherwise, he could have turned on Polu and Polu would have just died. And then 3v1, they probably could have cleaned up Croco as well. So just a couple of misplays. Pungyeon out of position, not building that flash from Poppy earlier, and then Doiv not hitting the abilities means Bro come out ahead in that play.
Ooh, nice third Q connect there from Morgan. Yeah, and I think one of the big things as well is that Polu getting his eye in on this Poppy, he is going to be so important for Bro as this game goes on. I think the Poppy is a linchpin for this composition. We said already, we feel pretty good about the cohesion of what DNF put together. Can't be very cohesive if half of your champions have been punted to the other side of the map.
Yeah, and you don't get points for that, unfortunately.
No, you don't. Even if you do get it through the middle 2 posts of the 4.
Yeah.
Or maybe you do get points, but points actually do not give you any advantage in the game.
Or maybe, I guess if Poppy gets the points, then Poppy, you know.
Yeah, and in Aussie rules football, you do get it when you're the one kicking the ball.
Yeah, I think that's how it normally is.
Yeah, that's.
But thanks for clarifying. You know,
just had to make sure.
With the weird rules, you never know. I could see the Australians doing something like, you know.
I don't know the rules for the other sports ball games. I don't know why in the American one they do the hugging thing at the start.
Oh, I have no idea.
It seems pretty cool. Australians also like a lot of rugby as well, which is somewhat similar, and they do a lot of hugging in that one too. I still don't know anything about what it's about.
I just think it's funny that they invented an entire sport just so they can hug the homies. You know?
Yeah, I think it's very wholesome.
It's very cute.
I like it a lot. Sometimes you do need a hug. As Pungyeon, he's going to get a hug from a doggo, and often that is really therapeutic. This time it's not working out for him, as he's just going to be taken out. No flash, no chance. And now Doiv will find Croco here. Could possibly make him sleepy, but Closer moves over, and I don't know whether Doiv wants anything more out of that.
You know, I've never been hugged by a pack of hot dogs, but I'd imagine it'd be messy.
It sounds nice, though. I like hot dogs. Okay, Berserker is going to discover Hype. Make It Rain comes down as Polu turning up is going to spell the end of that. Doiv looking for... Oh, okay. When in doubt, kill Morgan, I think, is the DN Freaks' approach to this game.
Now starting to feel a little bit in doubt. Oh, he's going to walk up.
Oh, dear.
The hot dogs are here, though.
Oh, dear. Croco. Oh no, he spots him going over. And so now it's going to be a 2v2 underneath the turret here of the Bros. Morgan wants to find it as the World Ender comes down. The Ruthless Predator is in. The sleep doesn't do enough. And now Doiv is in trouble. Croco dives over, trying to get the bleed onto Dudu as the bowling ball not really going to find the value. And the health bars are a little bit too low, but there's a lot of resources invested here from the DN Freaks, and they do not get anything for it.
You can see they even tried to maximize damage onto Morgan because Dudu like let the ult channel tick while he was slept.
Yeah,
They were like, we are committing to killing this guy, and still they just didn't have quite enough damage. A little bit.
If he was level 11, maybe
if he was level 16, then oh my god, certainly. But
he would straight up be dead.
If he was level 16 when everyone else is level 8 or 9, then I think that'd be. I'd be questioning
maybe that's
that,
strong enough.
But I think he'd also be very powerful.
Polo is making it his mission to kill Pungyan as many times as possible, I think.
It's a good mission.
And he's getting towards success pretty quickly. His life is going to come on over and spots him out, so maybe not this time. They want to put that flash on cooldown as much as possible. Morgan clearing out these minions, and Dudu not going to be killing him anytime soon. That gold lead for the Renekton dwindling to about 300. And in fact, somehow there's a 250 gold advantage from Life, who did manage to pick up that kill from earlier on onto Closer. So that's why he has that slight lead. But it's Croco with a big advantage. So maybe it's not time to sub Humbug in just yet. But it's early days. 12 minutes in this game. We're looking to grab some more grubs. That will even things out if they're able to get all of them. The DN Freaks are able to grab the first round. We'll also give Bro another step forward in the objective feat of strength. So a chance they could lock that down just by getting another dragon. That one is live and on the map.
Yeah, I would think that DN Freaks want to try and secure that themselves. The grub's being taken. We'll see if they make some moves towards, obviously, playing towards the Renekton side of the map. Pretty useful, but Life is over here. He is on vision, so I suspect he won't try and go for something, but he's actually being clapped on by Croco and Closer.
Yeah, Croco actually going to do a fair bit of burst damage here to the man in the pajamas.
Yeah.
Comes on over. Watch out, eat Mr. Dragon.
Honestly, it's kind of surprising like how much poke damage Interferi has when you think of her as like, you know, like a dive assassin focused champion. But if she just launches the Q at you, it does so much damage, especially with the bleed, especially if she hits 2.
Yeah.
Then you're chunked.
Well, Bro just going to give that one up. Morgan is fighting, and Ox, come on, man.
Oh, so I was,
watching
Morgan fight.
Okay, and that was my fault because I did say that he was fighting. That did draw your attention away right when it was needed most.
Just for a brief second, that's all it takes.
It's only one today. We've had definitely some more Chemtechy days.
Yeah.
That's all right. High parked in this mid lane. And Berserker going to be answering. Too much to fight for right now. 2 minutes on the Rift Herald approximately. The next Drake is a whiles away. And I feel like, you know, the Morgan damage control in this game has been okay. What it's going to mean for later on is, you know, it's not something I really know just yet. We'll just have to see who's going to be able to get the most late game value. We know that the Aatrox can be terrifying in late game team fights.
Yep. But we're going to have the level 11.
Not yet.
Crocodile coming out with the slight buff to the ultimate, not the full buff to the ultimate that comes to a level 16.
True. So a little bit more powerful Dominus. Coming on here towards the top side, we'll be able to clear out that wave. We've got a Trinity Force done for Berserker.
Pretty chill game overall. Neither team really going too hard, and very much a bro and brew.
Who does it benefit the most? You know, having a real slow one here.
I think this is one of these games where there isn't a clear winner when it comes to scaling.
Oh, so we're going to have both teams just trade objectives for the entirety of the game, and then there's going to be one team fight?
Maybe. But I think the thing here is that both teams have scaling elements to the composition, right? Like, they both have bruiser top laners, carry junglers, pretty heavy scaling mids.
Yeah.
80 carries aren't the best late game scalers, but not bad either, you know? So I really think it's going to come down to execution. I do think that DN Freaks, I kind of like how that combo interacts with pros better, but I don't think it's enough to say that they outright have a big advantage. It's going to come down to that execution, especially with the Chemtech soul as well. It takes so much pressure off because neither team is really as concerned as you might be with other souls.
Rocco is going to get engaged on here. Headbutt Pulp comes through from life, but he's taking a lot of damage. Does have the Unbreakable Will. Untargetable is Croco, and now out of the fight. Doiv also going very, very low as Hype's at full health, but they take down the Poppy to start this one off. Phenomenal headbutt, but where is the answer? As Hype goes in and nothing really happens, they take out the Lilia, and out goes Berserker with the Blast Cone. Dudu in the meantime is here on the bottom side of the map. And so he is going to be able to answer this somewhat, but DM Freaks fighting with a man disadvantage and they lose out.
I'm just not sure on the decision not to TP Dudu in. Like, maybe they felt that they didn't have a good ward for him to get to, but then why opt into that fight?
Maybe Dudu just said no thanks. But maybe he should have said, yes, I will. As Berserker is in trouble, he's going to get flashed on by Hype. Hype really wanted to get that kill, but Croco says, nah, mate, you're not getting it. That's my 5th, my friend.
Like, that is one of the pivotal points of this game, I feel, so far, has been that fight. And now he might also... No, they just force his ult, okay.
That's a big Crocodile.
But, yeah, just really, like, the Renekton being there, being present in that fight would have made such a difference. And now you have this 5-0 Neferi, who's going to be an absolute menace.
Yeah, and he already kind of was. He's got his Eclipse complete. Black Cleaver on the way, well and truly. We're going to have a look at this fight one more time. And I thought this was Croco kind of getting baited in to fighting for the crab, but uses the kit of the Neferi really well, even dodges the damage from the True Shot Barrage.
And then the problem is here, Berserk Arcane shifts in, and then Life headbutts MF into him, but it's a BTMF, you can't just shred through him. And Croco comes to the cleanup, and Morgan's here, because he TP'd in.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest problem. There's a big body in the way, so you cannot answer the headbutt that otherwise could have been a really good thing. Just not with enough people.
Yeah, I think, you know, either if you're going to fight it, bring your members.
Well, do you know what they can do now? Just set up and do it again, because the Rift Herald is up and available. We'll be resetting now. But I've seen this. This is exactly the moment we just witnessed in the replay, and we are back to it one more time. It is now going to be Bro pushing up this mid lane, though, and they will be able to take down the outer turret. So DNF letting things slip a little bit when it comes to the macro play.
Yeah, Dudu has been hyper-focused on his bot tower, and he'll get it, but, you know...
Yeah, feats of strength still just go over
I'm
Bro.
going to be honest, who really cares that much? Well, Dudu, obviously.
Yeah.
Other than Dudu.
I was going to say, like, that's the answer to your question. Whether he should have is still up in the air.
Yeah.
Well, Doiv, he really wants to get Shelly. And so that's where he's going to be. Polu.
I mean,
here.
Bro have no right to contest this because of the fact that Close is bot.
Guess
I
what
was
they're
going to
do,
say he
though.
doesn't have TP, but he's actually running up very fast.
Yeah.
And Dudu is not TPing.
Yeah, Doiv is just spinning around. Watch out, Ape does absolutely nothing as the Infernal Chains are in. Doiv is just melting, and he will go down. As Croco gets over there and takes him out. There is the evicted Crocodile as well, as now Life is just by himself. Berserker's on the gravity well, and he will be taken out as well. And it's a double for Hype. Morgan's over the wall, wanting to get some revenge on this Crocodile, who will get pulled back and just obliterated. Pungyan just has to watch as all of his friends go down, and there's nothing he can do about that.
And I just can't understand the decisions the DM Freaks are making. They don't TP in the last fight. And then this one, look at the minimap. He's already running here. And look, he starts TPing. Victor basically gets to the fight at the same time as him without TP. So what was the point of having TP advantage? And in the meantime, Doiv gets targeted by this immensely fed Neferi. You have the Aatrox running them down as well. The Renekton gets punted away. And then Closer is also here. He didn't have TP, and he just walked here, and what? It's so confusing to me why DM Freaks end up playing this out the way they did. But, you know, Croco is just monster fed at this point and really redeeming himself for last game.
He really is.
7-0-1.
I take it all back. Maybe it's not time for Humbug to come back just yet. Croco looking real good. That's a happy Dagon as well. And I'm a little disappointed about the fact that no one else knew that this is just Bro being generous, right? They had to lose the last game. We needed to get maximum Bro value.
Got you. And also, look, I don't want to suggest anything insidious, but if you're talking about collecting Bro taxes, you're going to get a lot more over 3 games.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? Okay, Savings Bank Breon, maximizing the game.
Wait, they have bank in their name? It all adds up.
Yeah, it certainly does. And it's tax time here in Korea as well, so it makes some sense, you know, doing those calculations.
Yep.
All right, Polu moving into the river. Dudu and Morgan facing off once again. Morgan feeling so much better about it now. 4 assists to his name. and only 300 in it for the Renekton.
I mean, you end up in a situation where Ezreal's approaching a 2-item spike, which he's pretty strong on, but Hype is actually going to hit the 2-item spike at the same time, if not earlier. And his 2 items, he's going to have an IE, which is a very expensive 2 items. You don't want to be behind the curve as an Ezreal compared to this MF. But then on top of that, the Fury is just so monster-fed, it just completely warps the game. And quite frankly, like the tankiest targets on your team are going to be like either probably just the Alistar at this point, and he's just going to shred. He's going to shred anyone. Yep. Everyone's going to feel squishy compared to the damage he has now, especially with this Black Cleaver Clips build already.
One thing I do want to say at the same time is the fact that Chemtech Soul is actually kind of ludicrous for Bro. They've got Poppy, they've got Aatrox, who absolutely loves it. They got a BF sword on Hype already.
Don't do it, Doive.
Croco is a 7-0-1 doggo, and so they don't die to him. So that's good news. Morgan going to take this outer turret on the top side of the map, though, as the Rift Herald was still alive. Okay. Well, that is going to be attempted once more. And the DN Freaks, I like the idea of not contesting.
Yeah.
Because they just don't have a lot of money. Doive going to go for it, potential angle, but Croco has the smite and the range, and he'll be fine.
The thing is as well, when you have all your gold on an Fury, like if you have all your gold on, for example, Hype on an AD carry, there's a lot of ways you can punish that. But I just think what's so obnoxious about the Fury is, the mobility of the E, the target ability of the W makes it very hard to like engage onto Croco and remove that gold from the fight.
Yeah, and actually, you know, a lot of teams have benefited a lot from teams hyper-focusing on killing the Neferi first, right?
Yeah.
And denying the ult resets and things like this. But the untargetability does mean that you have to put yourself in really awkward spots and just do nothing for quite some time. And like you say, with a very fed Neferi, it means that when he comes back and the rest of his mates are there, it's not a great time. Speaking of Neferi, Croco now down towards the bottom side will drop the Rift Herald as they're looking to take down their first inner turret of the game. Closer wanting to facilitate that one, but does take a bowling ball, so isn't going to be able to move alongside, and instead they're settling for this mid lane. That's what we were talking about, as life goes in, and just, yeah, it takes a billion damage and bleed and everything else. And Croco is taking the entire jungle from Doive. This is perfect suffocation play from Bro right now.
Absolutely is, and it just feels so difficult to see an angle where they can find some recourse. Right now, they're kind of being choked out, but if this continues, they're just not going to have access to objectives. You know, Arakan is up and available, but it's so hard to push in when you don't have the vision control. They're finding a window now where resets have come through. They're trying to sweep out a little bit, but it's more focused around mid rather than that Arakan pit at the top.
Yeah, a lot of vision set up here towards the bottom side, meaning that Closer can just walk underneath the turret, throw down a gravity field, and even pull out Pungyan as he kills the turret.
Max, I'm seeing on the way pings on Arakan.
Oh no, oh no,
DNF.
oh no,
No,
no, not like this, not like this, not like this. Okay, I feel like Switch, you know, when
they're TPing, they're committing.
Snipe is near APOC, you know, it's not like this, DNF. Croco goes untargetable, guys. He does that a lot. As now Life moving forward, looking for the pulverized angle, and Morgan is moving in. The flash forward from Close, I don't know about that one. It's a double pole from Life, but he's down so low already. And Bro is just kind of untouched. Hype wanders past the Arakan and presses his R button. Dive in so much trouble, a huge explosion as they take down the Poppy. But who cares? Croco is massive. He flips over the wall and Morgan is flying towards Pungyan. A triple kill. That's a 10-0-1 Neferi for Croco. And he's looking to make that one 11 as Pungyan looking to go down for the 11th kill. Yep, the doggo keeping it binary here on the Rift.
I just don't know what compelled them. It's like something affected DM Freaks. And like, you know what? It's time just to send Arakan, and
we're going to need to get some immunizations out, because this like Arakan epidemic that we are seeing here in the LCK is ridiculous.
But like they try and engage on a Croco and he just presses W, and look, Berserker and Dive, it's not just the fact they're losing health, which is obviously relevant, but they're losing resist as well. Berserker's already half HP, Dive is already half HP, and they're being shredded as well. The resists aren't there, so they just get nuked, and as a result, they have to back away. They get melted a bit by the Arcane Storm, and then it's just, there was never any point in this passage of play, there was not a single second where they had hope.
Yeah.
As soon as they started hitting the Arakan, it was doomed.
All right, now it's a 9,000 gold lead for the Bros, who can basically just wander up Scrooge McDuck style, understanding that they've got a swimming pool of money and so much to destroy in the enemy team's base. Doyev going to come on over. We'll be able to at least get some of the chickens.
Well, I do have some good news for you. But they're killing Polu, so
yeah,
I'll leave.
Polu may be dead. Does get interrupted. My God, the Arcane Storm damage is disgusting. Life is not long for this world. It's a double for him off the back end as Morgan starting to become an absolute menace on the Rift. And Dudu is going to find himself the last man standing. Croco gets, I think he's 12th or 13th or something like that. Maybe he's going to grab 14. That's a bullet time to the back of the head. Point blank range. And the Bros say, not today, DN Freaks. It's 0-10 time. And unfortunately, still winless here in the LCK. But the Bros, a good bounce back after a difficult loss previously against DRX.
They are just demolishing them at the moment. And yeah, engaging onto the Poppy with Celestial opposition, not the easiest target to take down. And even if they had, well, they do eventually kill Polu, but even if they'd blown him up pretty quickly, you end up in such a bad spot. It's so easy for the DM Freaks to just finish them off, you know?
Yeah.
Dudu does just end up killing Polu with a flash, but it's like, whatever. Doyev is just getting chased down, and it felt like Croco just one-shot him, basically.
He definitely did.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at that scoreline now. 12-0-3.
I do have some interesting news for you.
Okay.
Because I thought I'd look ahead a bit. Because, all right, I'm going to be real, Max.
Yes.
I don't think DM Freaks are getting the first win today.
No, I don't think so either.
But I looked at their next match.
All right.
And their next match is against a team who would be very in character for them to lose to the DM Freaks.
Oh, is it DK?
And it would also be very funny.
Is it DK or KT?
It's KT.
Oh, God.
So the 0-10 primed KT takedown is a potential future.
Honestly, that one's winnable. That is definitely winnable.
And also, it would be very funny.
What is happening? Having a look at what... oh, they got the Otacon! They did it! It was their dream! And it has been achieved! As Life is going to see what he can do about getting them off the Nexus. The Otacon for Nexus trade is not what I was expecting, as the shortest keeper's verdict is going to push them away, and there goes the game. That was ridiculous.
It looks like, because of the recalls, it looks like they're just asleep in the base as the Nexus is being taken. Oh, man.
Well, but they got the Otacon, ladies and gentlemen, and that is what counts. Because that's the only way to cure yourself of Otaconitis, is to kill the Otacon.
And realize it was never worth it.
Yeah. Once they did cure themselves, they woke up out of their stupor and were like, oh no, our Nexus exploded. So a bit subpar, but the Bros, in the end, are able to close it out with this blue side victory. Really nice play from Croco. And I think it's still true, right? The Croco from ahead is an absolute monster.
Yeah.
And we're still yet to see what he can do from behind.
I think
that's a bit better.
Morgan had a little bit of a rough day, but I think everyone else on Bro really had some great performances. I think Clear in game one from Close was pretty massive. And even the Aurora was having a pretty good time in lane. The bot lane, though, from Bro, I think really showed up.
Yeah.
Obviously, the pentakill from Hype was pretty massive in game one, but I think Polu had a great day. The Braum doing a lot of work to peel, and the Poppy in this one, setting up those plays onto the Hui. Not an easy task.
Yeah.
So,
I think the Bros definitely, like Polu's Braum in game number one, fantastic as well. Of course, that was largely a composition thing, but he did his job pretty perfectly. And just always, it's always heartwarming to see a Bro victory. I just want to let you guys know as well in Twitch chat, we were pretty hard on you today. We were trying to get as much Bro tax as we possibly could. And look at what it did.
Yeah.
It absolutely paid off. It perhaps even mind-controlled DN Freaks to run towards an Otacon that they didn't need to be around at all. But honestly, at that point in the game, not a whole lot mattered. They were 12,000 gold behind, and some Hail Marys were all that were going to get them there, and they did not work out. Pentakill man here. Hype picking up his first of the LCK, and looking great while he did it. POM, who does it go to? Is it Croco?
I think Croco's probably going to get it and get a lot of votes. I didn't go for Croco, though.
Ooh, is it the Polu time?
I felt Polu.
Oh, I love that.
Poppy, I think he did so much, you know? I think his brawn was a big reason why they had so much success in the skirmishes, and the Poppy I think did a lot too. But I think because of the Yorick game, I think people aren't going to give it to Morgan, but I think anyone else, I think, is really a valid vote on this lineup.
Yeah, I don't think it's probably not going to go to the Lord this time, but the Lord giveth. You know, he wants those votes to go to his teammates because he is benevolent.
Yeah, I think probably bot lane or jungle's the most likely.
True, Hype had a really good day on both the Ashe and the MF. That's a really good point.
Yeah, so we'll see. We will see what people opt to go for, and again, it would be pretty cool for Croco to come back and end up getting POM.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit more from him as well. I don't think you necessarily learn as much from tackling the 0-9 team here in the LCK, but it is a really good debut or re-debut into the LCK for Croco to have a less difficult matchup, like the unenviable position of Pungyeon debuting or re-debuting against Chovy.
Yeah,
that's not what we saw here, right? So definitely a bit of an ease him into it type situation.
Yeah.
The flash raw bullet time from Hype. That's vibes. That really is.
That's peak bro.
Oh yeah. And this is just chase them down and destroy them. We are now going to get an idea as to what was happening at the end of this game, where they were on the Arakan and Bro wandered into the enemy base and then killed it.
Yeah, sometimes we talk about backdoors. This is the front door.
Yeah. And this was, like, the door wasn't even locked.
Yeah, it wasn't even closed. It was open. They just wandered in.
They had a welcome sign, and I think that there was hot cocoa on the table when they walked inside.
Yeah. And then you get the sleeping champions. You see.
And the world's shortest keeper's verdict as well, as they just go into the fountain, and that is it. Closer with 10k more damage than his opposition. His Victor looking great, but the main story was, of course, Croco on the Nefiri looking absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, really solid performance. Closer, I think over the course of this series did a pretty insane amount of damage.
Oh yeah.
But pumping the numbers there. But yeah, I think, you know, once again, a 2-1 to Bro. Same score they had last time. Not the cleanest. Definitely some things they want to work on, but ultimately a win is a win.
Yep. And we have to remember as well, at the beginning of this, we were thinking that perhaps the draft wasn't the greatest, but thanks to this man, largely, they were able to make it work and snowball to a victory. Croco on the Nefiri, 12-0-3. Absolutely absurd. It's like the Nocturne was just a bad dream.
Yeah, I think Player of the Match is so funny because you get to see in series
like
this,
put up the low points.
The stinker, you know, the match in the middle where it's like, that one wasn't so hot.
Did we perhaps need to put this one in? Maybe not. But maybe you just have to.
You know, maybe it represents the spirit to fight on, despite the fact that you got spooked by a Rumble.
Yep, if you don't love him at his worst, you don't deserve him at his best. And the best is pretty good with that 12-0-3 performance. The best part is, though, we get to have an interview with Croco as well as he comes back into the LCK, get to have a chat with how it has been meshing with the team, because there are a lot of questions that a lot of us had about whether or not it was even a good idea to bring him through. And we're starting to see that maybe the closer Croco synergy that they are, you know, that they had in the past on Live Sandbox could be an answer to that. But now we get to hear it from the horse's mouth. You know, that's the important part.
Yeah. Wonder if they will ask him about that.
I don't know. I feel like maybe it's is it a bit on the nose or something like that? Maybe it's just like, how do you feel about the win type situation?
What do you think about playing a hot dog champion?
I do actually want to.
What do you like on your glizzy?
Oh yeah, is it sour cream in fact that is on the head of the doggo in the hot dog skin? Because that was a great point of contention yesterday.
Yeah, it was a heavy debate.
It was.
These are the important topics we cover at the LCK.
Yeah, and that's why you guys tune in daily. That's not actually true. You tune in so that you can pay the bro tax, which is very, very important, and we thank you for that on behalf of Bro every single time. It is now time for us to throw it over to Dia for the interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation. We're here with Croco on the side of OK Savings Bank, Brian. Congratulations! Thank you.
네, 크로커 선수 오랜만에 또 이렇게 인터뷰를
Croco,
나눕니다. 2라운드 출발이
it's been a while
좋습니다.
since we saw you on the
DN
interview
프릭스의 소감
stage.
한번 여쭤볼게요.
What a great start to round 2. You just defeated DN Freaks. How do you feel? You know, during the practice and preparation process?
생각을 하면서 준비를 했던 것 같은데 생각보다
No, I just tried to take it easy. But the team that we were against today was definitely a team with a high potential, so I think we had a pretty rocky start.
오늘 크로커 선수의 LCK 복귀전이었습니다.
And today was your LCK comeback match, and I'm sure there was excitement and pressure, so what mindset did you come in with today? What it feels like is, you know, it's been 500 days, but it was actually 671 days, so when I left to go to China, I said I will make my comeback to Korea one day, and I'm just really happy that I'm able to come back and get a POM today as well.
너무 맛있다 하면서 굉장히
And in game 1, we saw Hype get his pentakill, and he was so happy, saying, "Wow, that was so yummy." So please congratulate him.
영상 같은 거를 되게 많이 보거든요, 유튜브로.
You know, Hype actually does watch a lot of VODs.
펜타킬 하는 걸 보고 있었는데 본인도 이제 펜타킬
And he was actually watching Deft get a pentakill, you know, one of the videos that he was watching on YouTube, and he said, "Oh my gosh, I really want to get pentakill as well." And it was really cool seeing him get a pentakill. So do you guys try to set it up for each other to get a pentakill? You know, during practice, we don't actually do that. We're not as wholesome as it sounds like, you know, what happened today. But I think today it was just so much more meaningful for him to get a pentakill. So I think everyone was in it together. And let's talk about game 3. You took Nafiri as the first pick, and it really showed your confidence. So was it something that you really wanted to play today? You know, rather than me trying to appeal to my team that I wanted to play, it was just really one of those limited options that we had. And I think recently we've been seeing a lot of good results out of Nafiri during practice. So I think that's why we didn't hesitate in picking her. And Nafiri, your KDA was 12-0-3. The most kills a jungler had this season. So are you satisfied with your gameplay? You know, it's been such a long time since I came back to play on the LCK, and I was really nervous. But by game 3, you know, I think I was very used to it. I adapted really well, and I think that's what really allowed me to get that many kills. And from round 2, you know, you stepped in, and head coach Edgar actually claimed that you are a clear leader in game. And just like how you said, just listen to me, you guys, you showed up like the true big brother. So what kind of role do you want to take in the team?
예전부터 좀 우상이라고 생각했던 게 피넛 선수님이라고 생각해가지고.
You know, I have always looked up to Peanut, and he was my role model, and I think he's the clear leader of the team. And I really want to follow his footsteps and really just be someone that resembles him. And in the 2022 season, a lot of the fans are really looking forward to seeing the Croco and closer synergy. So how was it playing with him? You know, even from the practice process, it just felt so comfortable playing with him. I think we just played like how we always used to. And you get to open round 2 with a victory. What are your goals moving forward? Starting from round 2, although it wouldn't be the same as how we were before, I hope that we slowly build up our synergy and chemistry to show you guys how good we were before. And it was a Lolly Knight qualifier, and now that you won, we will have Morgan and Closer on Lolly Knight. So what do you think will be the highlight? No, as everybody knows. You know, Morgan, he's so talkative, he's going to talk a lot. And Closer, I know everyone adores Closer, so I'm sure everyone will enjoy watching Lolly Knight with those two. And there are so many fans sending you all the energy. Would you like to send any messages?
6패로 이제 1라운드 마무리하고
So our team had concluded round 1 with a 3-win and 6 loss, and we want to make sure that we get as many wins in round 2, and we will do our best. Thank you so much for all the support. And that's the end of the interview with Coco, and back to the space. Thank you.
That's right. It is Bro Night tonight on Lolly Night, as it is a 2-1 victory. As the casters said, it was just more matches for the bros to have here. 2-1 over the DN Automotive Freaks, who will still continue to look for their first victory as we move into round 2. Here's the POM and the new guy, Krako, coming on in and making a huge impact on the team.
Game 2 was obviously not the best.
Not that good.
Game 1, when it comes to KDA, not the best.
Yeah.
But he also did his job there. I think got the team really rolling. But the Game 3 was awesome. I think kind of what the casters were saying as well. This isn't really too much of an indication because we're playing against DN Freaks. But yep, that Neferi game gave a little bit of confidence. And hopefully bros can use that for more momentum.
In Game 1, they had a draft that was super easy to play. Game 3, they played very aggressively to their draft's win con. So Game 2 really made you worried. Like, the Morgan champion pool has continued to be an issue, but when Bro do have a good game plan, the execution is there, which we saw in Games 1 and 3. You know, the team looks like they've got it together a little bit. So it's not all doom and gloom. Game 2 felt like all doom and gloom, but to remind everyone that this team is still super solid.
Yes, and speaking of doom and gloom, because I got caught up on this win by the bros, thank you, dear, for the translation. All right, let's get to the comments here. And we start with... Well, because it would be doom and gloom if we forgot to thank Deer for her wonderful work. There's Chronicler.
I have been known to be a bit of a Krako fanboy, so I'm very happy.
Also is known to not capitalize his eyes for some reason. Is that what they do in the Netherlands?
I'm just a lazy typer, unfortunately.
I am just a lazy typer.
Yes, lowercase I.
Let's go to Wolf's comment now, because the eyes... the lowercase eyes
never
Who
lie.
isn't hyped for a pentakill? It wasn't that hype of a pentakill. It was like a front-to-back Scion with the Ashe chasing people down while they got slowed. But look, who isn't hyped for a pentakill? Hype had the most consistent performance to me across all 3 games.
I'm with you on that one. I also just think it's cool that every time Hype does well, it just further solidifies. Why is this guy on low? What happened?
I don't know. Well,
you should be happy.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm tired of asking the question at this point, Cronny.
Great loanage there by Bro making this one happen. Peel Master Palu, as Ox went with the based Palu vote here.
And Ox actually with a good comment. Like,
yeah.
Well thought out.
Yeah. I mean, we know Palu for the Nautilus generally going in. This one, showing some growth.
I'd also normally roast Ox's comment, but he's not here, so it'd be kind of rude. So I'm not going to do it this time around.
Yeah, he's definitely not.
I would never.
Right.
He's definitely not right there.
Yeah.
Let's see what everyone else had to say.
Thanks, Wolf. Help me here. Pungyeon,
ooh,
you're not ready to go past me.
That's a little
I think that the Doiv experiment, I'm like, we can keep that going. Maybe the Pungyeon experiment, not so much. I think he's really been struggling. He kind of had like the initial, oh god. Oh no.
You know,
I know Pony's a movie buff, but that's kind of heavy, man.
The Korean commentator streamed and actually gave BDD the like #1 for East Side, like first
Player,
All Pro.
East Side
But
All-Star.
they also then said that it was out of pity. It might actually be closer, to be honest. He has looked really solid this year. Pretty good.
Could be.
Yeah. I mean, I will say they both did get signature champions that did not perform well. Zir for BDD, Aurora for Closer, not so good. I'm over the Closer Aurora thing. The 2 games he played it before today, he got fed, didn't do much. This time, same thing. Got fed, didn't do much. Cloud Templar, it wasn't the spiciest performance, but it was solid and reliable.
There's literally only 2 flavors of Cloud Templar. Straight fire, catalog. Like the most boring line, like, you know, when you just, I gotta say something, but I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, Cloud Templar and I are basically the same. You either have one you're really proud of, or you're just like, I don't know. He did it. It was good.
You know,
he made the least mistakes.
It's an honest job. You know, we just clock in, do our job, go home. A type of pump comment.
This is like the least celebrated Penta ever. Let's take a look at Gogo. The Predator is back on the Rift. That's right. The Krako is back. I like this one. This one a little bit deeper of a cut.
Crocodile is an apex predator, feared and unchanged by evolution for, what is it, millions of years at this point? It's remarkable. It's a cool creature.
Yeah. He wasn't the Renekton player today, but very cool. Solid comment.
Let's get to Best Ceremony, where we take a look at some of the best celebrations from our winners from the week.
All right,
Start off with
Lehens.
Lehens here this win.
Okay, good.
Lehens went from oh wow, big
I think
time.
that's safe. That
He went
kinda-
from like, yo, do I have to do this, to then actually try-harding it. Insane hype level of like, get wrecked. Oh, this one, I don't know. Oh, the form
that's
was
good.
good. The form was good.
It's good.
It was a
Edgy's
clean
proud of it, I
smile as
think.
well. Clean smile.
Yeah, you should get MVP for making both these guys do this. Owner with the hearts, the 3 different hearts.
Owner, I'm not sold on. I think
Zeus stuck the
kinda
landing
nailed
better,
it.
yeah, for sure.
My favorite
Yeah.
part of this, he does the hearts, and then afterwards he walks past Zeus, who's setting up, and it's like Zeus looks at him, and he looks back, and he's just like, "Hey, how you doing?"
Honestly, he didn't fall out of the chair this time. He didn't fall out of the chair this
Please,
time.
please, please. The evolution of Yukal. He does the pose unironically.
That's advanced chair mechanics.
Yeah, no, like last time he forgot to like cancel the bounce, so he fell out.
So what if I'm feeling Lehens? I know it's kind of basic, but
I just loved how Lehens was like, seriously, you guys want me to do a thing? And then he like nailed it. He like did the thing and even did the thumbs down at the end. So I'm on Team Lehens.
thumbs down. Otherwise, it would have been Zeus, but the thumbs down really sold it.
Yeah, let us know in the chat using the banners below and also just telling us what it is. We'll tabulate it all for you at the end. And let's take a look at the standings here, as with this victory, the Bros are solidifying their side on the Eastern Front, 4-6. Tied with B&K Fear Rex and the DN Automotive Freaks. They now sink to double digits on the loss column, 0 and 10.
And I mean, at this rate, you lost to Bro. If you lose to DRX, I mean, it doesn't get easier for the DN Freaks. They might go the way of Jin Air if things do not change. They already tried to change out the jungler. It wasn't successful. I'm not sure what the next game plan is going to be, as Punyan is also still struggling. But I hope for the best for them, because I do not want to see another 0-18 here in an LCK double round.
Now, next week, some bigger matches here for the standings. Top side of the Eastern Front, B&K Fearx and Bro will kick things off. D Plus and T1 will do battle on the Saturday Showdown. Also, T1 and DRX, 2 teams on 2-game winning streaks, looking to try and solidify their upward momentum. Anything jump out at you?
Bro?
One can only imagine what DKKT is going to do to their respective fans. As I actually think the Nongshim T1 matchup is pretty hype. I am looking forward to that one. So we'll see. DN Freaks, Humble Life are also pretty close in the standing, so that could be cool. As
Hi, everyone.
look what we got.
Hi.
Well,
So, as you all know,
All of the children have
kind of-
assembled.
yes, the children are here.
Wiggles. Look at all these colors. Yeah, it's great.
So,
Hey, kids.
and that's what we're going to be. In Korea, Children's Day is May 5th and is a national holiday to celebrate kids like us. It was first created to help children grow strong and wise. The day reminds everyone how important and precious children are. Families usually spend the day together, just kind of like what we did today, and go on fun trips and give little gifts. It's like a mini festival just for kids. So we thought it would be fun to see photos of us when we were kids or babies, and guess who is which one. So, without further ado,
Pressure's
let's
on all
get
of us
to
now.
it. Yeah.
Not just
We gotta
us,
guess.
We got some,
and
we're guessers.
might be a Daniel Ox Harris.
Mr. Ox Harrison. Oh my god.
I think this might be Mao.
All right. So
You're off the guessing couch.
outside. Yeah.
God, you were so cute.
That's
though.
adorable.
What happened?
What is your sweater say?
Yeah.
Oh, it's heading on the wall. It was like the nursery or preschool I went to. So that it was called Heading on the Wall.
So cute. You look so precious.
Yeah, I have this picture in Korea.
All right. We're keeping track, chat. Someone said Valdez.
Oh wait, do we have Valdez's
Yeah,
photos?
we do. They're
Okay, good. We will. All right. Ox, come on back. Who is this baby? Oh my god.
He's blonde.
He's
I'm
blonde.
I'm gonna say
Wolf.
Wolf.
I think it's Wolf.
I feel like
Wolf.
the race like eyebrow is giving me like
Got the same
he's
face.
not
Like,
happy about
Oh,
something.
yeah,
Doran?
yeah. It's the alien forehead as
Is
well.
it Doran? Is that Doran?
Actually, this one I wouldn't have known. I thought the baby picture was easier.
It was me. I picked this picture because I felt like I had a very Doran expression in this picture. I thought it'd be funny. I thought maybe I could use that as cover, but they gave the other one as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is me at the beach. That's my sister in the background.
I was like, the tie-dye? Okay.
I think part of the problem with this is everyone starts guessing apart from the person who it is. Who's like,
Yeah,
That's why I wanted
you
to
need
do
to
the
have
Doran
guesses
thing to try to
just
throw you guys
like,
off.
Yeah, to throw us off. We need
Dan did his best to try and guess someone else. All right, let's take a look here. Who is our child number 3?
Well,
I wonder who that could
I
be.
wonder who that would be.
is that
I
Max?
think it might be.
Man,
Fashion choice, I'm going to say Digon.
Yeah.
that cap. I'm pretty sure he still has that.
No, that's guys, that's not me.
It's not. It's oh my god. Is
That's
it like,
what did.
Yeah, that's what it did.
Oh,
I got a little bit confused when everyone was like, "Oh, but it's Dagon," but I was like,
no,
"Whoa!"
here I see
yeah,
it.
no, that's yeah.
Wait.
Is that?
Hang on.
It's G. What? Oh my god! G Soda, what did?
She told us. She said she wasn't going to
What?
be in it.
She trolled us.
She told us she wasn't going to be in it.
Oh, the Wiggles
Oh my
failed.
god.
Oh, that was so
You got
incredibly
so
impressive.
pranked.
That was
got
so
She
impressive.
told us before we went live that she wasn't doing it, and all of us got mad.
Oh man.
I was like, wow, Digon looked really different when he was younger.
And the worst part was, she definitely wasn't on the count.
Of course, it's what did. Oh,
She's like, you'll sit here. Everyone will be there. All right, let's go next.
Yep, let's go next.
All right. Who we got? We're prepping it up right now as we're dealing with it.
Well, now
Now
I'm feeling
it's
like
so-
that might be what it is.
it's gonna be Uni.
But I don't know. It's gonna
what
be
should be
Yundo.
Uni?
What if
It's gonna be
I think
Yundo
it's
now.
Yundo, right? Yundo. I'm going to guess Yundo.
That's what.
That's what did. That's what did.
That's what. That's what.
That's
We're
what
locking.
it
it.
is.
We're locking it
When
in.
I see
yeah.
the full on front,
Yeah.
that's so you know. Oh, this is definitely what did. We also know what Widid's mom as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so
Mama.
cute.
Love that.
Oh man, he's
Adore-
even got the follow-up
The
photo with him
Sonny's
and his
on the mom, by the way.
I feel like I donated
Damn.
the wrong photos. I didn't do it as well. Like his told a story.
Oh, wait, how many did everyone give?
I just gave one. I just asked, can you give a photo? And everyone's like, here's a photo album.
Okay, that's gotta.
Hi,
be,
Matt.
that's,
How you doing, buddy?
That's gotta be
That's definitely
Max.
Max.
That is 100%. He's done something nefarious.
No,
Yeah.
that's 100% now.
There's paint on his face.
How has your hair not changed?
What do
Your
you
whole
mean?
life.
That's come on. That's Max.
Oh my
Wait, no.
No.
It's Feldas.
Wait, that's
Oh my
Oh
god!
my god, I got pranked as well.
Yeah!
Holy. I thought you and Baby Valdez actually like looked so similar.
I thought you were trying to throw it off.
I thought you were trying to throw it off.
I know,
we were
there
throwing
was
it off so
someone
hard that
fighting.
we both got thrown off. Thanks,
Max,
Valdez.
Max, he looked so much like Max in the first picture. That
Even
Max thought it was
Feldas
Max.
is in chat saying.
I was like, I didn't even send that photo.
Hi, Valdez. Happy Children's Day.
Oh my
Celebrating
God.
with young Brucer.
Well
Bryce,
played, Valdez.
Bryce. We'll make
All right.
sure that everyone gets it right. All right, let's take a look. Who's next?
That's Yundo.
That's Indeezy.
That's Yundo. So, like, you should have got a younger one.
I didn't learn golf until I was older, so.
You should have got a picture of someone else.
The
'cause
golf,
it's
the golf
too
was
easy.
a good red herring.
Golf
though.
was a red
Yes.
herring because they ordered it so like.
That's such a
Digon
great
plays
picture
golf,
of Yundo,
so-
by the way. The right one?
Yeah, mine's
Yeah.
the one where my hair is colored. All right.
Yeah, surely.
Happy
Swear to God, though,
Children's
Dan
Day,
and I are so
Yundo.
bad at this game.
We love everything.
right, we got a
that you do in the
50-50
cast.
here.
All right.
I think that might.
I think there's too many colors. That's
gotta
gotta be
Dagon,
Dagon.
right?
Yeah,
Like,
How has
green,
Dagon's
yellow,
fashion
and red.
sense not changed since he was
What is
oh my God, you would wear that today.
What are those?
Yeah,
What do you
I think
mean,
he
what
actually
are
wore those shoes
those?
last night.
No, that's drip.
Oh, that's actually
Even
yeah,
the
yeah.
pose.
I love
Okay.
those boardies as well.
There we go.
Yep. No, it's Digon.
Oh damn.
Yeah. Oh, this hand. Sorry.
There you go.
It could have been a mirrored photo.
Yeah,
No?
almost.
Yeah.
I like
who
it.
knows? I
That's
think
a
it's
banger.
All right.
So be one person left.
Yeah. Auspiciously,
what?
suspiciously.
There's
There's
two.
at least two.
At least two.
Mousing.
There's
over
two.
here.
I don't know who else we're including now. We could be
I can't
going
believe you
through
guys
an
were
entire
joking me
list.
on my
Max. It's Max.
That's
I-
Max.
Ninja Turtles.
That has to be
That
Max.
has to
Well,
be Mal.
I don't know.
Max has
curly
gone
hair.
suspiciously
Also,
silent.
he revealed.
Look at the cheeks.
Guys,
That's
today,
Max.
today on broadcast, he said he was blonde when he was a baby.
He did say that.
Yeah, that he did.
So either he was
Well-
trying to throw us off, or that's him. You know?
Look at that
Oh
face.
my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of gives it away.
Yeah.
Oh,
Silhouette's still there.
the other hand. Switch hands.
Oh.
There we go. We want it to look exactly the same. There we go.
Nothing has changed.
Wait, which one's the baby picture?
Not this one.
Nothing has changed.
What did happen?
All right, I
wish I
wonder.
had
who
that hair.
So okay, no, maybe it's another.
Chat,
maybe it's
we are
another red
keeping
herring.
score here. Yankos does not work here. All right, last one.
I'll get back to my.
All right, let's get to it. Yeah. Oh, we're just making sure we're locking in here.
Maybe this is a random baby.
That
It's an
can't be
AI,
now.
It's an AI photo, right?
Oh my god, what happened?
Let's look at those lips. Okay. What?
A fisherman?
Must have liked putting blue things on his head back then.
That's how we get introduced to a new coworker.
Dutch child looking out of a boat.
Wow,
Okay,
there it is. We're getting closer.
Look at the
evolution
jawline
now
of a
is
guy.
Yeah, the jawline, it's all there.
Oh no, not the slow zoom, not the slow zoom.
Yeah.
Oh, I could...
Yeah. We're still in it. Yeah.
Beautiful. Absolutely.
That was
gorgeous.
really hard to hold.
We
I'm not
watched
gonna
you
lie.
die inside for a long time there. Thankfully, we did cut the shot. My goodness.
All right.
Crony's face watching that last series.
How we're doing? I think that was it. Are we getting any more?
I think we've
Yeah.
done it.
Yeah.
That was
Fan
it.
submission, you know, some
Yes.
extra pictures.
Did Kion not put herself in?
Aww. Or deer.
Yes. We get ganked by G-Sun, but not ganked by anyone else.
On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, happy Children's Day. It has been so fun creating and covering everything with you, for you, and we'll get to do it again next week. Take care of everyone. Take care of yourselves, everyone. We'll see you next time.
And everyone. Take care of everyone as
Yeah,
well.
that
It's
worked
fine.
out.
Yeah.
That's like the perfect
Bye,
show.
kids.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye.
Makes me stronger.